Okay. I think the last episode was a callback to the CW Supernatural show. I mean, I heard it was like they brought some of the cast back, but like, I don't think it makes it like good TV. I didn't watch Supernatural, so I didn't get it. You see why we're doing an event with Burnt Peanut? Stop. You're lying. He could not go that much lower. Are you joining FaZe? Oh, kiss and tell. You still had from you as well? Yes. The competing media had me go back and forth whether the audience knew what the joke was or and not another the right to get the wrong way. I think the audience knew what the joke was, theoretically. FaZe is a pro Platner org. You see the DNC chair flailed about the autopsy report not being released? I did see a little bit of that, yes. Ken Martin. We look at that as well today, too. Supernatural, aka every alt-white girl's favorite show. What's it even about? I was like, wait. I guess it's about supernatural occurrences, but like, are the main characters like werewolves? You see Hassan on Giant Reads yesterday. Her chat was awards on about Hassan being anti-black. No, but that sounds interesting. You've piqued my interest, Amasius. We're gonna get into that. Do a little bit of a chat scroll through just to see. Worse, main characters are just hot dudes. Oh, monster hunters. Are they like just regular humans? Are they also supernatural? Main characters are humans and brothers hunting runs in the family. In the beginning, they're human. That's a very funny way to answer that question. Anyway, okay. You have a link to the to the Joanne Reed thing. I'll bring up the close. Grab my Twitter real quick. Hassan Piger addresses racism rumors. Ooh, okay, come on. You know how to ping my interest. Dang. Okay, he's not getting ratioed in the comments of this. Hold on, I'll show you this. But like, he's getting some pushback. Last year, I hosted a team with Title 1 and did magical things together, winning a league tournament and losing at everything else. This year, he drafted a legal contract that I can no longer team up with him at any event, so I'm out for revenge. I'm captaining team beat Tyler 1 off to AT&T and Atlanta Cup, #sponsored. Dude, Peanut being in this ruins the whole event. Guy who just said some gross stuff. He's an absolute asshole. Big Peanut is in this. I'm good. Yeah, but you got the burnt peanut, not the faithful sheriff. #boycott it. But almost all your explicitly AT&T sponsor stuff is. I hope the botted nut can drop a few slurs for you. That would be some big time content in accordance to AT&T's values. Maybe they could air it on their news network OAN. That's so funny. That's so funny. That's hilarious. Pretty sure Brett Peanut is a Trump supporter, but what can we expect for the king of fence sitters Ludwig? #the usual suspects. Oof. Oof. Like, honestly, like, I can't defend Ludwig on this one. You know what I mean? Like, there's no defense here. Like, this, I think the people are correct. I think they're right. Ooh, we love some beef. AT&T. Yeah, but like, they got 3 likes. You know what I mean? So like, is that why you brought the guy who did Slur Saturday? Ooh. Ooh. Rough. Listen, I no lost love for AT&T for, you know, how they treat pro Palestinian creators. You know what I mean? Like, they can suck it. I just genuinely, genuinely, they can suck it. So, community gonna get some talking to. No. If he invited Hassan, then they would. You know, if they invited someone that said Palestinians deserve to live, then it would be a problem, right? Then it would be an issue. But no, Slur Saturday guy is fine. But yeah, anyway, we can jump back to this in a second. The defense I've seen is this isn't Lud's event. Lud is just in the event run by AT&T. He's a team captain, not the same event. Hidden just to hate at this point. That's not at all the case. This is his event. Like, Ludwig is the person who put this event on. Like, AT&T basically gave him a bunch of money, and he's running the event. Like, that's... He pitched the event. Like, okay, I don't know if he pitched the event, but, like, this is Ludwig's event. Like, what are we talking about here? That's huge, Cope. His AT&T partner, they sponsor all of his events. Not all of them. He has other sponsors for his events as well too. But what was I saying? Oh, we'll get to Hassan Piger address racism allegations, and we'll get to the Joy and Reed thing. Oh, yeah, we'll also get to Hassan in Congress. I talked about that yesterday because I wasn't here yesterday. I think it was this. Joy interview starts here. The longer it goes on, the more chat starts fighting black people need answers from Hassan Joy.
This is very exciting. It's
So that's on the docket. Also, shout out to the I also had this open for a reason. Shout out to that one person who bought this song on Bandcamp for $5. It's free. You didn't need to buy it. But shout out to whoever bought this song on Bandcamp for $5. Very cool of them. Should have waited until Bandcamp Friday, which is tomorrow. That's cheaper than a sub. It is cheaper than a sub, actually. I do think I got less than the sub usually is, though. Maybe. Hold on, let me check. A little bit of calculations. 69.7. Yeah, I got a little bit less than I usually get for a sub. It's only because Twitch made subs a little bit more expensive. But I still have to talk about it. I did not. It was bought by... I'm not gonna like actually who it was. But indubitably. And then we'll get to the... We'll get to the David stuff as well. We'll get to... We get to this Van Jones video on Hassan. They got a whopping like 50 views on YouTube. So he's getting my views, putting up Sean the Black numbers. Van wants to come on stream now? Stop. Of course he does. There's also this. And then there's this. Dang, this got 100 likes. This is a washed tweet for some reason.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Neko Captain Levi.
Yeah, there's a few things we want to cover today. What will he say? Would he be like, Hassan, I think you're anti-Semitic? Like, what is he going to say on Hassan's stream? Also, can I say, I hate the influencification of media. Like,
Hassan Piger has
terms.
caused a bunch of outrage by saying that he thinks Hamas is 1,000.
Like, hop off of our turf, Van Jones. And that's what's on everyone, up and coming small black creator, Van Jones. Is this an AI video? Was that AI? Actually, it may not be AI. It may be just like motion graphics. You know, the old school version of AI before the extent. But like, you know, is it really different? Who knows? It just does have one AI image in there. Again, okay, we'll get it later. The last part looks AI. It could also be CG. I'm just saying. AI wasn't always around, and they always make propaganda videos like this at some points. Where do we start? Where do my title start? Oh, okay. We can start with the Hassan stuff, and then get to the defense contractor left, or we can start with the defense contractor left, and then get to the Hassan stuff. Because there's a lot of Hassan stuff now. Oh, also I need to get to the freaking... Hold on. This as well. Isn't Hassan part of the defense contractor left? No. Let's start with the defense contractor left because it's a little bit funny. We'll start with this because I think it's a little bit humorous. And then we'll get into the Hassan stuff as well. Gosh darn it, there's 400 of you in here already. I guess y'all really want to see me talk about the freaking Ludwig's AT&T Annihilator Cup. So, don't worry, we'll get to it. We have to start with the news nobody cares about, like freaking Janet Mills dropping out in the DNC autopsy. Ooh, my freaking, ow, my knee. Did y'all hear that? Ready for Nyx? Nyx is with my mom. She doesn't like me anymore. But let's get to this tweet. Because this is a tweet that I saw that was kind of like crazy. She needs to cry. No, that was an accident. That was my knee that popped. This tweet is going around currently on a bunch of different accounts, but basically it's a piece of crowd work comedy, and you know how much I love crowd work comedy. But it really takes a turn if you haven't seen it, so I'm just gonna play it.
What are your jobs? I sold my soul, and I work for the defense contractor. You work for a defense contractor? Wow, that is not who I thought you were going to be. Can I get some pronouns going? She, her, okay, got it. Are you a trans woman? May I ask that? Is that right? You're a trans woman. Now, are you the only trans woman working at the defense contractor? No? There's just a defense contractor full of trans women? Just dropping bombs on brown people? trauma. How about those pronouns? Okay, so you make motors for what exactly? Rocket motors. Oh, rocket for rockets. So like when that school in Iran. Dude, that's a pickle for a liberal, don't you think? You're like, technically the motors were made by trans women, so... Who are you on the side of, liberals? But are you a liberal? Yeah. Okay. You're very leftist. But then help me understand the logic. But that's a lot. Isn't that a lot of money? I feel like... I feel like there's a middle ground somewhere in there. Are you like pro-capitalism? No, you hate capitalism. You just build rocket motors for our military? Have you had other jobs? What were those?
I will say it does really feel like a bit, to be entirely fair. It does feel like a bit.
You got radicalized at a Starbucks thing? It was local. Oh, sorry. How dare I accuse you of working at a terrible corporate entity like Starbucks? I don't understand you one little bit. You go to therapy. You talk about building the rocket motors in therapy? No, I talk about my trauma. Okay. Tell me what your trauma is. Your dad is your trauma? Yeah, you know what some people's trauma is? Getting hit by a highly propellant rocket.
So, I hate crowd work shorts, so my bias is already showing, to be fair. I also hate crowd work shorts. But, like, there's a lot to unpack in this conversation. There's a lot to unpack in this conversation. There's so much to unpack in this conversation. I love crowd work shorts. Some of them are fine. No, I don't. To be fair, I'm not a big like comedy person. Not like I don't like comedy, but I don't like comedy content. Right? I saw another one recently where like there was a guy who did crowd work where it was like he said a joke. He's like, "Oh, you didn't laugh. Why didn't you laugh? Oh, she's still not laughing over there. Look at her. She's not laughing." You know what I mean? Like that's the duality here of crowd work comedy. Sometimes have you not seen that? Okay, I'm just gonna find it. This is not the point of the conversation, but like here, it's literally titled "Triggered Girl at Comedy Show."
Are you triggered? Are you triggered?
Ambition TV just subscribed.
I thought that would happen quicker, to be honest, when I looked at you at the beginning. What do you think? Here, this is your moment to speak. What should happen now? If this was your... You're good? This is not okay. This is not okay. Do you have kids? Look, we can do this the easy way.
Yeah, that's the duality of like crowd work comedy. It goes on for like 3 minutes, by the way. It keeps going.
This is not funny. People are laughing, but this is wrong. This should be illegal. Think it should be illegal to do that? Make some noise if you think
it's because like it's the triggered woke liberal or whatever thing. It's just the anti-SJW thing. He's like, guys, look at this. But to be fair, he's being insanely clowned on. Like he got ratioed by 82,000 likes, saying, "I don't know, man. Looks like she's kind of just standing there quietly. Seems like you're crashing out over somebody making a facial expression." You know, like so he's being cooked. He's being cooked.
everything I should do should be illegal. And that's why we need the 51st state, folks. We need some freedom of speech. Make sure this creature doesn't get into fucking parliament. She'll take away our, if she had power, she would take away your rights immediately. What did you say? Nobody can say that ever again. Like, if she could freeze my bank account right now, she would freeze my bank account. Like, if she had the power to do it, she might actually. She kind of looks like she works at RBC. So she might.
What was that laugh?
I love that your friend here is like just trying not to laugh. So. And that's how much she likes you as a friend, because this is pretty funny, to be honest. Like, this is pretty entertaining. But you're upset.
The funniest part is that he's kind of also bombing with the people who are like chuckling as well. They're not like laughing. Like, compare this to like what the other guy was doing here. You know what I mean?
Your jobs.
I sold my soul, and I work for the contractor.
You work for a defense contractor? Wow, that is not who I thought you were going to be. Can I get some pronouns going? She, her, okay, got it. Are you a trans woman? May I ask that? Is that right? You're a trans woman. Now, are you the only trans woman working at the defense contractor? No? There's
Like
just
that's more like hearty laughter. What's up, Mason? You think he added the laugh track? I think there was like 2 people in there that was kind of chuckling. You know what I mean?
And she's like, I can't laugh because I want you to have, she wants you to have a good night. And I think you will have a good night. You got a see-through shirt on, tits out. I mean, go to King Street.
Okay, actually, to be fair, I think he might have added a laugh track there. Because I didn't see people laughing really.
You know, you'll end up on the 80th floor of some building with a bunch of Arab dudes in no time. Oh, all right. Really happy. Thank you, Toronto, USA. You were,
I didn't have a great time. What was wrong with it? He was making racist jokes. He's not from Canada. Try a different job.
So, is this an example of a good crowd work? No. Anyway, so that's the conversation about crowd work. Not truly important, but like he's getting kind of rolled right now. So take that as a little W. Anyway, back to this conversation of the defense contractor leftist. Okay. This actually comes as a part of an interesting conversation. Because this sparked a discourse. And if you know me, you know that I truly love discourse. It's my bread and butter.
defense contractor full of trans women? Just dropping bombs on brown people? How about those pronouns? Okay, so you make motors for what exactly? Rocket motors. Oh, rocket for rockets.
Okay. So okay. I think this is a good time to kind of actually bring up the tweet that I saw that I thought was so insane. Which means missiles. Yeah, I mean missiles, rockets. I think we get the idea. So the point is the not to be the joke explainer here, but the joke is about the dichotomy of how interesting it is to be like a leftist, progressive person, to be a marginalized person as a trans woman, but working at a war machine defense contracting, facility, making the rockets, like for killing brown people overseas. You know what I mean? It is basically this concept. More women jobs. We're not gonna play it all, obviously, because this is a 3-minute song. Speaking of rocket motors, like that's the most important part of the weapon. I mean, it's pretty important for the rockets to function, if I would say.
So like when that school in Iran, dude, that's a pickle for a liberal, don't you think? You're like, technically the motors were made by trans women, so... Who are you on the side of, liberals? But are you a liberal? Yeah. Okay. You're very leftist. But then help me understand the logic. But that's a lot.
So, okay. This kind of brings in the conversation, kind of like we were talking about last stream. Right?
Sean the Black says she's my African
The boy is not even
princess.
leftist. I think she
Snap
said she was
and crackle,
leftist
just
because
subscribe.
like it's easy to just, you know, to say like you're like, you know, you're like liberal adjacent or whatever. Right? I think that she identifies as a leftist. Right? I think that she identifies as leftist. I think that she views herself as a leftist person. But this kind of goes into a conversation that we talked about last stream a little bit. Snapcrackle, I think for the 7 months, and NBC thank you for the tier 1 as well for 7 months. But like, she's like, listen, I needed to join Raytheon. I needed to get a job at Raytheon because I had financial need. And it's like, I think you're right to be a little bit confused by that concept.
But that's a lot. Isn't that a lot of money? I feel like... I feel like there's a middle ground somewhere in there.
Right? And I think that's you know, okay.
You like pro-capitalism? No, you hate capitalism. You just build rocket motors for our military?
And then she's like anti-capitalist. Like, I hate capitalism. But no, you don't understand. You don't get it. I need to work at a defense contracting company making rocket motors for rockets that I know for a fact are going to bomb people overseas. I think we had a discourse on Twitter years ago of some of the same thing. It happens all the time, right? It happens all the time. It's been relitigated by this very clear example of a very interesting dynamic that we are seeing at play here. But yeah.
Have you had other jobs? What were those?
Okay, this was kind of just funny because it's just like more of like just the like, you know, like kind of the stereotype of like like not as a stereotype, but it's like it's kind of what people have said. Not even people, like Stacy said this on freaking Twitter yesterday. It was just like,
An anonymous user
you know,
gifted a tier
if
1
it's
sub
between
to Jimmy the
freaking like
Tourist.
working at Starbucks and, you know, having a defense contractor jobs, I think it's okay for you to be a defense contractor or whatever, like or something like that. You know, it's kind of like that. It's like, and it's just like what are we talking about? And so it was this conversation. I have Stacy Block. I can't even see this week. I have Stacy Block. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Or muted. No, blocked. I have Stacy blocked. Hold on. I have to find the tweet. Here. Go to high school with work for Martin Moretta, doing the same thing. Oh gosh darn it, this is not, I meant to do this. She got out after a year because she didn't want to be complicit. It was this tweet interaction being like, look at this obvious look at this lady's obvious evil. This lady's obviously evil, but I can't help but watch this video and think, wow, Instagram comedian who mainly does crowd work saw a trans woman in the audience and did his eyes lit up thinking like this is going to be great for engagement before beelining to her. I mean, I don't think this is like necessarily like, I don't want to say fair, but like, it's more like the implication that's like, if you're like a trans person, you can't be a part of crowd work. Like, it seems like an interesting, like, I'm not trans, so I can't speak on that. But like, it's like, sorry, if you're if you're trans, you can't be a part of crowd work, because if you are a part of crowd work, then they were, targeting you on the basis of being trans. Because like they're a crowd work comedian. They do crowd work. So that's a little bit, I don't know. That seems a little bit interesting to me. But that's not even what I want to. Are they implying that they look trans? How would he know that she's trans? I don't know. And then Stacey said, "Let's all point and laugh at the clocky trans women who dares have a regular job while having political beliefs that war is bad." See, this is what got Stacey into a lot of heat, because it's like, one, this is not a regular job, and two, this is also not a regular job. Like, this is the problem with like the way that some people weaponize and utilize like no ethical consumption under capitalism to like justify being like the as bad of a person as they possibly could be. You know what I mean? I just want to be clear that trans women are marginalized in the workplace, so it makes us more likely to take these jobs to kill people, coding, military tech, or be sexualized on the verge of death by violence or poverty. That being said, most of us refuse to do levels of hate and shit. I also guarantee you that this is a white woman. I mean, sure, like that also applies to like, women in general and black people and all marginalized people who have a harder time getting employment. I don't necessarily think that like, I think once you start committing harm against other people, right, and you understand that harm, you have to understand that people are going to have an issue with that. Not saying that you're not saying that. I know you are saying that, and we agree, right? But like, because I think that like does a disservice to like all the trans people who do understand that like that causes harm to people and that's bad, and they don't go on that path, because those people exist as well. There's so much pink washing in those industries. Lockheed Martin is a 10 out of 10 LGBTQ safety rating. The Human Rights Campaign, libqueer.org. Yeah. Oh, they can't find the page. Did the Human Rights Campaign block me? Am I blocked by the HRC? Hold on. Deserved. Yeah. Nope, it says that we can't find the page. Is it just me? Am I actually blocked by the HRC? That's how bad looked took it down. Oh, we look at the Wayback Machine. Wayback Machine. It's loading. Works for me? Really? Maybe I am blocked by the HRC. No, it still says it on the Wayback Machine too. Nope, still blocked. Now the page is gone. Yeah, I'll take your word for it. Browser issue? No, I've tried on my Firefox and my Chrome. I mean, so if somebody can see it, then put a screenshot on Imgur or something. Imgur, whatever the image site is. You know what I'm talking about. But like, yeah.
You got radicalized at a Starbucks?
And it died at the end of the URL. Oh, that's so weird. Because Chatterino doesn't have the dot in it. Oh, Chatterino doesn't include the dot. That's why it didn't work. That makes sense. Thank you, Chatter. Lockheed Martin is a 100 unverified score in 2026. 25 out of 25 points for an inclusive workplace. 50 out of 50 for inclusive benefits for Lockheed Martin. Guys, Lockheed Martin, aerospace and defense. They're great for human rights campaign. What a great workplace to work for. Right, but it's like that conversation, W queer rights. But it's like that conversation, right? It's like, regardless of the other stuff, do you really think that building rocket motors is a regular job? Compared to like OnlyFans and barista, etc., yes, it's a boring big girl corporate job. This is why liberals get no respect from me. Just zero respect from me. Like, what are we talking about here? Especially for the tag, like, if you want to read it. We are white trans women, just one of the groups that white people see things very differently happening to us versus other kinds of white folks, outside of homeless and disabled folks, which we also make up a good majority of. In terms of unemployment, so white trans women whose brains are rigged can't cope with it and full of weird pull towards this shit. Like, some really dumb, greedy, evil, cowardly white men will be like, why are other white people doing so well and I'm not? So they justify it to themselves. Yeah, that's insanity, right? And to be fair, like, even this person in the crowd work understands that it's not good. That's why she starts it by saying that she sold her soul, you know?
I sold my soul.
So, like, why Stacey is, like, defending this person by being like, it's just a normal job, doesn't make any sense. Right? Like, no, it's just a normal job. It's just a normal, boring job. Like, no. No, it's literally not that. If someone makes it worse, I think it makes it different, right? Because, like, you have self-awareness and doing it anyway, which makes it bad. And then you have, like, feigned ignorance and willful ignorance. Because I know you understand that it's bad and you're pretending that it's bad, like Stacey's doing, right? And it's also bad. They're both bad in different ways, right? So it's hard for me to say which one is specifically worse. But I can see that argument. It's a boring big girl corporate job that, and there are a lot of companies that turn their nose up at us, but defense contractors don't as much because it's hard work. And it's hard out here for trans girls in tech. I'll defend any trans girl who was able to hack it out for a real living for herself in any way without being dependent on their loved ones. Like, I'm sorry. No. You don't get a defense contractor pass. You know what I mean? White trans men do something similar where they choose to align with masculinity over their transes and don't use their privilege to protect us at all. I'm not getting into trans man discourse or trans men discourse. That's not... I've seen it happening on Twitter recently with the blue person. I'm not getting into it. But I just know I do see it. And it said the rockets she builds hit people that look like me. Would you respect someone who works for Thistle Krupp back in the 30s and 40s because their benefits package was really good? I'd be thrilled to find out any trans person survived Nazi Germany no matter what they had to do. This is the craziest one. I would be thrilled to find out any trans woman survived Nazi Germany no matter what they had to do. This is insane. This is certifiably insane. Crazy. Right? When people talk about and like when someone references like standpoint theory and like identity politics, like usually it's not in like, you know, cases where it's like it gets to like a level of 11 out of 10, you know? This is a level 11 out of 10 where it's like, listen. Like, it's like taking like the concept like I support anybody black to like I support anybody black, even if they're, you know, a Nazi or whatever. Like, it's just like, but like actually saying, he's like, listen, if trans women had to be Nazis in Nazi Germany, they had to do what they had to do. Like, I think she's a bad person. I mean, we know Stacey's a bad person for how she defended Kamala Harris and Joe Biden during the genocide. Like we know that that's the case. But like, that is insane. That's an insane thing for you to say. That is a crazy thing for you to say. I can't parse what she means there. Can you explain? She's saying that if a trans woman had to like work at Auschwitz, right, in order to survive like the Holocaust, then that's what they had to do. Even if it meant, you know, ushering other marginalized people into like, you know, the death camp. That is what she's saying. She's saying even if a trans woman had to be directly complicit in the murder of millions of people, that's okay with Stacey because you did what you had to do to survive. Right? Even though we know the Nazis killed trans people too. That's the first books that they burned. Like, so like it's weird to even run this hypothetical situation. It literally doesn't make sense. Literally doesn't make sense. Every time I hear this liberal justification for this stuff, I think of Boots Riley. It makes zero sense.
What are you studying?
She's basically saying it's okay if a trans woman was only following orders. Yeah. And that's crazy. That is a crazy thing to say.
Come
on, Monster.
What are you studying?
Come on, Monster. Hey. Well, I'm studying because I think the death penalty is a horrific thing and I want to do something about it.
Like what?
It'll be a while until it's abolished all over.
Okay.
So, I'm studying to be an executioner.
Oh.
Capital punishment is such a horrific thing. If I can, as an executioner, change things up a little bit, making their deaths a little less painful, that's a victory.
But they'll still be...
Most executioners use the Harcourt method. Prisoner lays down, they're strapped in, they wrap the tourniquet, and immediately inject at a 36-degree angle into the vein. The Stavlisi method is more humane. The prisoner's strapped in, tourniquet applied. We place our left hand on the heart of the prisoner so they don't feel alone. And then we inject at a more awkward for us, but gentler for them, 20-degree angle.
Does everyone calculate you tell good people to join ICE to mitigate damage? You are lying to me. You are lying to me. You are lying to me. I don't believe you. 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 It was 2 months ago. I do not believe you. That would be insane. That would be insane. That would be crazy. To be entirely fair, like, when you find a clip, yes, you have to at this point. You have to at this point. You gotta find the clip. Like, that's crazy. Were you surprised Conklin had a bad take? No, I'm not surprised that Conklin had a bad take. Right? But that is a uniquely bad take. You know, people can have bad takes. That's fine, right? That is a uniquely bad take. That's a step above a bad take. Like, that's craziness.
Some people go for pie in the sky. I just want practical solutions.
I mean, yeah, it's exactly like that. Ooh, I do want to see this. Where'd it go? I don't know where it went. Mr. Beast. I don't know where that. I think I closed it. Whatever. Yeah, like that's craziness. This is like equally as crazy. To be fair, that this is even more crazy than either of the examples we just heard. Being like, listen, a trans woman's got to do what a trans woman's got to do when talking about Nazi Germany. We're just taking the blue versus red button debate. We'll get to it later. I do have a take on that. This is absolutely out of mind as usual. What is this? This is Stacey, like, defending like trans women as Nazis because, you know, at least you survived Nazi Germany. I think you read all the time, not gonna lie. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Hold your takes. Hold your takes. But that's sort of like this kind of conversation. It's kind of interesting that like this person is like she's pro or anti-capitalism, right? She's very leftist as she's described herself, and it's just like the money's just very good, so I gotta do it.
I feel like there's a middle ground somewhere in there. Are you like pro-capitalism? No, you hate capitalism. You just build rocket motors for our military. Have you had other jobs? What were those? You got radicalized at a Starbucks thing? It was local. Oh,
This was actually the funniest part of the entire conversation, where it's like, listen, I may be a defense contractor leftist, but don't you dare say I worked at a Starbucks. Don't you ever dare say I worked at a Starbucks. Never that company.
Oh, sorry. How dare I accuse you of working at a terrible corporate entity like Starbucks? I don't understand you one little bit. You go to therapy.
This is also funny.
You talk about building the rocket motors in therapy. Okay.
This was also hilarious. It was like, you talk about the rocket motor thing at the therapy? Like, no, talk about my actual trauma, not that stuff. not the stuff that doesn't matter. I'm talking about my actual trauma.
Tell me what your trauma is. Your dad is your trauma? Yeah, you know what some people's trauma is? Getting hit by a highly propellant rocket.
And it's kind of funny that like there are some people who are like getting mad at this, but I feel like those same people wouldn't have the same energy at the same crowd work that like calls out like Israelis or like IDF soldiers. You know what I mean? Like, cause those happen. Those are there. Like you have like crowd work comedians who like call out Israelis who are like, you know, like yeah, I just got out of the IDF, you know. You know, and like they probably get mad at that too. Nah, I mean maybe we're speaking about like, in a generality. But like, it's kind of like the same concept. Of course, that it's easier for people to point at foreigners and not one of our own, which is why I'm not going to get into the Grand Platner discourse again today. But I do think it's similar. I do think, speaking about the defense contractor leftist, I don't think this person is dissimilar from Grand Platner.
Wow, that is not...
I don't. Right? But I think it's easier to laugh at this person because of the dichotomy between her being a trans woman defense contractor and Grand Platner being a white guy. Right? Because of like the higher expectation that people have of like marginalized people to be woke. And so when you have like a trans woman defense contractor, it's like a, wow, but you're a trans woman though. And when you see Grand Platner who joins Blackwater at, you know, 30 something years old after having his awakening that the war is bad, then it's like, yeah, but that's okay though, you know? That's fine. You know? He's just a small bean baby. He's just a small bean baby. So, she's an active defense contractor right now, though. Okay, but in 5 years, are you going to be like, that's fine, it's what she's doing? What Grand Platner did was worse. Like, I'm sorry. He was actively over there, committing the crimes himself. What he actively did was worse. So, Chad, don't you know there's a statute of limitation on being a bad person? There's a statute of limitation that it's being a bad person. Once 5 years pass, you can't do any criticism. No criticizing anymore. If something happened 5 years ago It's over. It's done. You have to forget about it. Keep that in mind. He was 35 years young. Yeah, he was just a baby. He was just a poor baby. She could be a leftist, but she should not be. Shouldn't be running for anything. I mean, I do think it's a little bit insane to call yourself a leftist while actively working at a defense contracting company. Like, because like she understands that it's bad, right? And this is my problem. It's like this is the issue with this entire conversation. It's like people take this idea and this concept of like no ethical consumption under capitalism to its extreme. They're like, oh, so that means that I can literally like join ICE and terrorize these communities, or like join the police because no ethical consumption, right? Or as we saw in the clip, freaking, I can be an executioner and change it from the inside because it's fine, it's chill, right? Like, that's insanity. That's craziness. What is she intentionally messing up the motors and making them malfunction? She's not doing that. All right, let's be serious here. Let's be serious here. But like, if you have an awareness, this is the way I feel, right? It's why I have leeway for especially young people. Like if you're like 16, 17, 18 years old and you were inundated with American propaganda, I can understand how you come out thinking that the military does good things. And once you join the military, you're in there for 6 to 8 years, right? And so if you leave, you get court-martialed, you get thrown in jail. So like, I can still think that like, once you get radicalized, you should still leave. You know, take the heat, take the L. But like, I can have a little bit more understanding for that person who at 17 years old signed on with their parents' consent, and then was shipped off to freaking Afghanistan or whatever. Like, I can understand that. Right? That falls apart for like domestic jobs. So Chatter yesterday or 2 days ago asked me like, what's the difference between like the military and like ICE? Where it's like, there is zero consequence legally for like quitting your defense contracting job. You know, in the same way, like, think about landlords. Would you accept a landlord leftist? Would you accept a landlord leftist? You know how we said that landlords only, and like capitalists' only, their biggest fear is becoming a worker? That's what they have to worry the most about? You mean accept? As in like, be like, yeah, that person is a valid leftist. Do we have the same logic applied to ideas soldiers too? You can argue that they're heavily propagandized since birth. I mean, to a certain extent, right? Not saying that they're awarded any grace, but like, my point is that like, understanding how they got there, right, is important to understanding how to fix the system. Okay. You know? But yeah, to a certain extent, it does also still apply. Right? I'm not saying that it defends what they're doing, but to a certain extent, we can understand, right, how they have arrived at that position as a youngin. Now, I'm not gonna say you need to cry for like IDF soldiers. In the same way that I'm not saying you need to cry about veterans, right? I've at no point do I say you need to cry at veterans or current soldiers. Like especially if you are descendant of somebody who lived in the Middle East, or if you're from the Middle East, or if you are a part of a country that the U.S. has bombed or whatever, I'm never gonna sit there and be like, you need to be nice to U.S. soldiers. Like, that's so silly, right? I'm not doing that, you know? However, like, I think understanding the propaganda that goes into getting people to one way is important in the totality of how these systems work. You know? So what was the timestamp? I was listening. It started at 6:11. 6:11. Okay, hold
on. Let's talk a little bit about ICE. So, 175,000 Americans allegedly have applied for jobs at ICE. 175,000. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something. That 175,000 very likely are the dregs of society. They are the dregs of society. They are the alcoholics and the abusers and the fucking Proud Boy members and the KKK members and, you know.
I can see this is going already. Leftists, we need to join ICE. We can change it from the inside. We can make it better.
Old, fat, white dudes from Tennessee with a beer gut. Like, that's who these fucking people are. So, what I want to say to you guys is, I really hope that we have some good people who are signing up for jobs at ICE, because we need somebody there to be the last line of defense. We need somebody there to temper the insanity. We need people there to counter their unprofessionalism with professionalism. And that's what
Chat, you need to join the Waffen SS. Stop what you're doing right now. You need to join the Waffen SS right now. You need to do it. You need to join them right now. You need to join them. It's imperative. You must join. You must join the Waffen SS. I don't want to. Doesn't matter. You must. There are bad people there. We need good people in the Waffen SS. We need good Gestapo members to combat their bad Gestapo members. It's imperative. It's imperative. Join the KKK. Chat, we need you. Think about it right now. Just think about it logically, right? The only people who are currently in the KKK right now are the racists. You don't want that. Right? We need some good people in the KKK, all right? I'm hoping right now that some of you leftists right now are signing up for the KKK. Why are you not signing up for the KKK? We need to change the Klan from the inside. We need to shift the dynamics. Only the dregs of society currently are signing up for the KKK. That is so funny. That is hilarious. I don't know how I haven't seen this before. That is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life.
That's what we're seeing now, by the way. We're seeing a lot of, there's now a big beef between cops and ICE, and it's understandable that that's the case. They're encroaching on the territory of the cops, and they're wildly unprofessional, and they're committing crimes, and they're causing problems, which makes the life of cops way harder. So these 175,000 Americans.
Whatever happened to ACAB, bro? Like, this is what's so weird to me, right? This is what's so weird to me, right? That, remember when I told you that, like, I don't think he's a cop lover, right? You're curious why when he say to join ICE to take them down, not make them professional? Because he's not saying to join them to take them down. I don't think he wants them to. He's not going to tell his audience to, like, join ICE to start, pulling grenade pins and, like that one movie scene or whatever. Like, he's not going to tell his audience to do that. Like, that's not the case. Kyle is that he calls himself a libertarian leftist, and as of the past few years, has just been incredibly liberal. I don't think Kyle's ever been ACAB, but I might be wrong. What do you mean? You can't be a leftist and not be ACAB. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is what I said before. I say all the time that the left has abandoned like the police abolition movement. This is actually a video that I'm working on. Right? Do you remember 8 Can't Wait? This? I wanted to like go through this and just see like how like effective and successful was like the Black Lives Matter movement, including things like 8 Can't Wait, and like how quickly this was abandoned. Just like a retrospective, something that I'm thinking about. But currently, I'm working on a video about like I think I titled it. I can find it. I can find it. Excuse me. It's loading. It's loading. Oh, why does the left always concede on language? That's the current video that I'm working on. We're about 5 pages in so far. It probably won't be that long of a video. But like this is kind of a crazy thing. This is kind of a little bit insane. Which dropped pretty fast a few months after the protest. Libs took over and it died.
They're causing problems, which makes the life of cops way harder. So these 175,000 Americans, they're basically signing up to be the Gestapo. Make no mistake about it. They are signing up to ruin the lives of black people and brown people and liberals and lefties and people using their First Amendment free speech rights. That's what they're doing.
Do you know how insane it would be if during 2020 people were like, guys, we need to join the police. We need to join the police. I want to see y'all joining the police right now.
So I hope, again, some of you out there
who were saying that, and it was equally as insane,
will sign up as a good person and basically be a double agent, if you will, and basically try to keep a lid on the worst elements of it. And I came to this position because that's what one of the soldiers said. Remember that video I played for you guys from Status Coup of a black veteran? And he basically convinced me that we need a bunch of good people in the military and the National Guard so that when...
No. Okay. This is so silly because even with that dynamic, that's for the people who are already there. They're not saying you need to join the military to be a good person in the military. They're saying if you were already there, because you can't leave, right? The best thing you can do, the second best thing you can do is try to like hold back the tides of like the fascist government as it exists. You know, the expansion of American empire. ICE is a purely voluntary pursuit that you can leave whenever you want to. Unlike the military, where you are contracted to stay in for at least 6 years, right? I think some contracts are for 4 years, 4, 6, 8 years, right? Right. For those people, maybe that dynamic would work. But you don't join the Gestapo to change it from the inside. What are we talking about? What are we... am I tripping? Maybe I'm tripping here. Maybe I'm tripping here.
When you're ordered to do something illegal or unconstitutional, you say no, basically. You reject the order.
But like, what does that do? Like, is he hoping that theoretically that like, if all 175,000 people just like said no and dropped their guns, they couldn't do anything? Like, okay, maybe in a purely idealistic world, like there would be like 3 instances where maybe this would happen, theoretically speaking. Like, has this happened at all in the 6 months since? Like, I don't know. I haven't seen it, but I'll see how it go. Leftist join the police, gets on a patrol, basically does nothing for months or years, possibly gets seen as some kind of abuse of power. Leftist cops reports abuse, subsequently gets ostracized by the rest of the force, includes leadership, gets at best gets reassigned, at worst gets 5150. Yeah, if it lasts that long in the first place. And we're talking about not even the police this time, about ICE, which we know that is completely unaccountable. Like, Kyle's making on a no I'm Spartacus moment within ICE. Yeah, it's like, guys, shoot those protesters. And it's like, no, I won't do it. Rip off my helmet. I have a Pepsi. Like, it's like, that's what he's like hoping for. It's like, yeah, thank you, Kendall Jenner, for this Pepsi. Like, now joining as an informant is a different matter entirely and is a legit piece of journalism. But even then, like, how useful would that be, you know? More than just being an actual journalist. You feel me? Like, this is genuinely insane. We won't spend that much more time on it, but like, it's such a silly thing.
You can't do that if it's all only the bad guys in these agencies. So we need a little bit of that going on, man. In fact, we need a lot of bit of that going on. So 175,000, stop and think about that. That is a domestic ICE Gestapo, the ICE Stapo force is what they've just created. All right, now speaking of cops versus ICE.
Like, I'm sorry, this is just a white take, right? I won't quote Frogan here because Twitch will clap me up, but Frogan was correct on that phrase. This is a white take. Like, ICE isn't like, you know, marching through Kyle Clancy's neighborhoods, you know. He's not worried. It's not going to affect him or impact him in that regard. You know, like, the whole, like, we need good guys in the Gestapo. It's such a privileged take that it's just so insane.
ICE arrested a police officer in a Chicago suburb and accused him of being in the U.S. illegally. Now, here's the biggest problem that they're going to run into, though.
Okay, I think that's it for that. Like, maybe Kyle, I think, is so labor pilled that he thinks it works like union salting. Maybe. That's like, yeah, very, very charitable to Kyle here. But like, anyway, that's the defense contractor left conversation. I think I said all I needed to say about this. And we kept it under an hour this time. So, W, I think. I didn't mean to close that. I didn't even know what I closed. Yeah. We covered this. Covered these two. We'll talk about Ken Martin in a second. Takeaway from ICE. Cops fighting ICE is let them fight because they both suck. The thing about it is that, like, the cops just back down and let ICE do whatever they want to do anyway. Van Jones talking about Hassan. Well, apparently he wants to go on the stream now, so that's going to be a thing. We're going to get to that. First, we're going to start with, we're going to close the Lubbock tab. You talked about Lubbock enough. First, we're going to start with Hassan's anti-black racism allegations. So apparently Hassan got Jasmine Crockett streamed on YouTube. Bro, she wants to be a YouTuber so bad. Hop off my what's it called? Again? Yeah, it's back. It's back. Well, this time Hassan apparently addressed the the did the title in this change? Am I tripping? I'm pretty sure this title said timestamped it for you. With the A/B test. I'm pretty sure the title was something different. But I can't verify because I closed the tab over here. But we'll look at it. We'll look at it. I don't want to get to the. Well, we'll start with seeing. We'll start with this. I want to see the chat replay.
You know, I
from Joy-Ann Reid's chat when Hassan on Joy-Ann Reid.
How are you? Welcome to the show.
So as we speak. Him?
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Hey, we got you. We got you. How are you?
Okay, perfect. Hi, thank you for having me. That was
I think I saw somebody say, wait, is he racist or not? So some people are saying it. He is a racist. Thing he said about the black community makes me not a fan. I liked him, but I'll stay to give my sister Joy my support.
Fantastic introduction.
Right, user.
And I'm honored to be here. This is very exciting. It's you know, I put myself down as dangerous radical.
The context is let's discuss his anti-black comments, please. Context is Hassan went on Joy-Ann Reid's show talking about a few things. And apparently the chat got a little bit divided at a certain point.
In my title, but I guess your producers changed that and they thought, you know, it's better to put Twitch streamer and political commentator down there.
I didn't see dangerous radical.
One of the comments under the interview she uploaded. Yo. Hassan Piger in New York City to bring awareness to the deed theft on Wednesday. Fundraise for Chris Rabb for Congress in Philly on Thursday. And fundraise for Cori Bush in St. Louis on Friday. Rally with Jamal Bowman in San Francisco and Canada on Sunday. Hold on. All travel and hotel out of his pocket, including his cameraman's pay. He's been doing this for a while now. A lot of big names are not using their platform like this. People who say he's anti-black because of 30-second clips fell for Fox News Zionist corporate dem propaganda, and I challenge you to watch him for yourself. He's shooting for 40K viewers for 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, 11 a.m. PT. So this is all true, but I have two concerns. One concern. This is true. It all comes out of his pocket, but he is a multi-freaking millionaire, dog. Like, no beef. I think he can afford it to a certain extent. And two, right? I think that again, I think there are certain things that like Hassan has said that has, you know, has fit into his blind spot that, you know, weren't good. And so I don't think all of the Hassan's anti-black comments comes from like 30-second clips, because Hassan does get himself in hot water when he pops off sometimes, which I think he understands, right? And so I think this comment is mostly correct, right? I think the comment is mostly correct, right? But I do think that I think this is a problem with a lot of Hassan fans don't really understand, is that like they think that like these things come out of nowhere, right? And they don't come out of nowhere. You know? Saying it all comes out of his pocket is redundant. I guess they're saying that he isn't paid by candidates or PACs. He has multiple clips that one time at TYT, I'm shocked that they haven't seen yet. I would say I wouldn't say he's anti-black, but you need to be able to call out when he's out of line. That's kind of that's where my position is, right? I also don't think Hassan is anti-black, but I do think that sometimes he pops off, right? And sometimes he'll say things, because he's not black, he'll say things that don't fall inside of his lived experience and that can be taken a certain way, right? And for the most part, I think he does well in acknowledging it. I think he could be better in instances for sure. And the biggest beef is that like the chat will then treat any criticism as like completely invalid when that's not necessarily the case, right? And which I tell him about his bio, he refuses to acknowledge. Sorry, he just pops off. Yeah, and then the other half of the chat would just be like, "You have no reason to apologize." Like the white half of the chat would be like, "You're fine, Hassan. You didn't do anything wrong." You know, and then it kind of just leads to this consistently blowing up, right? So this comment is, for the most part, it's fine. It's good, right? I agree with a lot of it, right? But there are certain things like when you do mess up that you have to acknowledge that like, hey, you know, there are bad things here. And at this point now, right, even though I think a lot of it does come from these 30-second clips, right? I think a lot of it does come from these 30-second clips, right? What you have to understand is that even if all of it came from these 30-second clips, right, that's what a lot of people's perception is now and reality is now. And you have to kind of operate based on how they perceive you, right? You're not gonna like convince black people you're not anti-black by not engaging with how they perceived you, right? It's like, okay, imagine if, well, let's say this scenario. Imagine if you got a streamer out of TTS and they were like, "Thank you, Nick, for that $20 dono," right? And then that got clipped out and sent to everybody. And then they were like, "Oh, why did this person say Nika? I don't know if I really like that." Right? And your response to that is just like, you know, not like, I can understand why you would think that. I would never say the N-word, you know. This was clipped out of context, but it's just like everybody being like, "You're stupid for believing this. How dare you believe this?" That's not going to fix the perception of how it's being perceived in the first place. Does that make sense? Right? Is that like the way you react to being perceived as racism or getting racism allegations will like pull black people one way or the other about like, oh, this person is reacting very weirdly about being called racist. I don't know how I feel about that. Right? I don't know. That's a little bit weird to me. You know? And that's kind of where a lot of the issues like come from, I think. Right? Ow. Does that make sense? So I also don't think Hassan is like anti-black racist. Like I think that is a little bit silly, right? But I can see how a different version of me who didn't know who Hassan was, I can see how that person came to that conclusion, right? That's where I'm a little bit different than a lot of Hassan's chat, right? It's where I'm a little bit different than this person. I don't think Hassan's anti-black racist because I know Hassan. I can see how somebody can come to that conclusion. I can see how my friends would come to that conclusion, right? I have a friend that watches a lot of Hassan's content, but they're like, I don't know if I can watch this anymore just because of the way that he reacts to some of these things, right? And so those are the kind of things that you kind of have to think about and consider. And that's not all like a part of like the propaganda from Fox News or whatever, you know? And this is all stuff that is good. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, Hassan shouldn't be doing these things, right? Like, Hassan, like, doing a fundraiser with Corey Bush and rallying with Jamal Bowman. Like, that is all good stuff. However, and that's why I think this is a white chatter, that does not wash away, right? They're like, you know, if somebody views Hassan as anti-black, right? If they're like, I think Hassan has done this thing that's anti-black, him just doing these other things with black people does not fix that in their mind, right? That has to be addressed head on, right? That kind of reads a little bit like, yeah, like I have black friends, right? Even though that's not what it is, that's how it reads to people. And I think a big problem is a lot of people don't understand how it comes across to black people because they're not black, and nor do they care about listening to black people, right? And if you look online, even a lot of black people online that like Hassan will say these things, right? They will say these things, right? Like they're like again, like, I think a good example is like Think Peace Tribe had a TikTok video talking about Hassan and his reaction to Rama in the N-word conversation, right? And Think Peace Tribe likes Hassan, right? He's a Hassan fan, and he was also saying like similar things that I've said about the reaction there. And there were people who were putting him in this box of like, oh, he just doesn't like Hassan or whatever, or like this is a part of like a 30-second clip compilation or whatever. Or it's like, I think it also kind of puts black people in this like kind of mindset of like being stupid. You know, it's like black people are like allowed to like watch Hassan, see something Hassan said, and then not like it. You know, this idea that like black people are just like these unwitting pawns in this game, they're just being spoon-fed propaganda and are unable to think for themselves is a little bit silly. There are people like that. Don't confuse me. There are people who do that, right? For sure, right? But there is some truth to the fact that there are some things that Hassan has said that can be perceived in a certain way, and I can understand why they've been perceived that way, right? And that is a perception that Hassan has to fix with those people. You know? That's just it. So, that's my take on this comment. Overall, I think it's a good comment, but I have certain things that I would tweak in it, personally. But I'm pretty sure Hassan speaks on like the allegation specifically here, but I do want to see a few of the comments in this section as well. I think they know the head. I have a lot of charity for Hassan, so I'm of the opinion that he can absolutely respond to criticism in good faith. These are paying attention to the chat, and I find myself watching him less and less. I will say the chat, like, and to be fair, I'm very hard on the chat a lot of the time. A lot of the chat is very nice. A lot of the chat is very nice, and they're very cool. There's 40,000 people in there, right? As an amorphous blob, they will operate as a certain way in any regard. You're gonna find thousands of people who do certain things in the entirety of the chat holistically, right? But the issue is when like that perception leaves the Hassan community, and a lot of the Hassan chatters don't understand the perception that's leaving the Hassan community. All they see is what they see from within the community. They see the full context. They see like Hassan, the way Hassan engaged with haters, right? They see the consistent like 8 to 10 hour streams, right? And they expect that from everybody else, right? So even this comment that says, you know, watch him for yourself. He streams for 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days. If we're being entirely honest, most people are not gonna do that, right? Good or bad, whatever. Most people are not gonna do that, and they can't do that, right? They just fundamentally cannot, right? They can't get the full context, right? Most Hassan fans, Hassan has like 3 million followers on Twitch. Like most people who watch Hassan are watching through the clips or watching through subsects of the content. You know what I mean? And so, like, the point that I want to make with this is that there's a different perception leaving Hassan's community, right, than what the people who watch Hassan see. And I've said this forever, right? Hassan has this perception of being anti-black. He just does. That he has that perception. That is how he's positioned. Right? That's something that has to be addressed. Like head on. You know? And it's not as simple as being addressed by being like, you know, oh, you know, this was out of context. You know what I mean? Like that's it cannot be dispelled in the same manner as anti-Semitism. Yeah. He's also seen as anti-white and American. Yeah, but like that doesn't matter to people. Like genuinely, like nobody cares about Hassan being anti-white or anti-American. Truly, Hassan being anti-black does matter. I'll say it. That doesn't matter to Hassan. I don't think Hassan cares about coming across as anti-white, anti-American. I think he cares about coming across as anti-Semitic, but I think he knows that he's not anti-Semitic. I think Hassan being called anti-black does, like, not necessarily get to him, but it does frustrate him. You know? It does frustrate him because, like, he looks at it as, like, I've done, like, this work for, like, against racism, like, anti-racism. And it's frustrating that I have this perception, right? And it's in a similar way that, like, white people just don't like being called racist in general. I think anti-Semitism accusations are similar as well. Yeah, but I think that's a little bit more cut and dry, that it's like it's done for cynical purposes. You know what I mean? Where like you can see where like the anti-Semitism allegations are coming from. And so I think it's easier to like deal with in that regard. Where like the anti-black allegations just kind of like, they kind of like simmer and fester in the underneath a little bit. Because a Black Twitter hates me attitude. Yeah. And so the percentage of cynicism in the anti-Semitic allegations versus the anti-black allegations are also vast. Yeah. Like the amount of people that actually genuinely are like, Hassan is anti-Semitic and believe it are pretty low compared to the black people who think that he's actually anti-black. You know what I mean? Like there'll be people who are like, Hassan is anti-Semitic and they're anti-Semitic themselves. Right? They're like, they're Nazis who will call Hassan anti-Semitic. Right? But like, they're like, for the anti-black allegation, there are genuinely black people who think Hassan is anti-black. And that feels real. You know? That feels like a thing that's like actually happening. Which is why I wanted to see this, which is seeing like what Joy and Reed's community is actually saying about it. Because it essentially, if you go on freaking threads, you will see it. Right? The anti-Semitism accusation come from the media apparatus, while the anti-black accusation comes more from chat, and that's why it bothers him more, in my opinion. I can see that.
I'm going to have to talk to my producers because I would have preferred to say dangerous radical. I'm going to read you the intro. Joining me now is dangerous radical Hassan Piger, who scares the crap out of everybody left and right. Before I get to the Cuba piece, why do you suppose people are so obsessed with you? Why are you that dude that's causing all that conversation? What are you doing?
Hey, wait, that's one of my chatters.
I think to
Yusified. I think they're in here right now. Let's go to zoom a little bit.
To explain it in the shortest way possible, I'm unbought and unbossed, and that is precisely the reason why I'm uncontrollable. I'm only accountable to my own opinion, to my own integrity, to my own audience, and that is a very frustrating phenomena that a lot of the Democratic Party has never had to deal with. For the longest time, they were the gatekeepers of appropriate conversations, and they could just cast aside voices on the sidelines that wanted more from the Democrats, that wanted a more responsive party, that wanted a party to focus on the working class. They could determine the conditions. They could
I don't
determine
think it's necessarily like, I'm not saying you're incorrect. I think it's like, and this is where I think Hassan is a little bit different than like positions like somebody like Vosh and definitely something like Destiny, where it's like, I don't think like anything Hassan has said that like has positioned himself against the black community is out of malice, right? I think Destiny is racist because he wants to like be like be racist, right? He thinks that like being a racist makes him like edgy and makes him cool or whatever, right? I think any missteps that Hassan has made is because, like genuinely because he just doesn't have that full perspective. He has a blind spot for those things. You know what I mean?
what kind of concessions they would give to the working class, and now they have a megaphone that hasn't that doesn't have any sort of corporate sponsorships whatsoever,
and is stand out. I mean, yeah. Also, he's a racist. To be fair, like
entirely funded by his own audience, and that is terrifying for a lot of people. And of course, one of the major issues that even Ken Martin was just talking to the Podjons about is this autopsy that I think we all know revealed a lot of information about the Democratic Party's allegiance to Israel's genocide and how that may have played a really negative role.
But I said that I don't think it's malice.
And a huge role in the loss that Kamala Harris withstood in front of an incompetent fascist by the name of Donald Trump.
Do you consider yourself a Democrat, or are you DSA? Like, what do you hold to a political party?
I am I'm organization agnostic, is what I say. I mean, I work most commonly with the DSA, but I work with the Democrats, and the DSA obviously filters their
okay, this is where it changes apparently. So yeah, you have a few Kamala Harris supporters here. I don't know much about this about him, but I've seen many things about racist rhetoric towards Black people. It would be nice for him to clear that up. I'm not a fan of this guy. He don't like us. Right? Get this racist fool off of your show. Like, see, this is the problem. This is the issue. This is a perception that he has, right? For our audience of Black libs. I mean, it's Joy-Ann Reid, so yes. Yes. Joy-Ann Reid is a Black liberal herself.
through the Democratic Party's machine. But I work with PSL as well, Party for Socialism and Liberation. I have, I work with anybody and everybody that wants to fight fascism in this country. I'm an anti-fascist first and foremost.
So, it's interesting. I was reading your bio, and what's interesting is, I'm Generation X. I guess you'd be either an alpha or millennial. I feel like Generation X, we're kind of the last captured generation, if that makes sense. Like, we are the generation that was pretty much like captured by the Reagan economy or the Reagan culture.
Sorry. I have to say, my queen got mentioned. My queen got mentioned. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh no, I missed it. I lost it. Oh man.
Like Democrats or Republicans. I feel like I even am placing my own economy and sort of the Reagan culture. And really, we're either like Democrats or Republicans.
Oh, here. I don't know who he is, but I listened to what Tabitha Speaks said.
I feel like I even am placing my own, kidults who are your age and younger. They're not captured. They are not necessarily they don't really have any fealty to a political party.
This off your program, he was ranting about Black votes a few weeks back. Look up Tabitha Speaks. She has a clip and she was disrespectful towards Black people. Is he okay with the Black community?
They're more ideologically kind of free, right? And so they kind
of tell Black people what to do, dude.
Look at politics in a different way. And so I think that is where this sort of intense critique of the Israel thing is coming from. It's where the critique.
So again, even if all of this is disingenuous and is from a disingenuous clip, right? This is what the perception is. It is. This is what the perception is of Hassan. And the more you don't address it because you feel like it's disingenuous, the more that it proliferates as being just like, oh, Hassan's just another white guy who doesn't care about, addressing his racist comments. Right?
The wars are coming from. Do you feel that the way that you think about Israel and Palestine, which weirdly enough is the way I think about it too, but I was lonely alone in Generation X, most of us think that way. I was kind of on my own there.
Well, I think the problem is that, the first thing, you should address it when it happens. Right? Like when the not like when like the not the Black folks conversation, but like the Rama conversation or like the Sudan chatter. Like, I think what Hassan does is he kind of pushes it off until it gets to a point where like it reaches critical mass on like threads or on Twitter or something, and then he responds to it because like he's like like not only forced to respond to it, but like this is what people are saying and people are coming to the chat to talk about it, and then even then he's just like, oh, it's not really important, so he just kind of then moves on, right? And I think it frustrates people because he's not taking it seriously, and then he just kind of moves on from it. You know what I mean? And so it's kind of like there's not an easy way to be like, guys, I'm not racist. Like, I promise you. Would any amount of addressing situation from Hassan change anything? He probably pops off because even when he does respond and clear the air, it never shifts the perspective. Yeah, but you can't do that, right? Like, you can't respond to allegations of you being racist by popping off because people don't believe your apology. Like, it's kind of what I talk about apologies about these things entirely, right? What you have to do and understand is when you think about IDOF, right? When you talk about apologizing for your past behavior, part of the apology is understanding that people won't forgive you, right? But it's a show of goodwill that you understand and acknowledge that you've done something wrong and you will change despite people not forgiving you, right? That's kind of a big part of it. And like popping off only makes it worse. Like one of the clips that they're what is it called? Circulating is from Hassan popping off from addressing him popping off another time. You know what I mean? And so like that's kind of the issue. Right? And so it's just like, and again, I understand that it's frustrating because like, you're like, I know I'm not racist. I know I'm not a racist person. So it seems silly for me to have to address racism allegations as not being a racist person. Right? But like, you have to address, like, you're not even necessarily addressing you being racist. You're addressing their perception of you. Right? Like, you're addressing the way you are perceived. The affair is kind of getting clapped up on all sides right now. It would be nice for him to spend more time on this because I think he stands to get allies if he does it. But to be fair, he apparently does address it in this. But my point of showing you this is showing you that this is still a perception that he does still have, right? It's not something that I'm making up or whatever, right? It is a perception that he has. And I think a lot of his fans want it to just go away. And the fans are frustrated because, like, why is it not just going away, right? Why is nobody watching 8 hours of Hassan every day like I do to get his entire worldview? Why are they just judging him off of the clips? And so they're frustrated that it's not going away, and it keeps coming back up, and then Hassan's being seen as anti-black, and then it just keeps coming back up, and then Hassan pops off, and then it adds more ammunition to the fire, and then it's cyclical, right? And it frustrates me because I hate being in this entire conversation. It's all stupid. So we can get back and seeing a little bit more of these comments in a second, but I do want to see Hassan address it here. I think this is the timestamp that makes it said. Let me back it up a few seconds. Oh, he's in person.
Rutgers.
Got it.
There you go, King Lou. Big Rutgers guy.
Do you think Jay Reed's audience is very anti-Bernie, anti-progressive, or has it changed over the years? Not too aware of her recent work. I think it's somewhat still like anti-Bernie, anti-progressive, but like I think it's still anti-establishment because Joanne Reed lost her job over Gaza, you know? So I think they're like they're still amenable to like progressive thought. You know?
This guy over there. So now you're a big streamer, big lefty streamer. And when we talked about having you on the program, one of the first videos we got from our audience, because we have a significant black listening audience, was that you're anti-black and you're not a safe space for black people. So before sitting down and talking to you, I went down.
This is why I think it's important for us to talk to black people. I think this is a very important thing to happen, right? This is an important thing to happen. Like, this is what I'm saying that needs to happen, right? In the same way that, like, what are we talking about? Like, Grant Platner needs to be like pushed on like his history and his past. He needs to go on like other spaces, other contentious spaces. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of like what needs to occur if this perception is going to be changed.
Because in the streaming thing, whether you're a political streamer, streaming, doing whatever internet shenanigans, right? It's kind of like a flow of consciousness. Things are happening. It's just happening. And so I see a clip of someone telling you to stop talking about black people. And you were very dismissive.
Everyone concern is that he's anti-black and no mention of the anti-Semitism or dogs. Someone mentioned the dogs. Someone said asked him about his dog here. So one person said the dog, but like, yeah, a lot of people, and it's why I think it's the issue is that like a lot of the chat kind of positions like the Hassan is anti-black conversation in the same conversation as like the Kaya conversation or like the anti-Semitism conversations, where it's like the Kaya conversation is all cynical. It's completely cynical. Nobody is genuinely like, how dare Hassan shock Kaya or whatever. Like, nobody who is saying that in 2026 genuinely cares about it holistically, right? But this is a thing that I think that genuine black people do care about, right? But I think just scrolling on Twitter or Threads, because it's Threads, I think a black person will see Hassan say he doesn't care what black people thinks. They'll see a screenshot of a clip. They'll play the clip and they're like, oh, another racist white streamer. And then they'll keep scrolling. And that will sit in their mind. And whenever somebody will bring up a song to them, they'll be like, oh, that racist white streamer guy. And it'll just keep scrolling. And it'll just keep scrolling. And it'll keep scrolling. And that's how that perception grows. Right? And then, like, the response is like, oh, why don't you just watch an 8-hour clip of Hassan to like, to like, you know, to change your mind. It's just like, it sounds good, right? It sounds like, okay, yeah, just watch an 8-hour clip of Hassan. Like, the way that I view it is like, if I saw like, you know, like, I don't know, Destiny say something racist. I'm like, oh, Destiny says racist, scroll, right? And somebody's like, oh, why don't you just watch an entire Destiny stream to see what he actually thinks? I'm going to be like, no, I am not going to do that. Why would I waste 8 hours of my time to watch somebody who I think is racist? You know what I mean? So like, that's kind of how the perception is not being fixed or changed, because it's like, black people are not doing that. Because they're just going to put Hassan in this box of being the same as like 90% of the internet, which is like, oh, this is why I don't engage with white content creators. Time to go back to just engaging with black spaces. You know what I mean? What do you think Hassan should do in these situations, just in your opinion? A few things. One, he should not pop off as much. Right? Like, I think because he gets frustrated when somebody calls him racist, when somebody does call him racist, he pops off very easily, right? When somebody calls him like an anti-Semitic terrorist or whatever, I think Hassan is more likely to like laugh that off and be like, okay, you're silly, and move on. But if somebody calls Hassan racist, I think he'll stay on that, right? He's like, I need to correct the record on this. Right? It is imperative for me to correct the record on this because I'm not racist and I do not like this perception. You know what I mean? And so because that's the case, it leads to him popping off and being frustrated and be like, I need to correct the record. I'm not a racist. You know, you don't understand. You're not getting it. This is what happened. And it keeps going, right? It keeps going, right? Because he has, I think he gets frustrated when he sees like heat come from his allies. Right? That's number one. Number two, like so like, you know, he should like, you know, not pop up as much. Number two is that when these things do happen, right, understanding and acknowledging that, like, even if it wasn't his intent to come across a certain way, that some certain people may perceive it that way, right? And then just apologizing, right? A good example was like the hard B black thing, right? When he hit the root.com hard B black, just being like, yeah, I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. Simple, quick, genuine apology, right? Number three, shut down the chatters, right? Because chatters like will always make it worse. Because then you'll have I think a part of the problem is that people always look at like that one chatter that makes Hassan mad, but that's always after 3 or 4 minutes of chat going back and forth amongst themselves, ebbing itself up. You know what I mean? You have like a chatter being like, hey, Hassan, I saw this clip of you. Is this true? Other chatters being like, how dare you say this? You know, you're being duped. You're being silly. Like, no, but he did say this. I didn't really like this. He's like, oh, you're not even black. You're not even really a black person. And then it keeps going back and forth. And then Hassan sees it. And then the chat is egging Hassan on to you know, amp him up into getting into the into his mind state where he actually pops off. Right? And so curting the chat, like pulling the chat back and stopping the dogpiling before it gets really bad, will stop it before it gets, you know, too bad. I think that will solve a lot of the problems as it pertains to Hassan getting racism allegations. The boys are liars. The boys are liars. Does that make sense? You're not looking at me, boy. Right? And number 4 is dependent on how he reacts here. Curious, how do we bring in neurodivergency in this conversation? What if his anger is actual passion? This happens to me a lot as an autistic adult. I see a lot of traits with him with this. Also, given that he hasn't claimed his identity, I may be placing too much similarities. I see myself, and this is a controversial misunderstanding. I think it's a little bit different as a content creator. He needs to be able to do better as a content creator, right? As his positionality as a political commentator, it's a little bit different than as just a normal regular citizen, you know. Thank you for the tier 1, by the way, and I'm just giving thank you for the gifted sub, and Juniper, thank you for the prime, and Sate, thank you for the prime as well. I think Hassan has just less patience for people that may potentially be making bad faith assessments of him, just for the fact that he deals with a high volume of derailers and woke scolders and disingenuous chatters that don't care for the issues at hand or may not be making salient points, or more so, want to be the most correct chatter. I don't care. This does not matter to me. You're not talking to those people. You're talking to the people in Joy and Reed's chat. You're talking to these people. You're talking to these people. You're talking to the people on Thread. You're talking to the people on Twitter. Those are the people you're talking to, right? You're talking to those people. You're not just talking to a single person, but they aren't tuning in. Yeah, but they're seeing the clips. You have to understand that as a multi-million follower streamer, when you pop off on this person because you perceive them to be a white woke scold speaking for black people, right? Those people are not seeing it that way, right? You're asking me how would I address this dynamic? That's how. That's it. There's no need to, even if it is all just woke scold, which I hate that word anyway, right? Even if it is all people who are just passionate about this thing and are derailers or whatever, you don't need to respond to all of them. Easier said than done. Yes, but Hassan is Hassan. If anybody would be able to do it, it would be him. It comes with the position. That's it. Because he can't really control that, but I do agree that he definitely locks on certain people that he shouldn't even be addressing. He does pop off and make him look bad sometimes. But that's my point.
To the individual and told him talking about black people, and you were very dismissive to the individual and told him to suck your dick. At which point I was like, all right, that's not the way you want to handle that, especially if you're talking politics. Because
exactly. That's what people are seeing. And I don't think y'all understand this, right? That's what people are seeing, right? That's what black people are seeing. It doesn't matter if their person is not actually black or not. It doesn't matter if that person is a bad faith derailer. It doesn't matter. That is what people are seeing. That is the perception. If you're asking me, how do you fix that perception? That's how you fix that perception, right? You're never going to not be clipped. You're never going to say the right thing the entire time, right? But, right, what you can do is you can try to make it so that you are not in this situation as much as you are. You know?
It's tough to be off the cuff and dismissive while talking politics, right? That, people automatically are going to take that at face value and take it very serious.
Yeah.
But I would like to give you space to talk about how you feel about this narrative being shaped, and what are you willing to do to try to ingratiate yourself to people who are getting this narrative now, because now you're the bad guy. The right is you, or even the left is using you as the bad guy.
I wouldn't say the left is, but it's there's a lot of right-wing elements within the liberal Democratic Party that is taking advantage of the attacks.
Well, the pro-Zionist, pro-Israel is definitely. I saw a post about him from the ADL.
Oh, the ADL.
Of course, the ADL.
He's Jonathan Greenblatt is my number one op.
Yeah,
but we'll get into that. But anyway, that's all being worked into this narrative.
It is absolute. That is the major vector here. That's where a lot of the attacks are coming from. But just like how AIPAC never really talks about Israel in the elections that it intervenes in, the attacks aren't just about Israel, because they understand that Israel has fallen out of favor, so they'll do these sorts of hit pieces And there's plenty of right-wingers, neo-Nazis that I've duked it out with on the internet for like the past decade or so.
Sure.
Which is precisely the reason why. And there's a litany of different like lines of attack that they can hit where they will like chop up a short clip to be like, this guy is anti-black. But if you
Clip economy.
The clip economy.
Yeah. And
so right-wingers being like, look at this guy, he's anti-black, but look at the people who are saying that you're anti-black.
It'll be like Himmler's Groiper 1488 being like, wow, this guy is really anti-black. And it's like, it's just the N-word on their timeline up and down. But people don't see that, right? And it's...
See, I'm glad I paused it here because I want to show you this. Don't change the topic. This is why I don't think this is a good response. That's how it's kind of being perceived, right? He's not addressing like the anti-black allegations or whatever, right? He's more saying like, this is where the attacks are coming from, right? Which he's not wrong about, right? He's not wrong that there are people who are cynically weaponizing and utilizing these attacks, right, against Hassan because he's like anti-Zionist and anti-Israel. You know? He's not. However, that doesn't inherently and implicitly make the criticisms inherently invalid. Right? And so I think this works with a white audience. I think white leftists see this and they're like, that makes sense. I think black people across the political spectrum don't. White leftists see this and they're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. The people who are using this aren't even, like, they don't even care about this thing. The black people who are like, but like, address the thing you said though. Right? And so like, they want to know why Hassan said, I don't care what black people think. That's what they want to know. Right? And it just being a short clip doesn't explain it. Right? You have to explain what the context of the longer clip is. Right? You can't just say, oh, the clip was cut out of context. You have to explain what the context is. You know? And so, I mean, well, I'll keep playing it, but I don't know. I don't think this is going to do what it needs to do to like curb the allegations. You know? If they're going to bear down on that or will they move on? I don't know. But I feel like the Hassan is framing it in this way is an attempt to invalidate the real criticism that come from the left. I can see that. As in like, but he's not wrong, right? He's not incorrect in that this is true. But okay, this is exactly what he said for Rama Duwaji, Zohar Mamdani's wife, right? How he said for Rama with her saying the N-word, he said, look at where the attacks are coming from. The attacks are coming from these Zionist accounts who are doing this because she's pro-Palestine, right? And that kind of, you know, that's kind of how we got into the pop off about that conversation. But then people were like, you know, why are you not engaging with the fact that like she said the slur? Right? Because that's still true, but that doesn't invalidate the content of the criticism itself. You know? So I was saying before, though, like he can't control how people feel about his analysis on race relations and politics, but he innately is in a position where it's important for him to speak up. So there's nothing he can say as a white person that will ever absolve him. So when he locks in and braiding a woke squad or bad faith, or he will always lose on racial politics. I think it's wrong. It's incorrect. This is like this idea that white people can never just like position themselves as anti-racist. Like it's wrong. There are things that he can say to come across as like anti-racist, as I said, and I presented them in a numbered list like 2 minutes ago. Right? He'd be like, sorry, there's just nothing he can say. Like, I don't think that's the case.
Easy. In many instances, it's kind of easy to trick people with that stuff, to get people on board with it, because I have talked for more than 21,000 hours live on, you know, politically contentious issues that people obviously have a personal connection with, and my commentary is from a framework that most people have no experience.
I was going to explain the context is a bad strategy. I'm taking it from this conversation. It will always recognize that certain contexts will always be invisible to a wider audience. What do you mean? Like, I don't care about strategy. I'm not here saying it's about strategy. I don't give two fucks about strategy. I'm saying what is like necessary for like accountability. Like, what you need to do when you know, like commit harm to people is you need to say, I'm sorry, and this is, you know, anyone has made the context you can, but like to say like don't explain the context because, you know, it's not good strategy to do so, to deflect, I think that's kind of silly. I don't know what you're saying, but I think that's a silly way to frame it, you know?
However, like anti-imperialist, Marxist, anti-capitalist positioning is not something that you normally hear in popular politics at all. And either people are oblivious to it or they've been antagonized towards it.
See,
right?
see, I'm telling you what these people are feeling, Chad. I'm telling you what these people are feeling. I think the attacks are inherently bad faith. You're wrong. He's pointing out they're coming from a bad faith position. I think that the standpoint is extremely obvious argument that people and the point that it should be treated as bad faith. You're wrong and you're racist, Chatter. I'm sorry. Like, black people are allowed to think Hassan is racist. Black people are allowed to see what Hassan says and think that he is racist. They are allowed to do that. Like, I'm sorry. They are allowed to do that. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, I'm sorry. You are not allowed to make judgments on Hassan based on the things that he says. It is on Hassan to correct those judgments. Right? And if you and Hassan want to position it where it's like, well, it's inherently bad faith, so I'm not going to correct it, then you can't get mad at him being called anti-black. I'm sorry. Like, you can't have it both ways. You can't simultaneously get mad at Hassan being called anti-black, but then simultaneously say that he doesn't need to address it because it's bad faith. You can't have it both ways. You can't. You cannot. It's so stupid.
So they've learned that this is a bad thing. This is evil. This is anti-American. This is hateful.
But do you think you understand the nuances of racial dynamics in America?
Hassan's words have made him appear as racist. It's completely fine for people to be mad about it. It doesn't matter if the right is using it against him. He shouldn't have to he shouldn't put himself in the position in the first place as part of the job. Exactly. Right? And if it's being positioned against him to black people, right? He loses nothing by explaining to those black people, like, hey, this is what I actually believe, right? He loses nothing. By just positioning to the black people, be like, hey, this is actually where I stand. Deflecting around to be like, hey, look at who's saying it. Look at the person who's saying it. Look at who's delivering the pizza, right? That guy's a bad guy. Like, that's silly. The refresh on the page, they changed the title to be about dog collar. We can look at the title change in a second. But that's just like, who bought the pizza? I don't know who bought the pizza, but the pizza showed up somewhere. Like, but that's the point. The point, the question that we originally got here and asked is like, a chatter asked me, how would I fix this perception? Hassan, point one, Hassan has a perception of being anti-black in the black community. This is true. This is factual. A chatter asked me, how would I fix the perception? And then a chatter said, well, it doesn't matter because it's all bad faith anyway. Like, then if it doesn't matter, then what are we talking about here? We're taking a standpoint of epistemology. It's important when it comes to race or Israel specifically. Being anti-racist, right, and people's identity informing their worldview is a core tenet of leftism. You can't just position people's identity and talking about people's race, like in racism, as being standpoint epistemology. Black people seeing things that Hassan has said about black people and being like, I don't like that, is not standpoint epistemology. It's not. If you don't care to fix this perception, then it's not a conversation for you, right? You are having a different conversation, right? This is specifically for the chatter who asked me, how would I go about changing this perception that Hassan has within certain segments of the black community of being anti-black? I don't know what a standpoint epistemology, actually don't tell me. I mean, you can look it up, but it's essentially a framework that is, it's not even like inherently like wrong or whatever, but it's a framework that speaks to like being from a certain identity or having a certain standpoint gives you a better understanding to speak for about certain issues or whatever, right? It's not like inherently wrong, but it can be utilized and weaponized in certain ways that are disingenuous. You know what I mean? The scenarios when people weaponize identities to enable literal genocide. Yes, they'll weaponize it against black Americans for racism. I'm in agreement there. Yeah, but nobody's doing that though. You're just bringing it up being like, well, it actually exists though, and people do it to enable genocides. We're not talking about that. Nobody brought up Israel, and nobody brought up the genocide. We're talking about black people, and you're just like, well, standpoint epistemology actually, some people do that to defend the genocide. That's it. I don't even know what we're talking about anymore at this point. We're talking about the way that black people perceive Hassan. No, I'm going to go back to playing the video.
Do you think
this is a bad thing? This is evil. This is anti-American. This is hateful.
But do you think you understand the nuances of racial dynamics in America as somebody who's only been here for 15 years?
Not only is that difficult to grasp, but I'm also I'm white, you know? So there's obviously,
so you do recognize some blind spots.
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
of course. And I would never say like, oh, I understand the black experience. Like that's insane, right? I mean, look, I can only compare it to my experience as someone whose name is Hassan, who's been getting called, Osama bin Laden incarnate for the last 10 years of my media career. It's still going to be very different than anti-blackness, which I think is very insidious and baked into virtually every orifice of American existence. Like it's in all of our cultural institutions, it's in the criminal justice system, it's in every aspect of our lives.
It's ragu, man. It's in there. It's in the sauce, man.
Which is precisely like, it's ironic because I talk about this all the time. It's there are many different ways of being anti-black without actually saying the key words that like white people tune into, or even white people understand it as anti-blackness. Like there's a million different things that you can do before you get to posting an AI video of like Michelle and Barack Obama as monkeys, which is like universally established as like one of the most anti-black things you can do, that even racist people will be like, I'm checking out of this one. This one, you fucked
I'm
up.
racist, but this is too far.
Yeah, exactly. So
they're gonna clip that.
Yeah, it's a clip too. No, wait, so with you though specifically, when people were coming for you, and this one clip I saw moving around where you were being dismissive. What is the crux of it?
There's multiple videos.
There's a couple clips. There's a couple clips. So like the inception back in the day when I was at the Young Turks, I was known as like the white guy who was like very pro Black Lives Matter, even before, when liberals weren't so fond of Black Lives Matter under the Obama administration. I was I was a commentator who was talking about criminal justice reform. So like that is how I started off. The turning point was actually not even recent. It was
turning point, pun intended or not?
No, not pun intended.
I was like, where's
no
this
Kirk? No Kirk.
No T Pusa.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
No, the turning point was Nicki Minaj.
Yeah.
Which Nicki Minaj?
Which turn?
2021, I think.
Okay,
when she
what'd you
was
do?
like, when she was talking about her cousin's balls, and I ratioed her, and I was like, the world is awaiting your scientific contributions, like, because she was like, oh, I'm trying to do my own research. Then I ratioed her, and then she went on this whole tangent with like Tucker Carlson, and I was like, Tucker Carlson's a white supremacist. And basically, like, and she got really mad about that. She was like, "I'm a black woman. I know, you know, I know someone who, I know if someone is racist, like, I know that. I don't need to hear like a white boy telling me that, whatever." And then her fans, like the Barbs,
oh no, they swarmed you.
The Barbs swarmed me, and then like Black Twitter was like, "This guy is anti-black. He's."
But wait, but what specifically did you say? Just because you were trying to tell, like, you kind of clowned a tweet of hers.
Yeah, and then I you know, I was critical.
I will say, this is actually pretty decent pushback. This is pretty decent pushback, honestly.
That collaboration.
Well, I think
the
history,
Nicki Tucker Carlson collab.
History has served you well, sir.
Very well.
I know.
On that one,
a lot of those like super Barbs are now very anti-Nicki.
Yeah.
So
but you do take ownership and accountability.
To be entirely fair, I will say. This is what I'll say. Right? I don't even like admonish Hassan for this situation. However, I think he is doing himself a bit of a disservice by not actually addressing what the actual tweet was. 'Cause I think it was something like, I don't know, it was like Tucker Carlson wouldn't even let you sit at the back of the bus or whatever. I think that was the tweet. They wouldn't even let you on the bus. I think it was something in that vein. Right? And so I think he's doing himself a disservice because, like, I think that, like, I don't think that's like a quote unquote racist thing to say per se, but I can see why people are like, okay, maybe that's not your place, right? But addressing that and understanding it's like, you know, yeah, that wasn't my place. I shouldn't have said it, you know. And then I think this was the perfect time to do that, to say that, right? To be like, yeah, this is what the tweet was. It wasn't my place to say it. I asked some pushback for it. I shouldn't have said it. I apologize for it, and I moved on. Right? I think that's what he should have done. I was watching live that day. He was typing it on live, and he thought better of it and didn't tweet it. Yeah, I was also watching live that day. I remember because I was at the library in my college. He posted, just write it out. I remember chat was topic of it. He didn't post it. He didn't post it. He was writing it out. But he did apologize for it, right? So I think, and that works in his favor, right? That works in his favor, where it's like, I was posting this thing, and I didn't realize at the time, going back to my blind spots, I didn't realize at the time that, you know, maybe this wasn't something that I should be saying, wasn't my place to say it. And so I deleted it, and I apologized for it. And I think that would work to the overall point of Hassan, like, taking feedback, acknowledging, learning and growing, and then moving forward from it, right? But I think being cagey about it, like,
I don't get it,
isn't as like useful. You know, he would never voice accountability like a play. No, he didn't apologize for this. I remember him apologizing for it specifically. Oh, it's me.
I'm telling you, Tucker Carlson wouldn't even let you on the bus. Let
alone the back
alone
of it. That's what it was.
The back of it.
I remember now.
Pull the lever, Crunk.
No? Really? That's unacceptable? Why do not say that? What the fuck? What am I saying? Like, I'm saying Tucker Carlson is racist. Like, that's what I'm saying. Okay, I won't do it. I don't want to fucking get clapped up. Why do people backtrack like this, dude? Just say it with your chest. Oh, they locked her Twitter because she was like still doing fucking
like, that's how a lot of this did start, right? Ew, what if someone sees a Voss tweet? As a Beyonce fan, it's hard for me to care about any of the Nicki Minaj stuff. No, but like just because it's happening to a bad person doesn't mean it's like okay. You know what I mean? Like again, like you're not allowed to call like Candace Owens a coon because it's Candace Owens. You're just not allowed to do that. Like, which some leftists will do. This was before or after the hairline comment? Before. Right? But like that's what the comment was, right? And he got pushed back from it from chat and he didn't post it. And that but it still got like clipped out and it was positioned to be like, oh, you know, freaking what could you say KKK clan is? Do you think like the KKK the 3 Ks in that name stands for coon? Is that what you think? Because that would be insane, chatter. I was like, you can't call Candace Owens a coon, and the chatter was like, wait, I can't say Clandis? Is that what you think the K stood for? Have you all been saying that, thinking the K stood for that? We need a moratorium. We need a moratorium on that phrase until we get to the bottom of it. Because it's about the KKK. No, it is about the KKK. It's not a reference to like Candace Owens being a coon. So that's why I'm confused about what the chatter was saying. Anyway, we'll move on.
Of the other things that were triggering for your, you know, black people who may have seen your other thing.
Oh, well, but I was saying that, like, I think Hassan should have said what the tweet was. Or at the very least, the host should have had, this is what the tweet was, so Hassan could have addressed it specifically. Or something. Anyway, I think it does a disservice by just being like, oh, it's just because I went after Nicki Minaj. I think it doesn't serve the. I don't think it serves Hassan or serves to curb the allegations at all. You know.
But you do take ownership and accountability of the other things that were triggering for your, you know, black people who may have seen your videos as dismissive. You do take accountability to that.
Yeah. So that was just the starting point. And then all these other clips are usually someone coming in and doing standpoint epistemology to be like, well, as a black person, which by the way, I don't even know if they are, right? Like it's just an anonymous account, but they'll be like, one of the clips that's going around is someone being like, black people really care about the border. Like black people are actually very much on board with us.
I will say this is Hassan L. I don't know. This is this is my problem. I don't think Hassan knows who he's talking to or the audience he's speaking to, right? The people he's talking to here are looking for an apology, right? They're looking for him to be like, yeah, I can see how if you see my clips out of context that, you know, you can get this perception of me. I think everyone knows what standpoint epistemology is. Maybe, I don't know. I think it's not supposed to spend too much time on the macro. It doesn't see the harm of the micro. Yeah. He knows he doesn't want to give it. Why else would he go on this show? But like, that's my question. Why go on the show if you're not going to be like, you know, like do the acknowledgement? I think the root issue seems to be that he doesn't realize that he might be wrong on something. No, I don't fully agree with that. I think he thinks they're talking about different things. Using the word standpoint epistemology is pointless at best and wrong at worst. Like, even use this when most people don't even know what that means. Oh, why even use it when most people don't even know what it means? Yeah. And so I think that's kind of part of the issue where like they're like, oh, you have some clips going around, and he's like, oh, the clips are bad faith. When like there are things that Hassan has done, right? That I've told Hassan that he's done, that leads into him having a perception of being anti-black, right? There are things that Hassan has apologized for, right? That leads him to him having a perception of being anti-black, right? Hassan is not addressing those things because he's apologized for those things. He knows those things were bad. He's addressing the things that he thinks are invalid, right? And he's saying those things are invalid and they're not good, right? And these are why they're invalid and why like they're being weaponized against me, kind of thing, right? And the issue is that is not helping his perception. This is not making people who think Hassan is anti-black feel like he's not anti-black, which I think would be the goal. Am I tripping? Maybe I'm tripping. You know? The conversation you had with Summer Lee was much better. In the car, I did see something about that conversation. I think it was better. He said standpoint theory is stupid to protect his ego as a nepo baby. That's so funny to come from Hassan's proctologist. That's not the message I thought would come from Hassan's proctologist, honestly. You know, I genuinely think that like he thinks that he's responding to this in HIPAA. He's responding to this in the correct way because he's responding to a very specific thing in his mind, right? And I think, again, part of the problem is that he's responding to people who don't know what standpoint epistemology is, right? To be fair, his audience doesn't know what standpoint epistemology is, and the people that he's responding to also don't know what standpoint epistemology is, right? I had to look it up. To figure out what it was when he said it the first time. Right? And most people aren't doing that. You feel me? Like, and so like it feels like a distraction. Right? It feels like a distraction. They've already added it to the lexicon because Hassan says it. Someone a chatter in here came in here and said it today. It was like, well, I think it's all bad faith because the chatters are always coming in here doing standpoint epistemology. Like, you don't know what that means. I guarantee you don't know what you've never used that word before in your life. Use standpoint theory like the rest of us do, all right? You're not Hassan, big bro. I think I usually standpoint epistemology wrong. Thank you. I know I'm using it incorrectly. I know about standpoint epistemology is that something to do with feminism and intersectionality. It's essentially, when I looked it up, right? It is essentially when somebody's identity is it's the framework where in the belief that somebody's identity gives them unique perspective to speak on certain issues, essentially. To be reductive, it is, I am like a black person or a trans person or a woman, right? And I can speak on this issue from a specific vantage point because of my standpoint. It's not inherently wrong, right? It's not inherently incorrect, right? Your lived experience is not true though. Yes, it is true. Your lived experience does feed into giving you a unique perspective when speaking on these issues. What Hassan is saying also isn't incorrect, whereas somebody will do that in order to cynically weaponize that, for whatever ends, right? There will, like, what he's talking about, the situation he's talking about did happen, right? There was a chatter who came in and was like, black people do care about the border, right? That was standpoint epistemology done to position black people as for the border, right? Hassan is correct on that. However, that does not justify Hassan's response to that person and popping off the way that he did, and his perception of, and the perception in the black community from that response is not inherently wrong because of that first chatter. Does that make sense? This is why Hassan is able to break down Islamophobia so well. He directly offended as somebody called the harassment he faced as a standpoint epistemology. He used standpoint epistemology to counter reactionary people from the Iranian and Cuban diaspora. Yeah, that is a part of the conversation as well, right? So it's not inherently an incorrect theory, right? However, it is weaponized and utilized as a way to justify, like, reactionary thinking, right? Think about it can be used interchangeably with the way identity politics is used on the left, right? Essentially, right? But it is a real thing that exists. It's not inherently incorrect, but having a marginalized standpoint doesn't immediately grant you systemic knowledge about marginalization. It can lead you towards it, but there's plenty of ideological influence that can lead you towards a flawed understanding. I mean, sure, but like, you haven't done any research into that, if I'm being entirely honest, so you can't make that claim. Neither you or I am an academic on that, and on that front. So how much your standpoint or your identity leads into what actually is? Fortunately, I have a PhD in sociology. Shut up, chatter. Nobody asked you. Yeah, nerd in the building. Stuff him in a locker. Stuff him in a locker. Respect my authority. Anyway. I'm sober in league. Checkmate.
And it was one of those things where I was like, the fuck, what are you talking about on board with? Black people.
So what's your dissertation or a cap?
The border. Like, black people are actually very much on board with ICE. And it was one of those things where I was like, the fuck, what are you talking about? Like, that, one, that's not true. And two, I don't give a fuck if, like, even if it was true, I still wouldn't care.
Wouldn't affect your opinion on the border.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just, I don't play by the standpoint epistemology rules of like, well, as a black person, I have this experience, I have this lived experience, and therefore, you have to listen to me defend right-wing policies that are inherently anti-black.
Just because I'm black.
Yeah, exactly. So that
well, it's also, too, I think, there's this, a singular black person, any black person, doesn't speak for all black people.
Yeah.
And there are black people who do have that outlook.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that just because they're black, as you're pointing out, they get to take space in your platform if you don't want them to.
And simply because they...
But the problem is that Hassan gave them space in the platform by responding to them. And that's the issue, right? That's the main issue, is that Hassan didn't have to respond to that person. There are 40,000 people in there, right? And then that, one, Hassan didn't have to respond to that person. And two, Hassan responding to that person could have responded in a way that wasn't like directly hostile in the way that it was in the first place. So that I think that's what a lot of people's beef is. And it's not even just with black people or whatever. Like, this is like a critique that I hear a lot about people who like I've heard of Hassan or watched Hassan a little bit. Like, I can't watch him live because he's always yelling at people, right? I've heard that a lot about people who watch it or talk about Hassan, right? He's always yelling at people. He's always yelling at his chat. He's always like, you know, getting caught up on like a singular chatters or whatever, right? And so, like, the problem is, Hassan was not incorrect there, right? As I said at the time, right? Hassan was not incorrect there, right? Hassan yelling at this singular black person for being stupid and wrong, right? And responding by, I don't give a fuck what black people think or care about, right? That wasn't the right response. That was a bad response. And the expectation for black people to have to like, be like, okay, I don't know this Hassan guy at all, but like, what did he actually mean when he said, I don't care what black people care about, or I don't get what black people think or care about or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that expectation that like black people have to like holistically as a community come to that conclusion, I think is a little bit silly, right? And then it's on Hassan to have to like, if he wants to explain himself to those people and he wants to change that perception, it's on him. The onus is on him to change that perception to those people. Does that make sense? But there's been no retrospective on that, despite the patience from the community attempting to educate him. It is a bit frustrating. It is a bit frustrating, right?
Add the thing before it. Well, as a black person, that means you have to stop what you're doing and be like, well, let me hear espouse your right-wing ideology then.
Yeah, my policy is, if you're right-wing, if you're reactionary,
But and this is the problem, is that like what they're speaking about is not what black people are mad about. Black people are not mad because black people are like for the border and they're mad that Hassan yelled at their one border representative in his chat. They're mad at the way that he responds to black people, that he speaks to black people, that he speaks about black issues, right? That's what they're mad about. And that's not what's being addressed here. And that's why I don't think this is going to fix his perception with black people like in the future. Because that's not being addressed. You know what I mean?
Fascist, or if you're a fascist collaborator, I'm going to treat you like a fascist collaborator. It doesn't matter. Obviously, there's red lines that I won't cross. You know, I'm not going to like say slurs, you know what I mean? But if someone comes in with like, oh, well, as a black person, I think Donald Trump is the best president, I'm going to be like, suck my dick. Like, right. You know? And if you
I think secondarily to that, right, is that there has been things that Hassan has done, right, that have been microaggressive, that I have spoken about, right? Like, that does exist. And I think it would go a long way for Hassan to recognize that, like, or to at least say that he recognizes that as a white person, I will mess up, right? As a white person, right, I do have blind spots, and I will mess up, and I will try to be better when I do mess up. You know what I mean? And that's not what I'm getting from this. Right? It comes across as like, I haven't messed up. But people think that I've messed up, but actually they're wrong. Instead of being like, no, there are times where I will mess up. There are times where I will, I'll do something that is, in line with my blind spots. He said that sometimes, but not in this interview. Yes, but that's where he needs to say it. That's where my criticism is. He does say this, right? And that's why I'm being so hard on him here, is because what I'm saying here, everything that I've said here to criticize Hassan, he has said before. Every single thing that I have said here to criticize Hassan, he has said before. Right? But he needs to say it here. This is the place where he needs to say it. This is literally the place. Right? He needs to say it here. He needs to say it when speaking to the communities that he has harmed, right? Or perceived to have harmed, or whatever. You know what I mean? To the people who feel wronged by his behavior. Right? they're not going to watch his streams. That's kind of the problem, right? They're not watching, 8 hours of his streams every day because they have a perception of him being anti-black, right? But they are watching, Higher Learning. They are watching freaking Joy and Reed. They are watching Ebro. They're watching freaking The Breakfast Club. They're watching these things, right? And that's where he needs to, especially when he's asked this question, that's where he needs to say it.
It out of context, you're like, wow, this guy's really anti-black. Like he's
well,
tackling
and
the issue.
I make fun of Rosenberg for this. You're also just white.
Yes, exactly.
And so when you say things and they come out of your orifice with this look,
yeah. No, I understand.
People are gonna go.
Even under the best of, we've gone through the experience over the years where him and I can be going back and forth on a thing. We agree on 90% of issues, and someone will be like, "Nah, Rosenberg sucked today. Ebro, you were on point," and it's like, "But we were just agreeing all day today." Yeah. But some people, you're going to hear what
happens. But I understand that. There's always going to be people with biases. I have my own hangups too from my own lived experiences. I try to be as open-minded as possible, but I have a very firm and well-defined worldview. And if someone comes in and one of the things that is unbelievably annoying that I think most people also hate is whenever people do that shit. When they're like, well, as a person of this background, as a bisexual person of color.
And this is the problem, is that he's still making black people out to be an enemy in a space for black people, talking to black people who have an issue with him specifically. You know what I mean? Again, this works when you're speaking to white people. Because white people are racist. Not all white people, but you know what I'm trying to say, right? But you're walking into a room of people who are our audience says that you're anti-black, and he's like, but don't y'all hate it when black people are like, I'm black, but I believe this thing? You're not winning the support, right, of those people when you do that thing. His audience has failed him by failing to push back to do, their apparent socialism. Because in the point it makes look either dim or covertly racist. It's an optical issue that gives credence to legitimate concerns and worries. Yeah. To your earlier comment on why he's responding in this way, I think it's less that he feels he's being told to answer his response. I think it's less that he feels he's being told to answer his response to bad faith comments, and more he's mistakenly think that it's a fruitless endeavor to prove that he's not racist, or feels like he's not. He may think he's being accused of too much wanting to prove himself, but this isn't the case, at least on the issue of racism. Yeah, but I don't even know if Hassan thinks that, right? Particularly. Because if that was the case, he wouldn't try so hard to prove he's not racist, you know? Half of these comments come from him trying to demonstrate that he's not racist. Right? That's why when he gets accused of being racist, he goes so hard on this is why you're wrong, you're being led astray kind of thing. Right? Because that frustrates him. You know? And so I think it's more of I think it's thinking more of Hassan not reading the room kind of thing. Again, this would have worked in a different room. If he walked into the DSA, this would have killed, bro. If he walked into a predominantly white leftist room, they would have loved this. Right? They'd be like, bro, don't you hate it when these black people come out and they're like, yo, I'm a black person and I have this experience? And they'll be like, yeah, no, I do hate that. That's true. But the black people are sitting there and they're like, well, he still hasn't apologized for it. You know? There's no apology that's happened here yet. You know? Because he's so in line, he sees this as a debate / charge he can beat. as fundamentally missing the forest for the trees. Yeah. But then I try to maybe write that like he thinks that like the specific people that are mad at him for being anti-black in this moment are like they're like a lost cause kind of thing. Right? And that like there's nobody who like okay, no, this is the take. I don't think Hassan, even in this moment, realizes how bad his perception is with like black people who aren't in his community. I think it's that. I think he still at this moment doesn't understand it and doesn't realize it. And I see it. I poke myself in the eye. I see it because I talk to these people, right? There are people who are political in my day-to-day life who are black, right? Who like Hassan, who are like, I can't tune in the streams anymore because of like, you know, how he reacts to some things or how he responds to some things. You know? And so I think he thinks it's easier to just like be like, hey guys, don't you see these Zionist smears that they're using against me, instead of actually engaging with that critique meaningfully. You know? He's using Masterclass on apologies. My apologies is the Dean Wheeler 3-step apology situation. I don't even remember what Dean Wheeler's 3-step apologies were. Jeez Louise. Anyway, let me just continue. I'm getting tired.
I think we should actually have Nazis in mainstream discourse. I'm like, I don't give a fuck what you're doing in your sexual experiences or what your background is. Like, no, that's fucking ridiculous.
So
you know?
I just want to recap.
Yeah.
White supremacists. Don't like them.
No.
Very anti.
Nazis.
Don't like them.
Don't. Fascists.
Don't like them.
Neo-colonialists.
No. It's just...
See, this is the problem. This is the thing. Genuinely, if I can like distill down like how people genuinely feel about Hassan, it's please ask him why he only disses black women. That is the perception that he has, right? And that is what he's not responding to in this regard. That's it. That's the thing. That's how it comes across. And so when you have like Hassan come up and you see black people on threads be like, I don't like this guy, right? That's where it comes from. Now again, if you don't care about correcting those people, then it doesn't matter. Then none of this matters. Whatever. Right? But if you want to actually fix that perception, I don't think this does that. You know? Because he doesn't engage with those questions in good faith. People are actively trying to give him it out, but he ain't taking it. I need black women to give a proper interview and actually grill him on this stuff, not throwing softballs, correct answers in the questions. Yeah, I did notice that as well. And also, they didn't come with like, actually, this is what you said and this is what you said. You know, I think they actually, also did Hassan a disservice, right? It's just like, Z-Way is coming. I don't know, maybe Z-Way has it, but like, we'll see. Lord Smith, that comment is correct too. Guys need to hold him to accounts. He said very negative stuff beyond that. I mean, yeah, there's also has like 6 comments responding to it though. Let's see. Hey, really listen to the man speak or don't let the clips mislead you. Look at who promotes these clips. See, again, my issue is that like this doesn't solve this. That, first of all, that does not discredit what the clips say. But 2, you're not changing people's minds, right? And it's why, like, you know, some of us fans are just annoying. You're just annoying. Y'all are annoying. And I think the problem is, like, they don't necessarily care to correct the record. They just more want to overload the people who say this, because they feel like these people are, like, Israeli ops as well. And this is kind of the issue. This is the main issue, right? They view black people who have issues, right? Only black people, you got banned for saying Zionist like 2 times. That's bad faith. A comment, even you see clips are false. But like, okay, we're not talking about like Hassan being banned for saying Zionist. Hassan's not getting banned for saying or not anti-black stuff. Hassan's not being banned for like microaggressive comments or whatever. We're talking about Hassan's perception and how he's perceived by, like, people online. That's it. And his comment is correct in that, like, they didn't talk about the other stuff that Hassan has said that people have an actual issue with. You know, that's true and correct. You know, because any chat streamers and viewers hone in on negative and inflammatory comments, not defending him or his responses, you have mentioned. But that's the issue, the problem. The algorithm feeds you clips of Hassan, the comments should say thing about him being racist in general. Is that a real chatter, Sean? What are you talking about? Do you think that do you think Hassan is not viewed as anti-black? Genuine question. Put the glaze aside for 1 second. Do you think Hassan has a perception of being anti-black, yes or no? And so he has. Okay, then. Yes. Then what are we talking about here? Then people believe this. So what are we talking about? I don't understand your beef. Is that why only this black people? No, it's only this is black women, chatter. But the point is that that's what they believe. Again, if you don't want to correct what they believe, that's another thing, right? I don't care, right? My point is that this is how he's perceived. I'm not saying this is black women, you fucking moron. I'm saying that is how he's perceived to these people. Please, stand up, off your knees, 1 second, please. For the love of everything. I'm saying Hassan has this perception to these people. If he wants to correct this perception to these people, he has to speak to these people. I don't know how I can say this more succinctly. I'm not saying this is correct. I'm not saying Hassan is anti-black. I'm not saying Hassan only disses black women. I'm saying that is how he's perceived in these spaces. That's why he's being asked these questions in this space. But people have this point of view when most of his clips are not against black women. I don't know. Nor do I care. That's not what I'm engaging with. I'm not doing a meta-analysis of how much Hassan clips go viral in which communities. My point is specifically, if you want to address Hassan's perception of being anti-black, that is what you do. Y'all are too worried about, well, technically speaking, it's not actually technically correct that Hassan only disses black women, so therefore this chatter is actually technically speaking incorrect, so therefore they must actually be bad faith. And y'all are the reason why Hassan has this perception. Honestly, almost more than Hassan. For the most part. Because y'all are insane people. I think it's also frustrating that he has time to try to address the short-sighted views of some people, but in other cases, like people who call him anti-black, he kind of just lumps everyone into the category of being unreachable and unchangeable. This is what a lot of like chatters have issues with Hassan. And it's how you get people who are saying like Hassan has more charity for like Nazis than he has for black people, right? Because like you'll have Hassan who will like, you know, sit down with like Hassan used to do like freaking guest star calls with like white conservative chatters being like, why don't you like me? You know what I mean? You know, like why, like where did you get this information from? Kind of thing. But when it comes to like this person, it's, oh, they're bad faith. Get rid of them. Who cares? You know? So that's what a lot of chatters are feeling. They're like, where are the guest star calls with like the black women who feel like Hassan is anti-black? Right? He's more quick to go on a call with like a Destiny fan who was like, I love Destiny and Asmongold, than somebody who's like, why does he only diss black women? You know what I mean? So like that's a criticism that a lot of people do have as well. Especially as a person who didn't grow up around or near black culture, he has plenty to learn. But here we are, yeah. And again, I can acknowledge that he's attempting, he's trying. Like I think he's definitely better than he was 2 years ago, for sure. Right? But Hassan just being in proximity with more black people is not going to fix this perception per se, like immediately. Right? He has to address the elephant in the room, which is like, you know, the clips themselves. Not just being like, these clips don't matter because of where they're coming from, but instead, you know, this is what people are seeing in the clips. And I understand why people are seeing this in these clips, right? I acknowledge this and I will try to be better in the future. You know what I mean?
No, don't like him.
He's against the bad guys, is what you're saying.
Well, but the problem is a lot of bad guys don't want to say they're bad guys.
I know.
So what they do instead is turn me into a bad guy for calling them out.
Now,
that's general. I mean, but that's generally been the tactic throughout.
But you, I would say this. I was listening to some of the press run you've been on over the last couple of weeks, and what I'm struck by is that you a lot of things. You're very impressive. You're really good speaking about a lot of different things. You also are an algorithm hustler. Like you do know what gets the people going. You know what I mean? Meaning, hear me out. Your belief system is your belief system. The language that you use can be intentionally harsh to cut through. I mean, I've even heard you say that.
Oh yeah, no, I do that on purpose. Yeah, for sure.
So that's called we call that
algorithm hustling because you know that's going to get through and get to people.
So one of the examples that I'll give you that is in the news
I think
right
the problem
now
is that's not what he's being criticized for either, though. Right? He's more being criticized for the moments where he pops off unintentionally. Right? At like a black person or a perceived black person. Right? I think the most frustrating thing is when people say like, oh, this chatter wasn't even black. But like in like this clip, Hassan will position this as a black person doing standpoint epistemology. Right? So it can't be both. It can't be Hassan is getting mad at a black person doing standpoint epistemology, or he's getting mad at a white person who is actually not black, but is pretending to be black and is trying to derail and distract, right? It can't be both. It cannot be both, right? And so if he's getting mad at a black person doing standpoint epistemology, I think it's fair for people to be like, I don't like how you're reacting to this black person, right? If he's getting mad at a white person who is not actually black, then like, why are we even having this conversation in the first place? Why are black people even involved? You know? Why are black people being brought into this kind of thing? Does that make sense? And so I don't think we're actually addressing the concern that people have, which is Hassan's reaction to the black chatters. Not like where the clip goes after the reaction happens or where the black chatters come from. You know?
do by design, I guess if you want to call it algorithmic hustling, that's true.
The Hamas
is
one.
Yeah, there you go.
That one, because I heard you explain this on Pod Save America for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And it became clear to me over the 20 minutes that, like, you don't think highly of Hamas. What you really feel strongly about is the horrors of the Israeli government and what they've been doing to Palestinian people for 80 years.
Yeah.
And then use the contrast to make this point.
I wonder if is this where the black section ends? I'm curious.
That Hamas such as who risk your
just about like, oh, those guys are bad. They did fact against a lot, not no very possible for the Israeli state. When you think about it, like
those things possible. Unfortunately, now we can allow this thing to even happen. When I don't know if you've ever.
That's the end of the section on the blackness. But it's all I cares about the black issue. I know they're right, black right bullshit. I think it's on one Ebro over the most like comment under his recent IG reel. I'm a black man who passionately supports Hassan Piger as ethnic signifier if he thinks Hassan is anti-black enough for this centrist AIPAC-funded corporate Democrat propaganda. This man champions human rights and stands up against genocide and famine. Not only is he not anti-black, his messages and policies he bags are far more advantageous for black community than anything you would get from the mainstream Democratic Party. Why give him a platform? Why not? Again, but like this can be correct and fine, right? But like, again, I don't think it's gonna change the minds of like this person's mind is not changing, and I think this is a conversation, a question, right? Does this change the mind of somebody who thinks Hassan is anti-black? That's kind of how I came from this, right? I don't think so. Right? I don't think so. My goal with covering this was, does this change the mind of somebody who viewed Hassan as anti-black? And I don't think it did that. Why not? Because I don't think it addressed what people had issues with in like Hassan's anti-blackness conversation. You know? As a Hassan shooter, but doesn't really add anything or convince anyone. I think kind of just, you know, I think it shows that like he does have some black people who support him, right? With him taking steps you're suggesting change the minds of people who do think he's anti-black? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not freaking omniscient. I'm not all-seeing. I can't see the future. Maybe it might. What I'm describing is how I think it would help, potentially. I do not speak for all black people, right? Nor do I, you know, understand or see the future, right? What I'm saying is that, like, I think, right, I don't think this adequately addressed what I think people are upset about, right? I think it explains the whole context, and to put more people simply, what you're trying to say without the pop-off is enough for people with good faith to accept the truth, like be real bad for people and never change their minds. No, it wasn't. I disagree. I don't think Hassan, I wouldn't be entirely right. Hassan gave nothing here. Genuinely. Honestly, as somebody who, like, you know, as somebody who has my own criticism of Hassan, this does not assuage my criticism of Hassan either. Right? It was literally, like, mostly just, you know, the people who are mad at me are the bad people, so you shouldn't be mad at me. And I think that that's bad. Genuinely. I think that's bad. I think that is not an adequate response. I think, again, I'm not gonna. I do this all the time. I do it for Ethan Klein. I do it for pretty much anybody that I criticize. Right? Whenever I look at somebody responding to like anti-racism allegations, I look for an apology. There was no like apology here. right? There was no I'm sorry. There was no I acknowledge, right, that you could be hurt for what I said, right? And Hassan has done things that I think people can be hurt by, right? And so that's why I think it's an L in that regard, right? Do you think he has the ability to even change their minds, or can they only change their minds when they come to the conclusions themselves? I think you have a responsibility to try. I know it's a trend. Refresh the video and check the comments, just like the Join and Read video. The comments on the video are mostly positive. When the live chat was a war zone, I mean that's not surprising, because when you consider like Hassan's like name in the title, like people are gonna find this and be like, "Oh, Hassan," you know.
And when
also,
we
Cheddar lied to me. They said that the dog was in the title. Now I was lied to. What is this? See, like, listen, that's a different video they uploaded too. Oh, Cheddar did lie to me. I'm not even gonna put it on the screen right now. So I don't want to get into it. Don't want to get into it. But that's it, right? I think Hassan's going to be popular, even popular with some black people, because black people also hate the establishment. However, I think he's doing himself a disservice by not addressing this as adequately as he could. That's my take. Right? I think there are going to be black people that like Hassan. I'm a black person that likes Hassan. You know what I mean? Like, I'm pro Hassan. I don't think it's going to... I don't think this fixes or helps the perception that he has as much as it could have if he actually addressed it in a way that I think was actually positive. You know what I mean? You're not wrong. I don't think he ever will, though. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think he could. I'm not of the mind that Hassan can never change. You know? I think Hassan, like everybody, has the capacity to change and to grow. I think Hassan, because of how much reinforcement he gets from his chat, is resistant in that regard, and because of how much hate that he gets from all other sectors, this specific avenue gets lost in the sauce, right? You know, like this specific avenue gets like is an afterthought. That it's only attached to like the Israel conversation. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, Hassan's anti-black allegations. Oh, it's a part of the wider Israel smear. You feel me? And so my overarching point is this: if Hassan wants to fix this specific perception that he has of being anti-black, he needs to address it head on. Right? He needs to address why people are upset about him or at him, right? What the clip's contents actually are, and understand and acknowledging his position, right? As a non-black person, as a white person, and that he can make mistakes, and that he's open and willing to change. And if he does that, I think he will garner a lot of goodwill in the community. And there will be people who still won't like him, but that's not an excuse to not do it. In the same way that I talk about like apologizing for slurs, right? When I said, when people are like, why should this person apologize for saying slurs if people don't forgive him or whatever? I'm like, one, I think it's a part of the accountability pipeline, but also part of true accountability is understanding that people won't like you, right? People won't, forgive you, especially immediately. But I think the further this gets kicked down the road, the worse it gets. You know, I've been talking about this for a year now at this point, right? And the longer that it goes on, the worse that it gets, because it feels like Hassan doesn't care about black people, which doesn't help with the clip that he has out there. And two, it feels like he's like dodging critique of anti-blackness, you know? So that's my take on that specifically. I think I was like 2 hours, hour and a half. That was too long. It is like a snowball. I'm tired. I do want to get to the Ken Martin thing as well, because it's F Ken Martin. It's also F the Pod Save Boys, but that's a different conversation. Did you watch the 3-hour video? No. Your views are diabolical. Ooh. I never thought of Hassan as anti-black. What did Hassan say that was anti-black? What did I miss? People don't put what's it called? Like porn in the Instagram comment section, do they? Right? Oh, I will say, last thing I will say. The last thing I will say, this is what everybody knew, I guess. The last thing I'll say is that this comment section and this comment section does not account for the people in the Hassan community that do feel hurt. And I will end with this, because I think this is the most important part. There are marginalized people in the Hassan community that do feel hurt by the way Hassan reacts to things, the way Hassan's chat reacts to things, right? And that hurt is valid. And they are not going to be accounted by the people who see it from an outside perspective, right? The people who are here who are like, I like Hassan, right? Because of what he stands for. I like Hassan because of his politics, right? Are not necessarily community members who are part of the community, who are there, right? 8 hours a day, every day, right? Who see every pop off, who see the way that Hassan reacts to chatters, right? And there are a lot of people who are hurt by that, who are frustrated by that, you know? And they exist, and they're real. I'm one of the people. I am frustrated by the way Hassan reacts in a lot of ways, right? I mean, I talked about it like a few weeks ago. So it's part of the reason why I didn't want to stream anymore, just because of the way that the space was holistically. Not like Hassan specifically, but the way that the entirety of the space is, right? And so that is very real hurt that does exist, right? That is real. That's not about like APAC. That's not an APAC generated hate, right? That's not Democratic media generated hate. And it's frustrating to have that critique bundled in the same critique as the rest of it, because that is very real hurt, right? Because Hassan is a person. He's a person, right, who has blind spots, that has flaws, right, who will do things that are not the perfect, you know, moral position at all times, right? He will do things that will hurt people in the community. You know? That is a thing that will happen. That is a thing that exists. And so that is a very important part of the conversation, right? He's apologized for plenty of screw-ups, and the fair question is, why not on this? Yeah, and I understand that, like, it's now Hassan being, like, mentioned in freaking Congress in a congressional resolution to condemn him for spreading anti-Semitism. I get it. I understand, right? Why Hassan himself and the community is so on edge when it comes to critique, right? I understand it, right? I'm not gonna sit here and act like I don't understand it. I do understand it, right? I do understand it. But it is important to note that there are people in this community, right, who are hurt by the way that the community is operating, right? When their critiques are positioned to be the same as this critique, right? When they are positioned to be the same as these people, and they're thrown out as the same. And I think Hassan should do a better job of delineating who are good faith, critique havers, right? And I think that the community should do a better job of delineating who has good faith critiques and who are like the bad faith, APAC shells or whatever. That's my position. And if there's one message I want Hassan to hear, it's that message. And that is where I'm going to end that point. Because I'm tired. And I want to get to the pod save stuff. And let's see. I have one more thing I want to talk about. Talk about the defense contractor left. I was going to talk about how the freaking Democrats are posting Graham Platner now. And I want to be interesting, right? I just want to put this out. This is the only thing I want to say about this. Only thing I want to say about this is that I see the difference between Graham Platner and Zohar Mamdani. I see how differently they treat. Let me hold on. Let me look. Let me do a little bit of a quick search. Abdul. Nothing from the Democrats about Abdul. Interesting. I don't know. I just say it's very interesting. I don't know. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, for rest suspicious anyway. You got up on David, it's bad? Yes, I did catch up on David. It's even more stark with Rashida and Ilhan and Summer Lee. They censured. The Democrats voted with the Republicans to censure Rashida Tlaib. But they can get behind. Let me stop. Nope. I'm not getting back into it. Not gonna get back into it. But maybe now, people will leave me alone when I criticize Graham Platner, because he's going to win anyway. He has the backing of the Democrats. All right? Maybe they'll leave me alone when I have my critiques of Graham Platner. He's going to win. Got started. So there's literally no excuse. Literally, there is zero excuse for people to yell at me for asking him why he joined Blackwater. Gosh darn it. No more so you want Janet? Yeah, no more so you want Janet Mills. Gosh darn it. So you want Collins? Got it. I mean, Susan Collins is going to lose, like, really badly anyway.
I want to start with the 2024 autopsy, which you call an after-action review. When you won the chairmanship...
Kim Martin looks so gross. So gross.
In February of 25, you criticized the DNC's refusal to release their 2016 autopsy.
The thing about that sucks about Platner is that Collins has been so terrible that I'm not her could legit win that race. Yeah. And it could have been literally anybody. But, maybe Graham Platner is the best that can come out of Maine, which kind of just shows that I will never visit Maine in my entire life. No offense. Actually, you know what? All offense to Maine. Genuinely, all offense to Maine. I'm never going there.
I want to start with the 2024 autopsy, which you call an after-action review. When you won the chairmanship in February of 25, you criticized the DNC's refusal to release their 2016 autopsy as exactly what not to do. You said, quote, "Was there any utility in doing that?"
Oh, interesting. Ken Martin, what is that about? You criticized the Democrats in 2016 for not releasing their autopsy? I'm okay with Platner growing as a person. Yeah, I would be okay with that too if he did that, actually. And actually apologize for it.
I live like a capitalist every single day.
Sharon Blackman thinks it's 22 months.
I live when I believe.
And then promised your 2024 autopsy would be different. Your exact quote was, "Of course."
He did? No, he didn't. He still lies about it. We covered it yesterday. He lies about being a part of Blackwater. I was never a part of Blackwater. He says with a picture in front of being a part of Blackwater? Nope. Yes, he did. We covered it yesterday. Are you stupid? We literally covered it yesterday. Verbatim, word for word, bar for bar, he lied. We literally watched it yesterday. He said the words, I was never a part of Blackwater. And then he had a picture of him in front of a Blackwater sticker. We literally covered it yesterday. Literally. It was like 3 hours of the stream. You can go back and watch it. You can like Platner. Don't lie about it. Gosh darn it. If you want to subscribe to the defense contractor left, you can do that. But don't lie about it. Gosh darn it. Stand by it. Stand by something. Stand for something. Stand for something. Be principled. Be principled. I'm not even saying that he's going to be Fetterman. I'm just saying, don't lie about it. I'm just saying that I personally have beef with Grant Platner because he is lying about his history in his past. And that I don't know if I can fully trust him as a person because he lies about his past and his history. So then lie, if he doesn't portray them, you cut off your hair or something like that. No, I don't care if he portrays them or not. I don't care. I literally don't care. That's not my point. I don't give two flying flips. I'm not in Maine. My point is very specific. You cause harm to marginalized people. You need to apologize and be accountable for it. He lied about that, which means he's not doing the accountability part, which means that it's bad and wrong. And he needs to acknowledge the harm that he caused and apologize for it. But he instead is like, well, I never joined Blackwater, actually. Didn't do it. Never happened. Because he's a liar. He's a liar. He is an untrustworthy liar. Specifically, he's untrustworthy because he's a liar. And I think he's just a gross person for lying about that. You got time to chat no reason at all. I didn't do it. I was too busy yelling at you for being stupid. He's not apologetic about his military service either, right? No, he's not at all apologetic about his military service. He is more just upset that the military was over there in the first place. But he's liked his military service. He liked being a part of the military. He didn't like that the military was in the Middle East specifically. Like, he did not like the war on terror specifically as a, invasion and occupation.
Sean the Black says,
which I guess, 5
princess.
points to him out of 100 for that part of it. But, no, he still likes his service. He's like, I was a military, marine, and army veteran.
I live as a
I think I know how to. Do I have to show the video again? Where he said that he knows how to identify an enemy because he was in the Marines? Do I have to re-show the video again? Where he said it in his campaign video? And I was like, that's weird. That's a bit of a weird thing. I'll do it.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Bolt Claw just subscribed.
What I love most about Maine are the people. I have never met people who are more hard-scrabble, even in a place that requires you to work like 2 or 3 different jobs. We have watched this state become essentially unlivable for working-class people, and it makes me deeply angry. My name is Graham Platner, and I'm running for U.S. Senate in Maine to defeat Susan Collins. A decade of military service going overseas, farming oysters to feed my community, diving to lend a hand to other fishermen, trying to start a family. But everywhere I've gone, it seems like the fabric of what holds us together is being ripped apart by billionaires and corrupt politicians, profiting off of destroying our environment, driving our...
It's 8 months ago when he launched his campaign. He stands by this. What do you mean? It's still on his channel. What do you mean? What do you mean post the age of this video too? He's for this. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Do you think he's like, I hated being a Marine or something? Do you think he says that? Do you think he believes that?
Our families into poverty and crushing the middle class. I did 4 infantry tours in the Marine Corps and the Army. I'm not afraid to name an enemy, and the enemy is the oligarchy. It's the billionaire.
Like, that's a little bit of a weird line. That's weird. That's a weird thing. Like, what do you mean? I did 4 tours in the military, in the Army and the Marines. I'm not afraid to name an enemy. Who were the enemies when you were in the Marines? And that's weird. It's just strange. I don't know. That's strange. I don't know. It's weird. It's interesting. This is weird. But anyway, I don't even care about like literally any of this. Like what I care about is him lying about being a part of Blackwater. Which do I have to pull that up too? I'll pull it up. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it.
We got a whole bunch on your service and then also your time with the Blackwater offshoot, what Constellus, I think it was called. One of them, so from Halal Flow says, like, how does someone with your worldview end up working for Blackwater? I think a lot of people on the left would find that helpful to hear. They're worried you might be another Fetterman. Man, Fetterman is haunting.
There's a lot of trauma. I feel it too. There's a lot of trauma there.
He says, but I don't think you are. There were already signs of who Fetterman was when he was running and caving to DMFI, pro-Israel lobby.
Yeah, not to mention that whole incident where he like tried to murder a random black guy in his neighborhood.
Not mentioned enough.
There was that as well.
Maybe
not mentioned.
I mean, like, not defending Fetterman here, but like, Harry Potter was part of Blackwater, so like, there are also signs here as well. I'm just saying.
More.
I'm sorry, he's not a part of Blackwater.
You touched on this a bit during your last appearance on the show when you talked about your U.S. military service, but we didn't go into much into this, the State Department security contractor. So, who did you work for? And why? And for people who are skeptical of American empire, why should that not be disqualifying?
So, I never worked for Blackwater. This is I see this everywhere, and I'm always like, oh, for God's sake. The company that we all know is Blackwater, the one that Jeremy Scahill wrote about back in the late 2000s. That company, Eric Prince's little kind of warlord fantasy, that company essentially went away after 2012. And it was sold. I forget who bought it. There were several iterations afterwards, similar, like same facility down in North Carolina. And this is something that I think
but he's a liar. He worked for Blackwater. He worked for Constellus, which is what Blackwater turned into after they changed their name after committing a bunch of war crimes under all of their different names. They were Blackwater, war crimes. They changed their name from Blackwater to Z Services, war crimes. They added Paravet on, more war crimes. Changed their name to Academy, war crimes. They added in Triple Canopy, changed their name to Constellas, and then guess what? They committed more war crimes. And then Graham Platner joined after all of that. All of that happened before he joined. So no, I think it's kind of fair, a little bit fair, for somebody to ask this question about, hey, why? And I'm not gonna sit here and be treated like I'm crazy for asking what is a very fair and reasonable question about why did you do this thing? I think that is a question that he should have to answer. It should not be, oh, for God's sakes, why do I have to respond to this, bro? I never worked for Blackwater. It was just the 4th name change after a bunch of war crimes they committed. Is that not silly? Is that not a little bit silly? Please, tell me if that's not a little bit silly. Maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe I'm wrong and incorrect here. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I want to talk about Graham Platner positively. Well, I want to be able to not talk about Graham Platner at all right? But gosh darn it. Stop lying about him. He's going to win. You don't have to lie about him. Am I crazy? You don't have to lie about him. He's going to win. He's literally like 12 points ahead. He's going to win. He will lose nothing by actually not lying about his history. Of the Pilgrims over 2 as of today, which is why he's going to win like super hard. Like, he deserves all the criticism. I also think he's going to win. Like, I want him to be the candidate. Like, he says he is, but there's a reason that people don't trust him. Yeah, he always does this. Every explanation is just terrible, and it's like he thinks we're dumb. I never liked him because I think he's stupid. That's kind of how it feels, right? Like, and again, like, yada yada yada, best option, yada yada yada, beating Susan Collins, yada yada yada, whatever, right? But like, come on now, right? Like, the amount of beef that gosh freaking darn Josh Shapiro gets for being in the IDF, like, I would expect him to answer for that too. You put Josh Shapiro in a stage in front of me, like, whether he's defending Israel now or not, I don't care. Like, you gotta, that is a question you have to answer for. Why did you do that? Why did you go do that? You know what I mean? Like, Josh Shapiro's too busy putting on a black scent. To be fair, it's a Barack scent. But like, that's just like, don't lie about it. That's my take. My take on Graham Platner is that, like, if you want to support him, you can support him. I will side-eye you a little bit, but you can support him. But like, don't try to misrepresent his history and his past. That's my biggest beef, right? If you want to say that, like, oh, listen, he's the best option we have, and it's frustrating that he has his past and I don't like it, I'd be like, okay, whatever. You know what I mean? But honestly, at this point, people are just like, no, I like the guy. I kind of like this past. It's kind of actually sick and great. Like, that's the part I'm just like, okay, sure. Jeez Louise. Let's continue with Ken Martin, I guess. There's no reason to support him unless you are in Maine. There's so many better people to build up as national figures instead. Again, I said this yesterday, I'll say it again. Or sorry, 2 days ago, I'll say it again today. The reason why people are building him up as a national figure is because he's a rough and tumble, blue-collar-esque white guy. He's not actually blue-collar. He's a petite bourgeois, like, business owner. Like, yeah, like, so, like, he's like, at most he's like a class trader because he cares about, like, you know, protecting the working class, but he's not working class. He owns a business. He's a business owner. He did not get coerced into the poverty draft. He is not like a poverty stricken, like, I don't know, like working class dude or whatever. He's a petite bourgeois business owner, and that's fine, right? That's fine. It's okay. Don't lie about his past. That's my biggest beef. That's literally my biggest beef. I literally do not care at all if people are like, I'm the biggest Graham Platner fan. Don't lie about his past. Or his policies now, right? That's also my biggest beef. Don't lie about his past or his policies now. Like, I remember the tweet that we saw 2 days ago. This was from Mike that said, like, oh, he's up there in Maine cracking Zionist skulls. No, he's not. He is categorically not cracking Zionist skulls. He's not doing that at all. Like, is he? No, he's not. Again, what he stands for is fine. It's good. It's fine. Like, what he stands for is fine. You can stand for, you can literally sell his positions and it would be fine. Right? He wants healthcare for Mainers. That's good. Right? He wants to protect the working class. That's good. Why are we lying about what he believes? He's not a socialist. He hates socialism. Maybe not hates socialism, but he said very clearly he's not a socialist. We don't have to lie about these things. That's what I don't understand. I don't get it. 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 Genuinely. That's why these white people want him to be the one so bad. They all grow up petit bourgeois. And they see themselves in him, from Emma to Ryan to Hassan to circle of white leftists. That's all. I don't know. To be fair, like, that's the creator space though. Like, the creator space is filled with like the petit bourgeois, like white leftist dynamic, or white liberal too. Like, yeah. He's a socialist, like a certain stock them as a socialist. That's not gonna hurt his eligibility with votability. In fact, it might even help it. But he doesn't call. He categorically said yes. Like, or 2 days ago, we looked at it on Mehdi Hassan's like show. He said that he's not a socialist. He literally came out and he was like, "I'm not a socialist. I'm not a communist." He said that. He said that specifically. So like, and again, he's so far ahead in the polls that it doesn't matter what he says. He's going to win. If he wants to actually go out and crack Zionist goals, he could do that and he would still win. If he wanted to call himself a communist, he can do that and he could still win, right? If he wanted to come out and say like, yo, I should have never joined Blackwater, that was a terrible decision, he could do that and he could still win. There's the only reason for him not doing any of that is because he doesn't want to. So stop pretending like he just secretly wants to, but he just doesn't do it because it will be bad for his electability. No, he's so far ahead that he could kill somebody and he would still win probably, bro. I think it's a good thing that he's not saying he's saying he's not a socialist. No, it's not a good thing. It's good for popular candidates to say that they're a socialist. Look at Zohran Mamdani. Zohran Mamdani being a popular socialist candidate is a good thing. He's not saying a socialist for political like posturing. He's not saying it because he's not a socialist. He does not believe in socialism. He's not doing it for any other reason. There's no other reason. It's very simple. He's not saying he's a socialist because he's not a socialist. He does not believe in socialism. He's not going to get in and secretly do socialism. He's going to get in and like vote for like a public option. Medicare for all, maybe. Like, that's what it is. He's going to do that stuff. You're going to be disappointed if you expect him to get in and lead a vanguard party to overthrow capitalism or something. He's not going to do that. He's so popular that he could say he would do that and he would still win. If he gets voted in as guys, I'm a socialist, I'm gonna cry laughing. If he does, I'll apologize for it. I'll be like, I was wrong and dumb and stupid. I don't think he's gonna do that, honestly. Granted, and that's why it's good, because he does not be associated with that. But you're just saying that, like, okay, I'm not even gonna, whatever. But he has socialist policies? No, he doesn't. He has social democratic policies. Social democracy is not socialism. He wants increased social safety nets, right? He has like socialist adjacent policies. He's not like doing socialism, right? He's doing economic populism, right? And increasing social safety nets. That's not inherently socialist. Right? That's what he's doing. And that's not a bad thing. I'm not saying it's like it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it's weird that people are positioning him as like a socialist. He's not a socialist. There's a lot of wish casting about what Graham Platner is. And he's not that. If they think he's hiding his power level, but he's not, which is what is confusing to me. And they're going to be surprised when he votes for an increase in funding for the Navy. He's like, no, guys, you don't understand. The Navy's not going to support Israel anymore, right? They're just kind of just chilling in our oceans now. So who cares if we give them an extra few $billion? I support our troops, you know? Give the Navy a few $1 billion just because. And then everyone's going to be like, wait, why is Graham Platner voting for... Why is Graham Platner voting for to increase the Navy? Oh my goodness gracious. Ow. People moving the yesterday Nazi to the top of social democratic leader saying it's so. I mean, you know it is so. You know it is so. Right? And again, if he was just like, if he was being talked about in like a similar vein as like other Democratic candidates, it would be one thing. But if we gotta be real, he's not. He's not. He's not. He's not. He's not. He's not. He's being positioned as like a party leader, as a fixture of a party leader. It's wild that people wanted to be a leader of the left. I've never seen anyone say that. That's so dumb. No, people have been saying that. People have been positioning him as president, bro. If he was just a standard Democrat, honestly, I'd talk about him less. And I barely talk about him now. I was talking about like once or twice a day for an hour at a time. We do Grant Platner Power Hour here. But like, it's just like, I don't know. People are happy he's winning in a purple state. I get that we don't like him, but I feel like you're being obtuse as to why progressive non-socialists are excited about him. No, I'm not talking about progressive non-socialists. I don't care about progressive non-socialists. They like him and he's popular. I know why he's popular, you fucking moron. I'm talking about why actual socialists are supporting him. Actual leftists are lying about his positions, which they are. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about leftists who are positioning him as like, you know, you don't understand. Like he's apologized for his Blackwater stint when he's denying it. Like the chatter that we just saw. You know what I mean? I was talking about like people being like, oh no, he's gonna like lead the like leftist vanguard party. I know why he's popular, right? He's anti-establishment. Which is Chinese from Maine. I don't give two fucks about Maine. I don't live in Maine. I don't care. I don't come here giving you electoral strategy for Maine. That's not why I'm here. My goal, and I will say it again, is to protect marginalized people. I will say it slowly for you because apparently you need it. Protect marginalized people. If you cause harm to marginalized people, you need to take accountability for it, apologize for it, and to change your behavior. And guess what? Graham Platner, by joining Blackwater, the Nazi child-killing brigade, caused harm to marginalized people. And guess what? He needs to apologize for it, which he hasn't done. He needs accountability for it, which he hasn't taken. And he needs to radically change behavior, which I haven't seen. That's it. It's very, very simple. Very simple. If he wasn't running for Senate, it would be the same take. If he was like, I'm now a progressive YouTuber or whatever, right? He caused harm to people. He needs to acknowledge the harm that he caused to people, apologize for it, and then change his behavior. He hasn't done that. It is very simple. That's step number one before I can even talk about him as a candidate. That is step number one. I don't care about anything else until that happens. Because why do I care about him being elected if not he's getting elected to protect marginalized people? If he can't acknowledge the harm that he caused now, he's not going to do it then either. people using him strategically. I think you're scared he's getting bigger support than you think, and black people in general could sink his campaign nationally is all I'm saying. I don't see him getting out of Maine. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Bro did not address anything that I've said at all. We got power like that? Apparently, bro's getting shouted out by the Democrats. He's like, black people can seek his campaign nationally. I do not care about Graham Platner's campaign. I care about the harm that Graham Platner has caused the people by joining the Nazi killing brigade. Would you accept that for an IDF soldier? And I don't think you would. Genuinely. Genuinely. Somebody had, not even, it's honestly, you can make an argument that it's like, you know, before October 7th, even worse to an extent, right? Like, it's like being a part of the IDF and then going back again. Because you were bored and tired. You're like, I don't really have anything else to do, so I'm going to go back to join the IDF anyway. I would think you would want a response or some explanation to be like, hey, why did you do that? Why in your resume it said you were in the IDF and then you went back and you joined like the IDF again? Why did you do that? I would want a response. I would want some explanation, some acknowledgement that like, hey, that was a bad thing to do. He was in Abu Ghraib, the city where they had concentration camps. No. He wasn't in Abu Ghraib. He was a prison guard at Abu Ghraib. So, who do we think the prisoners were?
I live like a capitalist every single day, Chase. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
CEO Milk, thank you for the
CEO
prawn.
of Milk just subscribed.
He's just so many people and can't apologize for that. We know that he's supposedly better than other options in Maine. He's like gonna win. But the point is that his past is evil and he hasn't amended for it. How many votes will tell us if he's actually working to change? But he's very much an unknown. He can win, and this is not changing. Well, there's pictures of Platner every time. Yeah. Never worked for Blackwater, he said, with a Blackwater magnet on the refrigerator. I mean, he's practiced in internally rationalizing these kind of bad decisions, leaves him susceptible to being manipulated more rightward. Even past that, see, y'all are looking at the future. Y'all are looking at how he would be manipulated. I'm not even there yet, right? I'm still at the point where like he has to apologize for what he's done in the past first, right? That's true, but like he caused harm to people. He did. He caused harm to people. I was skeptical of volunteering for him because of the tattoo. What do you think about the tattoo? I don't believe that he's never known it was a Nazi tattoo. I can believe that he was so stupid when he got it that he didn't know. But at no point him ever finding out is a little bit suspect to me. But I think past that, it's more indicative of why he shouldn't be a party leader in the first place. Because somebody should not be a leader of like the anti-fascist movement who can't recognize fascist symbolism. You know what I mean? Everything about this is so, he just positions him as stupid. He's so dumb. You know what I mean? He's so dumb. And people are like, no, guys, you don't understand. You gotta be president of the United States. We need him as president of the United States. Dog, I would rather rig the election for Zohar Mamdani to win an election, even though he can't run for president, to make him president before Graham Platner gets elected. I would rather us radically change the Constitution so that Zohar Mamdani can win, and then he's president before Graham Platner. Has he ever proclaimed to be an anti-fascist? I mean, that's how he's been kind of positioned, no? What if initiating the socialist vanguard in Maine is how he atones for his crimes against humanity? Honestly, it would be a good second step. First step is still an apology. Then I can think about it. He still has to apologize for it, though. I'm not even... People are asking, like, I'm asking him to, like, move a mountain or something. I hate this, bro. What is this expectation for white people that, like, an apology is, like, you're trying to get them to, like, freaking lift the Earth's core or something? I just want him to say I'm sorry. I want him to stop lying about his past and then to apologize for the harm that he caused. I don't know why that's crazy. To be fair, he wasn't a prison guard. He was stationed outside the prison briefly during his first tour. It was after a great whistleblower had already came out and the prison was almost empty by the time he got there. He did kill people near there, though, when he said he got his first taste of adrenaline being in a firefight. Oh, okay. Okay, good correction. So I don't want to misrepresent him. You know, there's already enough in his repertoire. Even though I like his politics more because of the tattoo, I felt the choice between him and Mills was a classic South Park choice between the giant dish and the turd sandwich. Yeah, but like you don't have to worry about that anymore, Chatter, because Janet Mills dropped out. So good luck. This is your decision. You have the choice between Graham Platner and Susan Collins. So I don't have to worry about that. I get to criticize Graham Platner and be totally justified in doing so. You have to think about that, like, oh, do I vote for him or do I not vote for him? Good luck. Anyway, that's my Graham Platner rant of the day. Don't worry, it won't happen tomorrow unless it does, in which case it wouldn't be surprising. Just people by their actions, not their words. Politicians always lie. Why take them at their words? Well, what if their words are like the words I want to hear at the specific moment? Think about that, Peacefire, now, you know? What if they're saying the exact words that I want to hear right now? So, have you considered that part? It's not crazy to want to apologize. I think it's the crazy thing to obsess over it. He's going to win. Let's see how it votes in Barbara ends the blockade. No, I think you're fucking stupid and wrong. Like, I'm sorry. When you are a part of an invasion that kills 1 million Iraqis, like, you got to atone for that. Would it be crazy for a black person to be like, you were a part of the Klan. You had to apologize for being part of the Klan. Oh my goodness, bro. Yeah, it's David Duke. Sure, he's David Duke, but you want him to apologize for being the Grand Wizard? I think you're obsessing too much over it, bro. Let's just see how David Duke votes when he gets in the Senate. That's what really matters. Let's just see how David Duke votes in the Senate. That's what really matters now, actually. Like, no, that's not how I do politics. I'm sorry. Very simple. You cause harm to people, you apologize for that harm, you take accountability, and you move forward. Non-negotiable. I will obsess over that. And if you don't like it, I'm sorry. As Hassan says, you can suck my dick. Go somewhere else. I don't care. Non-negotiable. Non-negotiable. And it's not really the same, though. Duke made it very clear what he thought. How is it not the same? Unless you just view what Graham Platner did as not as bad. Because you weren't directly impacted by it. Isn't the Michael Prisoner talk about war versus Platner? You'll see the difference. It's so gross that people compare Graham Platner to Mike Prisoner. At no point has Graham Platner actually been like, I regret being in the military. No point. 0 point. There's literally, you cannot find him say he regrets his military service. He's just frustrated about what the government had the military do. That's it. That's it. At no point did he say he regrets the military service. At no point did he say he would never join the military again if he had the choice. Right? It's only like, when I got over there, I was like, I don't know how Americans died. Yes. And Americans died. His friends died. He said it was the best time of his life. He can find that. Yeah. And then seriously think he would not follow the same playbook on Iran? I think he wouldn't, right? But I'm not worried about Iran. I'm worried about the next Iran, you know? I'm worried about like the next Afghanistan, the next Iraq, you know? That's what I'm worried about. Is can he, from his perspective, like, make that distinction? Because he's already shown to be nebulous on what he believes, right? He knew that being in Afghanistan was bad and wrong. He knew that he shouldn't be there. He knew that it was bad, and that's why he got out, but he went back. That is a judgment call, and that is a wrong judgment call, and that requires an explanation. So who's to say when he's in office that he won't know that something is wrong and he will make the wrong call? I need to know his thought process. That's why I think everybody who interviews him does a disservice. I want to know his thought process, right? Of why he went back. Why he went back and joined Blackwater. He knew it was bad. He knew it was wrong. Why did he go back? Because that same thought process will come up when he's in office. And that's very important. He was bored. He literally says, I know he was bored, right? But I want to interrogate that process a little bit more. He was the Iraq War, went backpacking for a little bit, and then volunteered to go to Iraq. Yeah. And he joined like literally like he joined private military contracting. He didn't even re-enlist. If he re-enlisted, it would be slightly different, right? Not by much, but slightly different. But he joined Blackwater. And then he denies it being Blackwater. No. My mind is not going to change until I talk to him specifically. If you want my mind to change, get him on my stream. That's what I'll say. If you want my mind to change on Grant Platner, get him on my stream. I will speak to him. I will interview him. Genuine. I don't do collaborations with politicians like that. Right? Not that I haven't been asked. But if you want to win my support, that is what I require. At that point, it's no longer the protection of liberty of America or whatever. It's on behalf of the shareholders. Yeah, which he acknowledged and he knew. That's what's weird about it. Red Cyber Dragon, thank you for the raid. Also, CEO of Mint, thank you for the prime as well. Should I move it to main? Confirmed. Even when I trust actually hold his feet to the fire, it'll never happen though. He might be the next Joe Manchin except for defense industry instead of coal. I won't go that far. I also don't think he would be Fetterman because Fetterman is just insanely bad. But I can see him being like half Fetterman or quarter Fetterman, you know? I mean, you have Zoran Mamdani even making like moves that are just like iffy. Right? Because they're politicians. And all politicians lie. All of them. All politicians do things to garner favor and political power. That's what politics is. Right? And so Grant Platner is not unique in that regard. How do I comparison to Tulsi Gabbard? I think Tulsi Gabbard would still be worse than Grant Platner is. I have a beef with Tulsi Gabbard as well. She's basically a Republican. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think he's gonna be that bad. Platner supporters are real. We can organize them for the movement. I'm sure Platner supporters are real. They're actually probably more Platner supporters than they are Platner critiquers. It's valid to hate him, but y'all don't know how he's going to vote. Neither do you. I'm looking at his past behavior, and he has a history of being wishy-washy. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. He has a history of being wishy-washy. I can make that conclusion from his past behavior. He has a history of reneging on his past beliefs, believing something and then operating the other way. Knowing that going to war in Afghanistan is bad, and then joining Blackwater to go back to Afghanistan. That is indicative of something in his mind. Something made him make that conclusion. And that's iffy. That's weird. Am I crazy or Platner just like Tulsi Gabbard? She used to be Medicare for All back in the Democratic Party days. They're actually very, very similar. Wasn't Tulsi Gabbard CIA? Was she CIA or was she military? She had some like State Department background. NSA? Gabbard still endorsed Biden when she dropped out. She wasn't actually, she wasn't with the left. Military did CIA operations as of recent. Okay, she was recently CIA. So there is a little bit of an overlap there. Like in 2020, Kyle Clancy was pro Tulsi Gabbard. She was National Guard. Okay, so there is some similarities there. I don't think he'll become a Republican. Is what I'll say. Listen, I have my beef with Grant Platner, but I will be fair to him. I don't think he'll become a Republican. Right? I believe what he thinks is genuine. Right? I think when he talks about stuff, I think he's genuine about it. My problem is I don't fully trust his judgment calls. Kind of a little bit like AOC. AOC makes like some bad judgment calls. I think he'll be like around there. Right? In some judgment calls that he makes. Not in like policy, but like in like the calls that he makes. You've seen like Bernie and Maxwell Frost? Maybe. His worldview, I think AOC is way better in terms of judgment. No, I think so as well. But I'm using AOC as an example, right? As AOC like makes some bad judgment calls sometimes, I think he'll basically be doing stuff like that, right? He'll just be making like bad judgment calls. People are gonna be like, why is he doing this? Like, you know what I mean? Why is he making these calls? It'll be like that, right? Which is fine. But he's not being positioned like that. Let's be honest about how he will turn out in the future, right? He's being positioned as a socialist. And he's not a socialist. He says he's not a socialist. So stop calling him a socialist. Judge Tulsi's policy during 2020 Democratic run. Let's see. Abolish capital punishment, death penalty, and cash bail. Eliminate mandatory minimums. Eliminate private prisons. Mandatory paper ballots. Okay, that's not great. $15 minimum wage. Study reparations. Okay, that's freaking Joe Biden position. Yep. What is freaking Graham Platner's thoughts on reparations? I'm curious. College should be free. What is his thoughts on free college? Expand our fixed debt relief programs. Oysters. Electoral college should not be eliminated. Unlimited spending should not be allowed in politics. I think this is probably just study reparations. That's the Joe Biden position. He created a committee to study reparations, and it didn't go anywhere, obviously. So proposing now nuclear power reactors. Support a ban on assault weapons. Okay, he would hate this. In favor of universal background checks. Abortion, few limits, if any. ACA, rethink the whole system. That's pretty much, okay. Medicare for all, but would accept Medicare for some. Of course, importation and patent breaking. Asking about the native tribes in the state, that will tell you a lot anything about reparations. True. I think Graham is scary than AOC if making a comparison because AOC has the right values, but she's bad communicating. Graham has questionable, if not bad values, versus the R-word recently and is good at communicating, reading the room. I think that's riskier. Yeah, I can see that. Again, we'll see. He's going to win, so. I think because he's going to win, I think it's important to look at how he would vote. I think that's kind of essential, right? Because he's going to win. He's going to be there. He's going to be voting some sort of way. Is there gun control? There is here. She said assault weapons ban. Greg Platner is like super against assault weapons ban. He's against it. Yeah, he wants like not unfettered weapons, but he's like pro gun, like super pro gun. He's like super anti gun control. Not gun control, but like against universal weapons ban specifically. I don't know if Graham is good at communicating as people give him credit for. He's not bad, but I agree. The bar is just low. Right? He's a white guy that's like, healthcare, am I right? So, he's got to get some positives there. I mean, look at his policies. He's going to win anyway, so let's check. Where's his website? Here. Platform. Ban billionaires buying election. Oh, I have to have some gas on my chest. Nope, it's still there. Oh. Rebuild our failing healthcare system. Healthcare is a basic human right, not a privilege, not a perk, but a right. As a veteran, I'm fortunate to receive quality healthcare through the VA, but Americans should not have to be put in a uniform to fight in misguided foreign wars to get decent healthcare. I'm a strong supporter of Medicare for all system, moving away from a for-profit healthcare system. So this is the same as Tulsi Gabbard in that regard. We're just comparing to Tulsi Gabbard just because. Support small businesses, break up monopolies. Stop mass deportation machine, pass real immigration reform. How do you get away with this? We need strong border security and a pathway to citizenship. We cannot do one without the other. Wait, does he have abolished ICE on here? Wait, hold on. He has to, right? That's to be his own thing, I'm pretty sure. Government is kidnapping people off the street and imprisoning. He's probably said it in a he's not saying abolished ICE. Yeah, he probably said it somewhere. I will, again, I'm not gonna be uncharitable to Graham Platner. I have my critiques of him. I'm not going to be uncharitable to him. I'm pretty sure that he's said it at some point. Maybe it's on here somewhere, but I know he said it. I am interested about the strong border security thing. Don't have to do it for you. Defund the post office. Where does it say that? I hear stronger borders. I'm sussed. I am also sussed by stronger border as well. Like I need to see what he means by strong border security. But here's the problem, right? Because Graham Platner is better than Susan Collins or better than Janet Mills, he's never pushed on these issues, right? Nobody ever asked him, what does he mean by strong border security or like, do you know what I mean? What is it? Oh, it says defend the post office. Y'all can't read, chat. Defend the post office. Establish postal banking. Illiterate, sorry. Don't worry. I am too. Defend our air, water, and our land and our climate. Decisive action on the housing crisis. Ban hedging from buying homes. The VA home loan program provided critical lifetime to many Americans. These home loans should be available to far more Americans to provide critical lifeline. Wait. There's good policy languaging to move our homes out of Wall Street clutches. Okay, wait. So he doesn't really say how to do this one though, but yeah, it's fine. We think about redlining Graham. I'll oppose any all cuts to Medicare and Medicaid. Pass improve Medicare for all, protect Social Security, end billionaire welfare. Pass a cost of living tax cut. Okay. We have a sort of system where you and I pay a higher tax rate than the richest people on the planet. We must pass a billionaire minimum tax, establish a baseline tax for the super rich that cannot go under. These policies are extremely popular, but also but too often you have elections between multiple candidates who refuse to support it. I will make this a election referendum over whether the richest people in the history should be allowed to dodge their taxes while you and I pay through their nose. This is like, again, this is fine. Not to the bar at billions as a choice. Exactly. It's not specifically like radical. You know? There's gonna be a lot of candidates that are gonna be strong on the border but populist on labor, coming in the middle of America like Dan Osborne. Yeah, that's bad though. Just saying strong borders can see the Republicans on that framing. I need to look at a strong border as a negative. Exactly. It's not bad, but not any means radical. Exactly, right? So this is my beef, which is like nothing he said here is inherently bad. But like besides like Medicare for all, nothing he says is like particularly like radical either as it pertains to like progressive policy. It's not bad. But like not what I would expect leftists to be getting in a tizzy over. About him being like the second coming of like Jesus or something. You know what I mean? Which again, I've never had like a specific beef with like Graham Platner winning the election. Right? You would probably never find me a clip of me saying, I think Graham Platner should lose. My issue is the way that Graham Platner is positioned on the left as like being a like socialist hero. He's not a part of the DSA. He's not a part of any socialist organization, right? I think when people describe Hassan saying it's probably apt. It's like people are using this as a referendum that like mild progressive policies can win in like a state like Maine, which is fine, right? But people use that to justify why I can't have my criticism of Graham Platner. And that's where my beef comes in. You know? That is where my issues come in. Right? Graham Platner can win. Whatever. Right? These are decent policies. Cool. It can be a referendum on these policies winning in Maine. Sure. I can still criticize Graham Platner and that be valid and justified without people jumping down my throats about how I want Janet Mills to win or whatever. I think that's silly. It's also done because progressive politics have one other place outside of New York City. They just weren't paying any attention to them. Yeah, because these are bi-coastal elitists. No offense. This is my biggest beef with these people. They don't care about the South. They don't care about the black people in the South who are trying to pass progressive policies or whatever, right? They don't care about, and that's why I said they are passive. If the left had more of a foothold in these spaces and they weren't or didn't have this perception of being like anti-black or like, you know, seeing the South as like backwards, then they would actually have more of a stranglehold in crafting policies in these places. And we don't have to wait for a Graham Platner to exist, right? We shouldn't have to wait for a Graham Platner to exist, right? There are people right now who are leftists in these spaces who can be running if they're given support to run. But instead, we just kind of wait for somebody to decide to run. And it's just like, shrug. Cory Bush did 1 year ago. Yeah, but Cory Bush isn't in the South, though. Mercedes in the South has free buses. No one has ever mentioned it. Yeah. Uphold tribal sovereignty and self-determination. Defend democracy and the Constitution. Okay, they have a specific PDF about. I'm not reading this entire PDF, bro. What do you take me for? There's a dude in Alabama. Democrats have given up on the South as a whole. The only thing they can win northern states, and it sucks. I mean, the progressive values can still win outside of coastal states, more liberal areas, even if she was in STL. Oh, okay. There's a winner seat back this year. I think she is. Open the chat, so it's not verified only. My chat has not changed. I did not change anything. So maybe one of the mods did. I didn't change anything. Shrinking on a working waterfront. This is the Maine specific thing. Support unions, bring good union jobs to Maine. Defend and support public schools. I'll oppose any support for private school vouchers. I mean, this is a specific dig at freaking stupid John Fetterman and freaking stupid Josh Shapiro. They both suck. They both suck and are stupid. Protect the main economy, raise federal minimum wage to what? Oh, he doesn't say what to what. Okay. Equality for all. Support passing at last federal anti-LGBT. Wait, not anti-LGBTQ. Wait, hold on. Sorry. Federal LGBTQ anti-discrimination legislation, not anti-LGBTQ legislation. I was like, whoa, Graham Platner. Whoa. I didn't think you were that far gone yet. I just can't read. But yeah, war in Gaza. I've not missed words on this issue. We're sending American taxpayers to underwrite the starvation in Gaza and what can be described as a genocide. I stand with all the people seeking peace, democracy, self-determination in this moment. That means a clear condemnation of the Gaza genocide. I use every means available in America to bring it to an end. Again, like, this is fine. Not particularly radical. Does that make sense? Like, this is fine, but not particularly radical. It's not that he has war in the title and then call it genocide. I'm not going to mince words on that specifically. It's literally popular opinion on America at this point, yeah. But like, where's any awesome support for Israel? Maybe it's in no Portland's wars. We're getting there. End the failed war on drugs. Legalize marijuana. No more pointless wars. I will never ever vote to send Americans into a pointless war. Everything we went through in Iraq can be laid at the feet of those in Washington, like Senator Collins, who knew better and voted yes on a disastrously deadly war. This is like particularly vague because it leaves him open to be able to vote for a war if he just doesn't call it pointless. You skip the worst one, read the Pentagon one? Okay, I'll read the Pentagon one. Take on waste and corruption at the Pentagon. Rebuild American shipbuilding. This is the Navy one. I remember this one. We talked about this. Massive waste procurement, a revolving door between the Pentagon and massive defense contractors. You would know about that one, wouldn't you, Graham? Widespread consolidation, encouraged by deliberate government policies to the point where competition has virtually disappeared in many vital areas. Okay. This is a legacy of several decades of mismanagement and profiteering at the highest level of the American military. We need to take funds currently paid to the mansions in Virginia and Maryland for defense contractors and reinvest them into closing the massive shipbuilding gap. I have seen under the hood and know where the money is wasted and where. Send me to Washington. I'll work tirelessly to rebuild the American military. I knew it. I see. I told you to fund the military. You didn't believe me. I told you he'd be funding the military. You all look at people who were yelling at me. I told you. Build ships for what, Graham? Build ships for what? What do we need the Navy for? Not the pointless wars, chat. For the pointed wars. For the necessary wars. For the justified wars. That's what the Navy would be for. Because Navy, Maine builds ships as job programs. Maine can do other stuff. You know what I mean? That's exactly like, okay, shout out to the chatter who said Joe Manchin. That's exactly like Joe Manchin saying we need to invest in coal because coal is important for West Virginia. No, West Virginians do not have a freaking coal gene in their bones, right? A coal chip in their brain, the same way that Mainers don't have a shipbuilding chip in their brain either. If you invest in other industries, they will do other things. If you understand that American enterprise and the American military like industrial complex is bad, why are you pro-funding it? You know? Why are you not reinvesting it out of the military industrial complex entirely and investing it in other industries and infrastructure that matters and are important? Right? He's just like, we need more ships. Give us more ships. Isn't war kind of the main bag? That's a bad thing, chatter. That's not good. As leftists, we should be against that. I thought he wanted less military going to socialism instead of its shipbuilding gap now. I think he explains this one. He says he wants to do a smaller ships. It's supposed to be cheap than the giant ships. I don't know, maybe it's cope. But like smaller ships for what? We need smaller military vessels for like surveillance? Who are we surveilling? Do you probably need to convince Maynard it's bad, which good luck to that? No, you don't understand. He is like 20 points up. He's 20 points up. He's going to win. He can do it. Would he have won if he said what you said? Yes! Because he's not winning because I like shipbuilding. I'm sorry. Mainers don't care about shipbuilding. They care about paying for college. They care about paying for groceries. What are we talking about? We spend all this time as leftists being like, yo, we need to speak to people with material conditions. And now we're like, but like, we have to speak to the military industrial complex. They really love the military. We as leftists need to fund the military because the Americans love the military. Yeah, but if Mainers don't push it, he won't change. No, you don't understand it. My point is that him having this position is a bad thing because he's a supposed leftist. You know? He shouldn't need to change because this is a bad position to have. And it flies in the face of a anti-American imperialist mindset. So if a bill comes across his desk which increases funding for the military, I'm supposed to think that he won't sign it? So long as it's the good funding? He's like, okay, listen. Yes, we're going from $1.5 trillion for the military to $2 trillion for the military, but that other $0.5 trillion is going to like build like airships and stuff. So it's fine. I mean, I support us using our military as a every other military using them as a labor force instead of a contract spending. However, that means we don't need as much funding for the military and can be used towards social services. Yeah, but he's not saying that. That's the problem. He's not saying I'm going to take this money away from the military and invest it in social services. If he was saying that, it would be different. But he's not saying that. He's saying I'm going to take this money from the military and then shuffle it around to a different part of the military. Right? It's like all our $1.5 trillion is going to line the pockets of military contractors. That's bad. It should go to the American enterprise instead of being like, hey, it shouldn't be $1.5 trillion in the first place. Right? This is Cope. It's Cope. He's pro the American enterprise. He has not demonstrated anything that he's against the American enterprise. He's against a few things. He's against the genocide in Gaza, which is good. He's against the war on terror, right? Because he saw firsthand, which is good. That's it. Oh, and he's against like corruption from military leaders and officials, which is like fine. But that's it. He's not against the military-industrial complex. He's not against the expansion of the American empire. He's not against American imperialism. But people are positioning him like he is. And that's my problem with the way people talk about Graham Platner. If people were honest about Graham Platner, I wouldn't have that much of an issue with it. I wouldn't say cope. I would say it's a lie because it doesn't say that he's going to reduce spending. It's his initiative for new, smaller ships. No, I would say it's cope, and insofar as like leftists are coping, as in they don't look at this. They have their blinders on when this comes up, because it's like, oh yeah, but like look at what he said. It's like he's anti-war, guys. Guys, he's anti-war. You want Janet Mills. You want Janet Mills. When like we should just be honest about who Graham Platner is as a candidate. He's a reformist, and that's something we should say about him. Exactly. But if you say that, people act like you're trying to like kill their dogs or something. You know, Kristi Noem style. Which in turn means endless support for American military arm Israel. If Israel did genocide in silence, would he still have the same position? Well, we knows that like, yeah, he didn't speak on the genocide for a year and a half, at least publicly. So I don't know. I was thinking about General Mills right now. I do want some cereal, bro. General Mills sounds good at this point. But like, I know as a vet, it's incredibly frustrating because I know people, some people like him, that they're so close to the Kool-Aid. They're so close to the Kool-Aid was too damn good, which is fine, right? And I'm not even coming at him for that being the case. I'm coming at him for, I'm not even coming at him. I'm coming at him for being inconsistent. But I'm coming at the people who are supporting him for lying about this, right? And gaslighting me about this. Like there were chatters who were coming in here saying that this wasn't the case. That's what frustrates me. Right? We should be able to have an honest conversation about all of our politicians. But for some reason, Graham Platner is off limits. And I'm not going to stop. I'm not. To be fair, China, they made cheaper ships for defense. It's cheaper. Yeah, but like, we have the ships. We don't need more ships. And also, yeah, I'm not in China, so I can't speak on China's domestic policies in funding. But I'm coping 100%. He is not pro-China. I think he's China agnostic. Right? I don't think he's anti-China. Right? I think Kat was anti-China, to be entirely fair. What are his thoughts on arming Taiwan? Who knows? Who knows? No idea. Right? But like, people were so hard on Kat for arming Taiwan in that take, which they should have been, but they kind of just let this slide. You know what I mean? That's my beef. That's my beef. That's my beef. I don't know. Kat shouldn't have got away with that. Right? We really got some good litmus tests to translate leftist values. Now we want to push them for new path notes. Exactly. Kat was just going to bring in a bunch of white dudes. That's true. But she could have won. You know what I mean? And I would say Kat is more of a leftist than this guy is. Well, she didn't, but she could have won. Right? But you have to also understand, like, Kat isn't being shouted out by the Democratic Party. You know? Abdullah Saeed is not being shouted out by the Democratic Party. Zohar Mamdani is not being shouted out by the Democratic Party. Right? Graham Platner is. And I think that is something worth looking into. He is also not being attacked in the same way. This is true. He has infinitely more controversies than everybody I just mentioned. He's getting attacked the least. And I think part of it is because he's not taking a true ideological position on Israel as well. His position on Israel is pretty... It's just because Mills dropped out, so he was the only candidate. Mills dropped out because of the support he was getting, because he's like a white man in that way. Platner and Cat have different takes on China, though. Yeah, and freaking Platner wants to fund the American military. Like, you didn't know how she was going to vote, Chatter. You don't know. You had no idea how she was going to vote. No clue at all. So did Cat. So does every senator. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it's like a very common like leftist and progressive talking point to like reduce military spending to fund social services. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Platner tied shipbuilding thing to China specifically early in his campaign too, but he dropped that connection. I didn't see that. But that's socialist and leftists that vote for Platner are going to get very set, or if he wins or loses, because half of them are faux progressives and the other ones do their research. He's going to win anyway, though. So like, not that it really particularly matters. Cat's campaign leaders were war hawks, and that was her first mistake. Yeah, but the problem is that like Graham Platner is like not a war hawk particularly. Like, he's just, to be fair, he's a better communicator than Cat was. Cat was a poor communicator. Like, there's no reason for her to be like, we need to arm Taiwan, right? Graham Platner had a better answer on China than she did. Like, that is true, right? But he's also like not a war hawk, or not a war hawk. He's much closer to being a war hawk than being anti-military industrial complex. That is true, and that is correct. This is true. If it turns out to be a spoiler, I'm going to be so insufferable to white leftists. I deserve it. Yeah, but they're going to like be like, guys, we need to focus on the real thing. You know what I mean? Or they're going to pretend like they never supported him. I'm not like wishing for it to happen, but like, they're going to pretend like they never supported him. Never Platners. Platners have a military man, my stepdad, who was a Marine, would like. Not anti-military, but not super pro-war in a way that makes them feel expendable. Yeah. But I just wish we were honest about who Graham Platner is and what he stood for. That's why I think he's getting this push. I mean, yeah, he's a white guy who has that position, right? I mean, if we're going to be real, that's standpoint epistemology. If we're being entirely real, it's like, that's identity politics, right? Like, and then people don't want to realize it or acknowledge it. Platner's being pushed for identity politics. This is a specific identity politics thing. If Platner turns on the left, there's going to be a leftist streamer influencer war along racial lines. I mean, there aren't really a lot of leftist streamer influencers in that way. Why acknowledge the default identity, bro? Yeah. Standpoint of epistemology, OBGYN. Yeah. Other Americans like the military, even though they don't like war. This is why respecting veterans thing is stupid. It just leads back to war. I mean, not particularly. I'm not saying like disrespect the veterans or whatever, right? But like, it's just like he's so popular that like he doesn't need to do the stuff that he's doing, but he's doing it because he believes it, right? And it feels like, I don't know if I have much more to say. I don't know why people have been supporting him for so long. We found out we could have found a candidate with better morals without his past because they like what he represents. I said it 8 months ago when I covered him originally, right? They like what he represents. There's a reason why, you know how liberals with Kamala Harris were like, yo, I don't know how I feel about Kamala Harris. I guess I'll just vote for her anyway. Yo, Caroline, hello. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. You've come in at an interesting time because we're talking about Graham Platner discourse. Unfortunately, I don't like doing Graham Platner discourse. Caroline talked about him earlier too. What was Caroline's take? Before I say anything. For the 100th time, by the way. Hey, lies. I've talked about Graham Platner 4 times. I've counted. How was stream? What'd y'all do? For how long? We don't talk about that, okay? Relax, chill. It's fine, he's gonna win anyway. She read us the rainbow fish. Karen's take was that Mills and Schumer suck, but white leftists are always eager to talk over POC. That's true. Cash Patel's kid book? Ugh. Cash Patel has a kid's book? Graham Platner's on my personal BDS list. Yeah. That's pretty funny. All 3 of them? Yeah, it's about Trump? Ugh. That's gross. Yeah, you were propagating the kids? Whatever happened to, what is it called? PragerU. Is it still around? Yeah. It's all AI now? Dennis Prager is literally dying? Yes, I mean, no. Oh no. I hate that. Anyway, that's kind of the take on Graham Platner. We're kind of at the end of the discussion a little bit. But I don't know. I wish that we had a more honest conversation about a person. It's kind of take is that platform is the most important with voters, not personal history, etc. That's true. I agree with that. It is the most important for voters. Not for me, though. I can't vote for him, so I don't really care about that. Personal history is definitely the most important thing for me, because I'm not a voter for them, right? But, I mean, obviously, like, I don't expect main voters to care about him being a part of Blackwater, but that's just me, though. Here's my take. My take is very simple. 1, we need to be honest about Graham Platner. 2, Graham Platner needs to be honest about Graham Platner. He needs to stop lying about himself and his past and his history. And then 3, as long as he sticks to what he says, you can't really do much about his past. I mean, he can apologize for it. That's what my 3. He should apologize for his past. That's it. That's my biggest beef with Graham Platner, is that, like, yeah, I can't be a part of Blackwater because Blackwater doesn't exist. Exactly. Unless he's made excuses about it. It's just like, or he's lied about it. And that's my biggest frustration. He's never apologized as far as I'm aware, which is the main reason I can't let it go. Exactly. That's my biggest frustration about it, is that or he'll lie about it. He'll like be like, hey, you were a part of Blackwater. He's like, hey, no, I wasn't a part of Blackwater. What is this Blackwater thing you speak of? It's like, it's hard for me to like be like, okay, like I can get behind you, right? If like you can't even like address that, like, yeah, I did that thing and it was bad. I shouldn't have done it. Right? That's what I was saying. His excuses are always purposely vague. It's really sus. Yeah, and it's just like, just be honest. And it's exactly right. Just be honest and be like, yeah, I did it. I was young and dumb. Not for the Blackwater stuff. He was like 30 years old. But like, I was dumb. I've learned a lot from it. I've grown from it. I shouldn't have done it. You know, you can't say that he's grown if you want to demonstrate that he understands the harm that he caused. Exactly. That is my position distilled down. So you get it. You get it. That is exactly how I feel. I feel like very weird about the way that people are positioning Graham Platner as like, why are you getting mad at him? He's obviously different now. And I'm like, I'm not somebody to like project growth on somebody, right? If they've grown, they can say that they've grown and then demonstrate that they've grown. But it's required that they acknowledge the harm that they've caused, acknowledge that what they did was bad, apologize for it, and then move forward. But it's hard to do when you have this, right?
And caving to DMFI, pro-Israel lobby.
Not to mention
that was touched on into the State Department security contractor. So who did you work for, and why, and for people who are skeptical of American empire, why should that not be disqualifying?
So I never worked for Blackwater. This is I've been, like, I see this everywhere, and I'm always like, oh, for God's sake. The company that we all know is Blackwater, the one that Jeremy Scahill wrote about back in the late 2000s. That company, Eric Prince's little kind of warlord fantasy, that company essentially went away after 2012. And it was sold. I forget who bought it. There were several iterations afterwards, similar, like, same facility down in North Carolina. And this is something that I think gets lost in all of.
And for those of you who didn't hear me talk about this already, he's wrong about all of this, by the way. I'll get into it afterwards, but he's incorrect about this. The State Department has contracts for high threat security. They don't do it in-house. And the contracts were written with very specific requirements about what kind of training people have to receive, what kind of background they have to have. It's all around combat backgrounds, combat arms, special operations. Is he being dishonest? Yes, he's being dishonest. So, I have a video on Blackwater, if you want to watch it. I've done extensive research into Blackwater versus the video. I'll turn the video down then. So I can speak to this specifically. Blackwater did not dissolve in like 2012. That is wrong and incorrect. Blackwater, after committing a bunch of war crimes, changed its name to hide its identity
Ghost just subscribed.
and remove itself from these contracts so that they can continue to get contracts with the State Department. They changed their name in 2008 to Z Services. Z Services lasted a year and a half, like 2 years. And in 2009, right, Z Services made a subsidiary of Z Services called Paravant. They went off and committed more war crimes. Z Services had their own controversies. They were like, okay, it's still bad. They changed their names again to Academy. That's when Eric Prince sold off Z Services, right? Removed himself, same facilities, same everything else. Everything just changed their names, right? Got sold to a group of investors, became Academy, and then in 2015 combined with Triple Canopy, a different company, to become another entity called Constellas. Same command structure, same equipment, same facilities, same trading documents, same website. If you look at the old Blackwater, Z Services, Academy, and Constella's website, the websites are exactly the same with the name changed. It's the same exact website. It's entirely the same. They only changed their name and they play this show game to be able to get more money from the government and to avoid congressional accountability once, they are sued and are held accountable in and called in front of Congress to answer for their war crimes. So when he says Blackwater doesn't exist in 2015 or whatever, he's wrong about the date, and he's wrong about, or at least misinformed or misinterpreting or misled about that dynamic specifically. You know what I mean? That's where it kind of comes from.
Infantry, that kind of thing. And so they've maintained those contracts. He
still hasn't gotten to his answer about why he went back after leaving the military.
Only a few companies for a long time.
So Baldwin's go thing for the tier 1, 8 months.
Could meet any of those requirements. Triple Canopy, Blackwater back in the day, and then the Academy afterwards, Z, SOC, SMG. There were a number of these outfits, and because they were the ones who had the training facilities, they knew how to meet the contract requirements. There's a story in all of this that I think often gets lost, which is that after Blackwater folded, hedge funds started buying all of it up. And because they saw...
This is not true. This is incorrect. And I would expect the journalist here to correct him. Blackwater didn't fold. Hedge funds did not start buying all of it up. Blackwater was sold to hedge funds from Eric Prince specifically when he effed off to Russia. That is what happened. Does nobody know this stuff? Does nobody understand this stuff? Defending a Blackwater for someone who's never worked for them? Yeah.
They essentially saw, like, if you can have all the companies, then you can set your price. You're the only ones that have the ability to meet the contract requirements. By the time I got around to doing this, which is 2018, so I left the Army in 2012. I frankly didn't know what to do with my life for the next 6 years. And in 2017, I was back in Maine, utterly lost, had left college, didn't know what I was doing, but I was fully qualified to go work for the State Department in Afghanistan. And I had a lot of friends who...
Does this sound familiar, chat? Does this sound exactly like...
Your jobs.
I sold my soul, and I worked for a contractor.
You work for a defense contractor? Wow, that is not who I thought you were going to be. Can I get some pronouns going? She, her, okay, got it. Are you a trans woman? May I ask that? Is that right? You're a trans woman. Now, are you the only trans woman working at the defense contractor? No? There's just a defense contractor full of trans women? Just dropping bombs on brown people?
It sounds a lot like this, right? It sounds a lot like this.
How about those pronouns? Okay, so you make motors for what exactly? Rocket motors. Oh, rocket for rockets. So like when that school in Iran. Dude, that's a pickle for a liberal, don't you think? You're like, technically the motors were made by trans women, so... Who are you on the side of, liberals? But are you a liberal? Yeah. Okay. You're very leftist. But then help me understand the logic. But that's a lot. Isn't that a lot of money? I feel like... I feel like there's a middle ground somewhere in there. Are you like pro-capitalism? No, you hate capitalism. You just build rocket motors.
Now, this person is being dunked on a bunch, right? This person is being dunked on a lot online. But is it meaningfully different than... Is it meaningfully different than Graham Platner speaking about, listen, I left school. I didn't really have any other skills. I didn't really have anything else to do. Honestly, Graham Platner is worse. He's worse. And he's running for Congress. This is just a random trans woman at a comedy show. This guy's running for Congress. Oh, sorry. Wait, yeah, Senate. Well, Senate's in Congress. Gosh darn it. Senate. He's running for the Senate. Like,
in 2017, I was back in Maine, utterly lost, had left college, didn't know what I was doing, but I was fully qualified to go work for the State Department in Afghanistan. And I had a lot of friends.
But these people are like, that makes sense to me. Yep, that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. But I guarantee you, if it was that trans woman sitting in that same seat, they would feel differently. I promise you, if it was that trans woman sitting in that same exact seat, the same people who will run defense for him saying this right now would feel differently. And that's my beef. Not that Graham Platner is going to win, but the way we treat him, right, is infantilizing. It's infantilizing. And it's a level of charity and grace that is not awarded to marginalized people. And I think that's a little bit gross. We can laugh at like, wow, you want more women drone pilots. That's silly. But it was Graham Platner was like, well, it was so long ago. It was so long ago. And, you know, he said he only did it because he was bored. You know? So like... The boy's a liar. The boy's a liar. Say your goodbyes. But let a trans person say, I needed to do this to make some money because I couldn't find any other job. And you know that it's silly. You know that it's silly. I know that it's silly. We all know that that's silly. And we all know that that would make no sense. But when it's Graham Platner, it's okay because the expectations are lowered for him and he can get away with it. And I think that is a little bit gross. I could be wrong, but in my opinion, I think having a defense contractor job is a good side hustle. From the official Lockheed Martin. Audra rating for the raid. Much appreciated. Welcome in. Oh, yes, he did say the R story a few weeks ago. We covered it here. He said it in response to finding out that he had a Nazi tattoo. Right? He had a Nazi tattoo, and his campaign person was like, so you have a Nazi tattoo? He was like, what? This is a Nazi tattoo? That's the most R word I've ever heard in my life. I'm not joking. That's what he said. He apologized for that, though, by the way. He apologized for that one. He didn't apologize for, like, being a part of Blackwater, you know, saying black people can't tip or don't tip, or like any of the other stuff. But, like, that one he apologized for. So, oh yeah, he also apologized for calling himself a socialist on Reddit. He apologized more for that than for this. So, yeah. Oh yeah, yes, he also did not apologize for getting a tattoo. Couldn't even say, look, I'm sorry for getting this tattoo. It was just like, hey, it's not a Nazi tattoo. I would never have gotten a Nazi tattoo. So, suck it up, I guess.
Who were on that contract. And so essentially a friend of mine hit me up on Facebook and was like, hey, dude, what are you doing? I'm like, honestly, man, I have no idea. I'm lost. I can't figure out where I fit in this whole thing. And he was like, I mean, come on over and...
Like, you would never accept that for a black person. Like, I'm sorry. You would never accept that, ever, in your entire life. You would never accept that for a trans person, right? Who had a more legitimate reason to actually engage with the current system, you would never accept that. Ever in your life. Ever. And that's what pisses me off so much. Right? A marginalized person, a trans person, a black person, a woman who is like, I'm literally held back by society for systemic reasons, and this is the only thing I can do. You would sit there and say, this identity politics to defend joining this system is disgusting, but when it's Graham Platner, he's small bean, so it's okay. And that's gross, and that's disgusting. And that's why this Graham Platner conversation is so gross and frustrating for me, right? That's why it's so frustrating. So frustrating. I hate it so much. I hate it so much, and that's why I keep going off on these tangents, these rants all the time, because it's not even about Graham Platner as a person or as an individual, but because of what he stands for and how he's a representation of just how much white men get away with so much stuff in society, including in leftist spaces. And I hate it, and I hate it, and I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. Because I know these same sort of leftists, a few months ago, were right there yelling at black soldiers, you know what I mean? Who were posting black soldier TikToks defending Graham Platner now. They had more of a claim to join the military than this person does. And it's so gross. It's so disgusting. And it frustrates me. It frustrates me specifically because if you look back there, that could have been me. You know what I mean? I was this close to being groomed into the military by disgusting recruiters who took advantage of the fact and they knew that I couldn't afford college. And I looked debt directly in the eye. Directly in the eye. And I made the choice. I made the choice to go with my moral judgment, right? And stick behind $30,000 of debt that I'm still paying off, by the way. And he gets infinite charitability for being a small bean 35-year-old going back to join Blackwater because he was bored. But if I did it as a kid propagandized into American empire, unable to afford college, right? Those same people would have an issue with it. And that's so frustrating. It's so frustrating, bro. That's why I hate this conversation. Official Lockheed Martin, thank you for the gifted sub. If you're black, you should have known better. Yeah, it's literally what they say. I hate it so much. People use a poverty draft to defend Graham Platner so much. And it's so stupid because Graham Platner is not a victim of the poverty draft. Graham Platner did not join the military out of necessity. He joined the military to kill people. That's why he did it. That is why he did it. Unlike the actual people who are the black and brown people who are a part of the poverty draft, right? He joined the military to kill people. That's why he did it. But people have infinite smoke for a black service member, right? But Graham Platner was small bean. He didn't need to. He decided to. And then he decided to go back once again. It's gross. The kind of review in the song was talking about Platner right now. I don't know what the song's saying. Honestly, I don't even really want to know, bro. It's going to add to my frustration. I know it is. It's bad. You know what?
Not the normal route, okay? JD Vance did, no, JD was combat camera. Exactly, he was press, right? He was Marine Corps press. So that's a poor person That is I mean, his background is not necessarily poor, from what I understand. I think he's like upper middle class, but basically, yeah. Fango, this is my fascist DA cousin did reserves and JAG. Exactly. You either do reserves, or you go through the officers program. You know, you don't do this route. This route is actually very unique. Even for, you know, politicians that are sympathetic. Oftentimes, like I said, when you are going through this process, you don't do fucking infantry. You're not holding a machine gun.
Yes, you do. If you want to kill people. I disagree with Hassan on this fundamentally. If he's like, after 9/11, I wanted to join the military because I'm doing this for America, it's because he wanted to kill people. That's it. He's doing it because he wants to kill people.
I live like a capitalist every
He says he
single day,
enjoys
Shank.
combat. He likes the
I live as a
adrenaline. He's doing it to kill people. That's why he did it. Specifically.
Green just subscribed.
Background. We know his like ideological, his ideological changes, his rehabilitation in some respects, right? We know the journey that he went through because it was well documented, and it was also spread around like wildfire, right? He was a grunt. He was a machine gunner for the fucking Marine Corps. He's a crayon eater, okay? And somewhere along the line, he had a real change of attitude.
And then he
it's
went back.
very clear. Unless you personally think this is the most elaborate ruse from the CIA to deeply embed.
Why'd he go back?
His communities, with the notion that like there would be a broad leftist movement somewhere along the line.
Why'd he go back?
And that the CIA would have to.
I think that's a fair question,
it.
right?
And we're thinking like decades ahead.
Why did he go back to join Blackwater? I think that is a fair question.
In an effort to like boost his profile as like a real one, they also tarnished his reputation as aggressively as possible, and he withstood one of the most cynical oppo dumps of all time for a fucking primary, as Bronco from Jacobin writes. Reminder that Graham Platner weathered one of the most cynical smear/cancel culture campaigns, which painted him as holding virtually the exact opposite of every view he ever expressed, and by a Dem establishment that 5 minutes earlier was decrying cancel culture, no less. In a manner not dissimilar to what I've also withstood in these past couple of months.
Bro. Like he said these things, bro.
Lines of attack, hitting every avenue possible. It didn't work.
Like, just because it's cynical and it's done by like from opposition does not mean that these things were not bad. He joined Blackwater. That was bad. He joined hold on, what's Fetterman?
I want to get fucking hit with the Fetterman Ray, dude. Holy shit. Sometimes I'm like,
but he joined Blackwater. That was bad. He was saying slurs. That was bad. He had anti-black and misogynistic comments. That was bad. That was all bad. And people have a right to be frustrated by that. And despite all of that, and his apprehension about being what's it called? Like being a part of the system, he went back.
Oh, no, they did. But they ate it up leftistly. That's why I'm saying it was a very sophisticated smear campaign. Because if you recall at the time, the Jewish Insider was the
like, no, I didn't eat this shit up. I'm sorry. I led this. I led it. I did the opposition. Me. I personally did it, and I stand by it. And I will continue to stand by it. Continually. Because that's what it means to be ideologically consistent. That's what it means. To be ideologically consistent. That is. I did not eat up the opposition research. I said it to begin with, originally, when he launched his campaign. I look at his history and I look at his past and I say that was bad and y'all let him get away with it. Like, I'm sorry. That's the truth.
Israel stooge, he's a secret agent. It was crazy. And what did I tell you at the time? I was like, look at where this information is coming from. Look who leaked this story. Look who put this story
out. Not care. I stand on that. Do not care. Do not care. I said it before. I said it when covering the Hassan thing. I do not care. Did you commit harm to marginalized people? You have to answer for it. You don't get a pass because you're getting called out by bad people. You just don't. You just don't. You just don't.
It's like if the Financial Times or New York Times uncovered you having a supposedly billionaire parent. Yeah, neither of which would write a story like that because it's not true. It is true that he has an IDF relative, like a brother-in-law who's in the IDF. Yeah, his brother-in-law is in the Israeli security establishment, and it wasn't Jewish Insider. It was a random Twitter account highlighted by the Australian. Like, don't lie. Even if I don't care about his brother-in-law, oh my fucking God. No, it was the Jewish Insider that wrote about it first. It was the first major media outlet that wrote about that. They are the ones who broke that story. It's literally true.
Why does this matter?
I
don't
remember
know.
because I saw it unfold in real time.
Like, kind of care is not a past. I get it, but it's dangerous to like the enemy of my enemy is my ally. No, because I said it first. Just because they're saying the same thing I'm saying does not mean what I'm saying is invalid. It doesn't. It's valid. It's correct. Just because I'm saying what I'm saying does not mean it's valid. Right? Because they're saying what I'm saying does not mean it's invalid. It's true and correct. It's so frustrating.
Anyway, cock leaked? Yeah. Address this. Oh, this is the Fear and Ampersand collection.
You can't just write off criticism because it's coming from, like, because they picked up on it.
Serving cunt.
Again, I don't really care about the IDF brother thing. I care about the Blackwater thing.
In any case, getting back to the story at hand, okay? He did. He ate it from every end possible. He ate it from centrist Democrats. He ate it from the pro-Israel newspapers. He was receiving a barrage of attacks. And I'll admit, as far as getting ahead of the controversy with the Totenkopf tattoo, the Pod Johns actually helped out big time, where he, instead of waiting for the news to break, he controlled the media cycle on the Totenkopf tattoo. He went on Pod Johns and was like, this is the thing that is on my chest. I didn't know it was a Totenkopf Nazi tattoo. I'm covering it immediately. That was actually somewhat brilliant. It's ironic because the Pod Johns were also responsible at the time for Elizabeth Warren doing that blood quantum test on whether or not she was actually, indigenous or not, which, was, in my opinion, not their best moment. But this was actually, this was unironically a very solid approach that he had.
It's a brilliant play, the Nazi tattoo move.
Uniquely, it was built to be a place of power for elites to hold back working class power, but that actually makes it a unique target to build working class power, because the bang for your buck with Senate seats is pretty spectacular when it comes to power versus.
Guess we should check who leaked this Eric Swalwell, and if they're bad, we should dismiss it.
I did not believe him at first, but then he said he was something on the wall in Croatia and bought it. Yeah, I mean, if you're getting a tattoo on shore leave in Croatia, the likelihood that that is going to be a Nazi tattoo is unbelievably high. It's fucking Croatia. Of course you went to a tattoo parlor and they were like, hey, this is, we're going to give you this tattoo. Most places in the United States of America, most tattoo shops in the United States of America would not have that tattoo. As a matter of fact, they would never tattoo that. As a matter of fact, they would literally offer free coverage of tattoos like that because it's a Nazi tattoo. Tattoo parlors know exactly what the common Nazi tattoos are. Okay.
Graham Platner says it's not a Nazi tattoo. It resembles a Nazi tattoo.
Is the one place where you have an unbelievably high likelihood that the tattoo that you're getting is probably a fucking Nazi tattoo. Anyway.
I'm not sure if I was saying the same kind of, those who joined the Marines is the same, those who joined the PMC, paraphrase slightly, which I think is a salient point to me. I understand frustration about not addressing directly, like he did with the tattoo.
We need loud voices in the Senate who are willing to build power and wield it. Fetterman, really doesn't come from that kind of, I think, one, structural critique, and certainly
I don't even care about the tattoo. I care about the Blackwater thing.
A long track record of being very specific or very, what's the word I'm looking for here?
That's genuinely my biggest beef.
On his policies. For instance, on Israel,
I still don't believe him, but I don't care. I care about the Blackwater thing.
Outspoken and supporting
because it shows it shows inconsistency. That's what shows the inconsistency, in my opinion. What shows the inconsistency is him understanding and acknowledging that it's bad to be a part of this system and then deciding to go back, right? That is something that demands an answer, in my personal opinion. What do the defense contractor left support Pentagon takeovers of the main productions? I have no idea.
Disbanded by that point, and it was operating under a different name, which is true technically. He's just trying to get off on a technicality. But it's bullshit regardless. Yes, it's a Blackwater. It's what Blackwater became. It's one of the many different security contractors that most veterans go to work for. I think it was Constellus at that point. Regardless, it doesn't matter. It's still totally worthy of suspicion and scrutiny.
Subscribed. This fool knew it was a Nazi tattoo.
Blackwater was disbanded and then recreated under different names over and over again. Academy was another name for it as well. And the reason for why was because they kept doing fucking war crimes. Okay? That's it. Because that's what security contractors do. They do war crimes.
White Mamdani. I don't know if you've heard that phrase, which made me chuckle. What do you make of the comparisons with Zoran Mamdani? Here is a proud democratic socialist who ran a very populist, leftist, anti-establishment primary campaign, and then general. I'm not going to talk about it, but
they didn't disband. They just.
What do you make of the comparisons between you and Zoran Mamdani?
Here's the thing that people don't understand, or at least like the anti-electoralist left doesn't understand for some reason. If you're anti-electoralist and you have a principled stance on this, then fine, you know. It's your choice, right? I'm not like that. I'm not going to argue against you all the goddamn time. I feel like it's unproductive. There's like 12 total people on the planet who have a consistent perspective on this shit, and it's utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. However, if you're an anti-electoralist leftist anyway, like, this is not a conversation for you regardless, because
I don't think
whether
you have to be anti-electoralist to
whether it's Janet Mills or whether it's Graham
want Platner to address the
winning this seat, it doesn't matter. They're all fucking bourgeois
to his
social
Blackwater
fascists.
war crime history.
So it's not, you know, from your perspective, it doesn't change anything, right? So this is why I never understand why like anti-electoralist leftists or ultras will fucking lose their minds, as though they're making a sincere calculation here that like Graham Platner is going to be worse than fucking Susan Collins or Janet Mills. He's not. If you're making an electoralist calculation, then yeah, of course Graham Platner is far better. Reluctantly or not, you would most likely, if you cared about voting for an election at all, if you didn't think that it was a totally ridiculous thing for a real leftist to do, then yeah, you're gonna fucking vote for Graham Platner. And for many people, actually, they're gonna be excitedly voting for Graham Platner because he demonstrates a lot of the values that many people want.
Good spell.
They just don't care about holding power in the U.S. Senate, which seems to be a very short-sighted idea. I know. It just doesn't make any fucking sense, though. Like, given the options that are readily available, I don't think it's inherently anti-electoralist to want him to properly address his history, honestly, in my opinion. I mean, no disagreements there, but I'm pretty sure he has already done so over and over again. There's just never going to be an answer that a lot of people are comfortable with. After all, he has a fucking Nazi tattoo. He had a Nazi tattoo on his chest. How do you explain that beyond, I'm a fucking idiot, I didn't know, okay? You can't explain it. It's impossible to explain. He literally says, I didn't know that it was a fucking Nazi tattoo when I got it. It's not going to be a satisfying answer because the social crime committed in that situation is the maximum social crime. There is literally nothing more egregious that you could do than get a fucking Nazi tattoo. Okay? There is no satisfactory answer for that when you have done the worst social crime possible. It's not a real crime. That's why I'm saying it's a social crime, right? That's it. There's no satisfying answer for that. There's no answer that will satisfy the goals here. Like what? He slipped and fell into a fucking totem cough? No, of course not. Did you just hear yourself? Wait, what? I am. I'm saying what I think. I'm saying what I believe. He's definitely a Nazi. Don't mean to change the subject, but when is the merch shipping? My girlfriend's birthday is May 14th. I don't fucking know the answer to your question.
There's no social crime worse than a tattoo. No, I said there's no social crime worse than having a Nazi tattoo. Social crimes like saying slurs, okay? Social crimes like being misogynistic to varying degrees. You know, if we're talking about social crimes, not real crimes, right? Things that people would consider to be missteps or things that show who you are as a person. Yes, it's the
really bad.
worst fucking
We're
taboo, I
talk
guess, if
about
you want to
enough
call
'cause,
it that.
Dude spending his life murdering people.
Yeah,
for money with
you left
Blackwater.
out a key part of this. There's no
Which I
worse
find
social
about to
crime than a
die
tattoo.
on.
Come on, law.
No,
Notice how
Platner's
you left
is
out
a
a key word there that
point,
changes it.
of,
It's not just like
is a part of a wider conversation. Mostly, I don't necessarily care to litigate, but with the again, I don't care to litigate the tattoo stuff, and I do hate that people are so like tattoo.
Having
You
said
know,
all of that,
like
said all of that,
it's more indicative of just like
do I think he knew it was a Nazi tattoo and
like
got it?
I think it's the distraction from like the whole like he's very cagey about his past. And the Blackwater thing is like an important thing to address.
You sound way more Nazi than most of those you call a Nazi. Stop being so fake. Dude, you have
Like-
to take Israel's penis out of your ass when you type, okay? Anyone that calls me a fucking Nazi is just an unbelievable dick rider of the Zionist
Again, I don't believe him on the tattoo thing. If I'm being entirely, I'm still saying it. I don't believe him on the tattoo thing. But like, it pales in comparison to his like. If we're talking about his electoral policy and how he will legislate, right? Whether or not he's actually able to, you know, come to salient conclusions about these things. How his worldview about whether or not he's going to do something or not do something about joining Blackwater or not is kind of important.
Version of what's going on in the world. Everyone that actually opposes the current Adolf Hitler, Benjamin Netanyahu, is actually Adolf Hitler. Thank you. Yeah, between him and I haven't actually engaged in Holocaust revisionism.
Yeah, and if he can't even address that now, it's hard for me to be like, okay, this guy's, you know, really with it.
Give a shit, right? Yeah, why am I a Nazi? Explain to the class.
I mean, he seems pretty stupid, so I kind of believe him. Yeah, but he seems stupid in that regard, but he's also calculated in like being cagey about, you know, he realizes that it looks bad for him to join Blackwater, so now he has to like talk around that and walk around that, right?
Are understandably seeking emancipation. Is that what it is?
Can you imagine going
the
back for a guy they
Adolf
wouldn't
Hitler?
even give time of day? What's the value of hitching your wagon to another guy that's potential to stay in
I
your
have
career?
a consistent perspective on this, okay? Just as I support the historical anti-Nazi movements, the Jewish partisans, for example, that sabotaged and ended up killing Nazis and maybe even civilians along the way because they were fighting a just war against the scourge of Nazism that would end up slaughtering 6 million Jews. Of course, I support and understand why Palestinians would want to resist militarily
Moss, can you check this
against
chatter?
the Israeli occupation that has gone on for 80
I'm pretty sure they ain't coming from me.
He left the chat, of course. Just a little bit of scrutiny.
Not following? That's what I thought. That's not gonna stop the shitters from chat hopping.
A little bit of light. And these fucking little pieces of shit skedaddle. I like this place. It's okay to be mean to stupid people. It's not okay to be mean to stupid people. It's okay to be mean to stupid people who are mean, who have repulsive visions of a worse future.
Sorry, over time. Yeah, like again, like there are Grant Platner does get like the hate from like both like moderate liberals and from like the Zionist coalition as well. Like this is true and correct. That doesn't inherently make again my critiques of him incorrect.
Load-bearing cliche of our time. In this worldview, genocide is not authoritarian, but
Calling the white
qualified
is
praise
wild.
of China
That's
is.
nice.
I think
I agree.
morally healthy people
U.S. electoralism is wild. Masters
see
told
this
whatever
cheesy
dismantle the Master's house, but also Platner is using his platform to speak on real working class issues.
Healthy people.
This
This
terrible
cheesy
past sure one
Atlanticism
defends
increasingly rings
even
false.
uplifts. But I think it's important to notice that he's using his
past
power
3 years, you still believe authoritarianism versus democracy is a useful way to divide
yeah, but that's
the world.
not the totality of all that
Then you are a child who has
matters.
no interest in engaging.
It's just not. You can't be like genocide is bad and then ignore your hand in causing genocide and participating in genocide as well. Right? And then lie about it. You just can't do that. You can't.
Now, buddy,
I don't have to sell
I
know.
He's already
right?
been sold to the Mainers. He's already been sold to the relevant parties here, okay? You can chirp about how unprincipled and how ideologically unsound these candidates are, but it doesn't fucking matter. I know this is the most frustrating element of
but I don't understand this, because if he's unpopular, then what's the problem with criticizing him? It doesn't make sense to me.
Process is an idiotic endeavor regardless. But from
what happened to push candidates left? He's popular. He's a popular candidate that's going to win. Why are we not pushing him left? Why are we just accepting him where he is? Why are we just, being like, oh, well, we're good. We're chill. Right? He has things that he needs to answer for. He has things he needs to move on. Why are we not moving him? I think I just have that confusion.
Framework, it doesn't fucking matter if it's Graham Platner or Susan Collins anyway, right? It doesn't matter. They're both social fascists, right? That's what you think. They're both social fascists.
I think it's just unfair characterization.
In bourgeois
I just don't
democracy.
personally agree.
So why the fuck do you care? You're chirping from outside of the club. You don't want to be in the club, right? So you want Susan Collins? I don't fucking understand. You're not advancing this question to me, right? Sincerely. I assume you're talking to the other chatters.
I just from here to say, because I didn't like Hassan answer to Sean's point.
Even remotely confuse you that you are doing a handshake with Israel
Platner,
First Democrats and
that's my biggest
Democrats
my biggest beef is that, like, Platner should be giving these answers and nobody's pushing him on it. Whether it's from Drop Site News when he's discussing his Blackwater Pass, nobody is forcing him to give these answers. There are answers that he can give here. He can demonstrate that he has changed his mind. He can demonstrate that he's different now. He can demonstrate that he believes something different now. But everybody's holding water for him. Nobody's holding his feet to the fire. He's like, yeah, I was 34 years old and I joined Blackwater because I was bored. And everybody's like, that makes sense to me. And that's just so insanely weird. That's so weird. I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get it. As he's doing handshakes over U.S. aid for military spending, which are like this. Disaligned people agree on things occasionally. Doesn't make them aligned. Yeah. I don't get it. I don't get it. And I'm not saying we throw Platner out. I'm just saying that, like,
that he has had a real change of heart. He has had a real change of attitude, especially because I hear the way he talks about wars. I hear the way he talks about imperialism. He might not say that he is an anti-imperialist, right? But his version of communicating against the American war machine is not only sound, but it also comes from a place of legitimacy, okay? Him looking like a fucking chud and having that background as a machine gunner for the Marine Corps gives him unbelievable credibility to speak out against war in a way that no one else can. In a way that even the likes of John Kerry never could.
That's just identity politics. Again, did I not tell you this, Chad? Did I not tell you? It's just the optics. It's just the way that he's perceived. You know what I mean?
It's hard for me today that when he lies personally, he will say he hasn't worked for Blackwater, and I think that's dishonest. I want to believe that he's changed. It's too hard when he lies about it. Yeah, I think the reason why he's doing that is because he's running a fucking campaign. And this kind of stuff doesn't actually impact anyone's opinion, but he's trying to hopefully get the squishy anti-war liberals to not look in that direction. But then again, I can't. Please ignore these anti-Platner ultras and move on, Chief. No, I think for a lot of people, there's varying degrees of anti-Platner thought, okay, in this community and in all communities. You have the blue sky liberals, okay, who oppose him because he's an outsider and they can't stand a candidate that has had any kind of has demonstrated any kind of like social behavior that they consider to be reactionary at any point in time. They saw one Reddit post where he's talking about like where he's victim blaming, right? And it's not, the way it's presented is also unbelievably negative, but like it's you know, he is engaged in thought crimes in the past, okay? Even if he has taken accountability.
I wouldn't call
right? So you have the
Blackwater thought crimes,
anti-Platnerites on the blue sky that were like, oh my God, this guy's actually a secret Republican. How can nobody see it? For many of them, I think the aesthetics is what is their major hang up here. They see someone that looks like a fucking chud and they can't get over it. Many of those blue sky liberals also despise me for similar things. Maybe they saw a clip here or there that caused them to think I'm a reactionary, or maybe they saw the way that I look, the way that I carry myself, and it reminded them of people that shoved them into fucking lockers and they can't get over it. Okay? That's one wing of the anti-Platnerites. Okay? The other wing of the anti-Platnerites that I think are the most valid in terms of their critique are people who are people who look to his background of being, you know, working for Blackwater or whatever subsidiary of Blackwater that now exists, Academy, XE, Constellis, or whatever the fuck, and think to themselves, well, this guy joined Blackwater, a Blackwater subsidiary in 2016. That's unbelievable after doing 4 fucking tours. Okay? You don't see as many look like a woke, think like a chud, except for on the Jube. Yes. Okay. And they say, I don't know if he's actually sincerely changed or not. Okay? Wait, you got a point? I had 2 people on Blue Sky asking me about you and Platner. There are people who see the tattoo, they see all of this stuff, and they think, okay, well, the presentation here is red flags galore. Okay? There's a little bit more validity in that argument, in the skepticism. But once again, you have to match that up with what he's saying right now. And what he's saying right now is the closest. If you were to listen to what he has to say, you would realize that his comments on this issue, especially when judged with the rest of the fucking candidates that are out there, especially when judged with the rest of the Senate, is radical, okay? It is genuinely the closest to our school of thought. An anti-imperialist school of thought. It's not entirely there, but it's very close. It's closer than I have ever encountered an American politician communicating with clarity on the issues of endless war. Okay? Like, further to the left than Zohran Mamdani in many respects. Coming from a guy who shot in the direction of people who look like Zohran Mamdani. Okay? So I understand that. It's funny that people try to explain to me anti-imperialist thought in this fucking community when half of you guys were, 10 years ago thinking, hoorah, thank God people are fucking joining the military so they can protect my fucking free speech and First Amendment rights. Okay? What was I doing 10 years ago? I was still talking in the same exact way that I was talking. Okay? I get it. You've had your own personal evolution in the way that you see the world, but you can't factor in that other people might have also had a similar journey.
I just don't think that he's as anti-imperialist as Hassan is making him out to seem, personally.
He got his tattoo covered. He's only shown growth, no regression in his policies, and he carefully explains the reasoning behind his choice and policies, unlike all those other people who were flip-floppers. Yeah. If anything, he most likely doesn't say what his actual beliefs are because he's worried that he's going to come across as a radical. I also shy away from saying my full position because I know there's a lot of people watching right now that would love.
He's hiding his power level.
What are you doing? Is a very radical, dangerous person, similar to Hassan. Hassan Piger loves him, so I just also shy away from, communicating on this issue with the utmost clarity, even though I can't help myself, especially when we end up arguing over this shit over and over again. One of the things that they're using now, the RNC is using now, is me saying, what the fuck more do you want? He was defending Hamas in 2014. That's literally going to appear on Fox News.
I genuinely, I think this might be one of the biggest fundamental disagreements that he and I have.
Fucking truth, no matter what it is, and no matter how I feel,
I just don't agree.
How other people might.
I don't think we're gonna agree on this,
or how other people might use it. There are people.
I just think we have a disagreement on this.
consistently bastardize.
I just don't think we agree.
Consistently chop up things that I'm saying to attack candidates. Okay.
You should the Jubilee video doesn't give me a headache. Nah, I just don't think we agree. That's just it. I just think we just disagree.
Realm of politics with any kind of populist message for working class people, we're all going to get lumped together. Yeah, I mean, I think
Just personally,
the mayor.
I said my piece, so I'm not gonna say anymore.
Yes.
Assume that my.
I think you heard your point for real. It's whatever. It's fine.
And there are elements, I think, of where we come from.
I just don't think we agree. Evade taxes now for the 10 gifted subs.
Is our focus on organizing as
the real reason is that he's a combat junkie, and the real biggest red flag is that his answers for the flip like that's his biggest red flag. The answer for the flip flop, but I genuinely think that he's one shot up at Michael Brooks and shrooms.
At the rate that we are,
yes.
And if you look at where the mayor won, it was because he had a lot of people who turned out and organized.
I don't know. And my biggest problem is that like, even and I'll defend Hassan on this is that at least Hassan is giving a credence to the idea that like, yes, this is why people don't trust him. You know what I mean? Like, that's more than a lot of chatters in here do, right? But like, I have a fundamental disagreement. I'm not even saying that Graham Platner hasn't changed. I'm just saying that what he has demonstrated so far is not indicative as radical of change as Hassan thinks, personally. I just don't think so. I don't think so. I think people are just they want to glaze because of what he stands for.
Let's talk about Israel and the war. You are a military
That's what I think it
veteran.
is.
You spent the better part of a decade in the military.
You think that
You served in
Patty
Iraq,
was a regular guest on
Afghanistan.
stream?
Is that what made you anti-war?
Work in PR grants
We're gonna progress. Thank you for the
sub to
gifted
Andre
sub. People are
__Lambo.
projecting. I think people are projecting onto him.
I will say, once I got in it and became like.
I think that he can demonstrate sufficient change. He needs to stop lying. I think it's very simple. He needs to stop lying. He needs to not like. He needs to acknowledge that he worked for Blackwater. He needs to acknowledge what he did was bad. He needs to apologize for it, and then he can move forward. He can move on. I think if he does that, he'll curry a lot of good favor. I don't know if I'll personally be like, I love this guy or whatever, right? But that shows growth. That demonstrates growth, in my personal opinion, right? You have the acknowledgement is a very important part. That is important. Also, you got to give to be a sub to you, Gopnik. Oh, treasure train's happening on my stream though.
Water becomes literally just job when you're trying to hold on to a positive income with 30 years of propaganda on top. Yeah, what's inconsistent in his background is the fact that he was like pro-Palestine when he was like 14, and then he joined the American military, the Marine Corps, became a machine gunner, did 4 tours, and then joined back to go on Blackwater. At times he has been, at times he has demonstrated a negative opinion about American warfare, and then has also been a willing participant of it. I personally, and I've said this many times over, I can't repeat this enough. I don't give a shit. Okay? A lot of people get super mad when I say this, but it's the reality that we live in. Okay? The reality that we live in has absolutely normalized this death and destruction campaign. Okay? The reality that we live in has normalized this death and destruction campaign. The average American 100% does not have the same hang-ups that you do about joining the fucking military. Okay? They don't. They literally do not see it. They don't understand it. They have not comprehended it. If at any point they do understand it, then that's fucking fantastic. And many veterans, left flank vets in general, have comprehended their actions and work against American imperialism now. Okay?
I think
you can poo-poo that away all day, every day. Oh, we little infantry vet with an upper R middle-class family that offered to pay for his college. He refused the GI Bill to go to Georgetown and got gifted an oyster business. Like, again, and again. Yes, this background is unbelievably normal. It's a lot more normal. What is abnormal here is who he is now, okay?
But like, again, the problem is that the left is not based in normality. Like, he's talking about being a leader of like the leftist movement. You know what I mean?
I'm having fun.
Like we are trying again. That's why I said don't be normal, be better. Like,
Is he saying, dude? I'm sorry, and I this is gonna come across as harsh, okay?
you know,
But your antisocial personality disordered commentary about a fucking oyster business owning Mainer is not like he is a lot closer to the fucking average Mainer than you are, okay?
and this is my problem is that here, I'll say it. I don't care about the average Mainer. I don't care. I care about the brown people that he was killing. I don't. I don't care about the white rough and tumble military people. I care about the trans people and the black people. That's what my focus is and always has been. Right? And so I don't care if it's unpopular. I will tailor all of my criticism and all of my politics through that lens. I don't care if it's unpopular. Right? He caused harm. He needs to account for that harm. That's very simple.
You might be the one who's out of touch. You understand that, right?
I don't care if it's I genuinely don't care if it's unpopular. Genuinely, I do not care if it's unpopular. Would it be a different story if it's in the IDF? In my opinion, no, it wouldn't.
Reminded of one of my best friends in college who was also in the Marine Corps, and was unbelievably disillusioned by his experience. And that definitely
what
changed
upsets
my
me
perspective
is that
quite a
like
bit
I was in the position that he
people who
wasn't.
served in the military.
I think that's what pisses me off a little bit more.
I mean,
why I'm so stuck on this, right? I was in the position that people think Grant Platner was in, right? I grew up in a position of not being able to afford college. I didn't have my parents' oyster business, right? I couldn't afford college. I didn't have a GI Bill or whatever. You know what I mean? I was groomed into service by a military recruiter when I was 17 years old, right? I was sat down in front of a recruiting office, told to sign on the dotted line, and I have all my problems not worried about, right? And I made the decision to not do that, but I could have made the decision to do that. And what frustrates me is people giving that to Graham Platner, right? Stolen valor. Stolen valor. But like, Graham Platner didn't have that. It wasn't that. He didn't do that, right? That was an active choice that he made. And yes, there was still propaganda involved, which is why I'm not chastising him for that. I'm chastising him for going back. That's what I'm chastising him for. I'm chastising him for going back. He was 10 years older than I am now. And he decided, because he was bored, I'm going to go back. And he needs to answer for that. Not saying he can't change. Not saying he has to be exactly the same. But he needs to answer for that.
Change. I wouldn't be doing this. Okay? Given that I've seen the same exact lines of attack against Graham Platner that I've received over and over again, I'm certainly a little bit biased in his favor. That's number one. And number two, like I've explained already, like I have...
I hate the way growth is
I know
weaponized.
someone who was very close to me that had a very similar experience to Graham Platner, who went through his own personal transformation. And there are many people like him in this community. A lot of you guys fucking yell all the time about how like every veteran is a baby killer, baby murderer. You don't realize that you're fucking surrounded by many of them, okay? Many veterans that joined, went into active duty. I mean, I literally fucking interviewed a combat medic. Hamawi is a combat medic. He saw combat. He was patching up the baby killers, right? That's your perspective, right? Like your attitude is like, oh,
again,
these guys are every veteran is a baby killer. Like, you don't understand. This is the United States of America.
He joined Blackwater, though. I don't know why Hassan's conflating.
Cleric, don't say oof. I'm defending you right now, okay?
He joined.
I'm trying.
He went back and joined Blackwater. That's different.
You know,
that's
you can't have this kind of attitude
different.
if you want to
That's
fucking
different.
build.
That's different.
A movement.
It's different.
You want
It's
to
different.
organize.
It's different. It requires
you
explanation.
You have to do away with this mentality that like people are beholden to the crimes that they've committed, or people are beholden to and permanently stuck as who they used to be.
That harm is there. I think I just have a fundamental disagreement with Hassan on this. I just disagree. I disagree.
This all goes back to your message and saying what I hear you say all the time, which is meeting people where they're at. Yes.
I disagree. I disagree.
Stop behaving like personality disordered weirdos when you make these assessments.
I don't agree.
You know, people could easily say the same about the IDF. Not all of them kill children. Buddy, this is a consistent position that I have. I have literally interviewed people who served in the fucking IDF. Hello. This is a newfound phenomena for everybody. People who didn't even know what the fuck the IDF was before October 7 will come in here and start, posturing in this way. That's why people to my left flank say I'm a Zionist.
I don't like people who are just like, oh, these chirpers are coming from me. Like, there are more anti-Platner people in there than I have chatters who watch me in general. There are more people who don't like Platner in there right now than currently watch me right now.
You can be poor and choose not to go kill children.
Like genuinely watch me right now.
Platner is, okay? You did it.
It's not even close.
What does this do other than just
It's not even close.
You're just a better person. Okay?
People think I have the motion to like, everybody go attack Hassan or something.
And deliver
I just personally don't agree.
While doing so, and I'll back
my name
into
pop
the
up again.
fucking hilt. But that's not the reality that we're existing in right now, okay? We're in the current reality. We got to get back to reality. What does that have to do with this conversation? Yeah, Ofer Kasif was in the IDF as a paratrooper, and then he became a conscientious objector. People are shaped by their circumstances, but can change. That is a profoundly important value. It's one of the fundamentals.
Again, but
he's
I don't disagree with Hassan here, but he's lying about it.
In any case,
that's my biggest hang up. Genuinely, my biggest hang up. I don't disagree with him here.
Fortunate enough to have not made this unbelievably bad decision, and that's it. So all you're doing in that situation is no different than.
But what about us who made the right decision, though?
Being born with a copy of fucking Das Kapital in one hand, and being a principled Marxist-Leninist since birth. You know what I mean? In comparison to these fucking.
I think this is what frustrates me a little bit. Right? I think this frustrates me a little bit more because I had a call yesterday. And I talked to the financial aid office and I got my bill for my financial aid and it made me cry a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, what about the rest of us who made this decision? You know what I mean? Like, who were faced with the choice. I can pull it up. I can grab it real quick. This was me, chat. This was me in high school. I was in JROTC. I talked about it before. And you know what? I want to see if I can find this for you. I actually wrote my personal statement on this, and I kind of want you to read it. I'll see if I can find it.
Now imagine if I was like, oh, tell me what kind of rad lib tendencies you had beforehand. What did you do beforehand? I bet you were a reactionary. I bet you were, oh, were you a Nazi? I bet you're faking, changing now. Every single time someone came in.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist.
I'm going to read you a section.
I live when I believe.
Yeah,
X Huawei Summer just subscribed.
I'll read you a section of it. So I'll start from the beginning. I think it's important. Here, I'll zoom out and I'll read you this. I think it would be good for you to hear. This got me into college, so shout out my writing. I said it hit me when the pavement did. The flashing lights of the ambulance echoed in the distance as concerned faces stared down at me. The next 7 days in the same sterile white room as I sat, and I saw what I thought was the system failing, only to realize it was working as intended. I did not intend to spend my third week of college in the hospital, but that was the situation that would drastically change my outlook on life. Growing up, I always postponed involving myself in politics. Being a black person in North Carolina often meant you couldn't be uninvolved, but the non-confrontational, socially awkward child in me positioned myself far from it. I put my focus in technology, building computers and embedded systems, and delving into how to be on the cutting edge. So when it came to pick my major at university, my mind went directly into engineering. I had my plan: attend North Carolina State University, my best engineering school in my state, achieve the honor roll as I had in high school, and declare my major in College of Engineering. I moved 3 hours away, roomed with a stranger, and began my work. For the next 2 weeks, I was successful until it hit me. The heat struck following my joining of the university's Reserve Officer Training Corps program to help pay for college. Why did I have to go this route to pay for my schooling? Why did the hospital cost so much in the first place? These were the questions that formed directionless in my mind, one that would shape my political ideology for the years to come. The following events and the subsequent global pandemic that followed, my college career was filled with turbulence. Multiple school transfers, poor faculty, and unaccountable lost credits led me to University of North Carolina in the fall of 2022. And then it goes on and it continues. Well, this kind of speaks to one event that happened in my life. Not even the event that I was thinking of, actually, but I think it was second or third week of school, right? Joining ROTC because I needed to pay for college and school, right? Being hospitalized with a heat stroke, failing classes, and then having to deal with that fallout, is rough. Being in JROTC in high school and having recruiters at 17, 18 years old, right, following you, around campus, having counselors call in black and brown students who they know they can't afford college and being like, hey, join the military, right? Being essentially kidnapped, signed out of school by a recruiter, driven across the town without your parents' consent, and set down and coerced into signing, right? That was my experience. That's not Graham Platner's experience. I never ended up joining the military, right? I chose the $70,000 of debt that followed it. Graham Platner didn't make that choice. That was not his choice. He had a backup plan. He had the stability. He could afford college. He had the GI Bill, right? He had his parents' a business. He made an active decision to join the military because he wanted to kill people. That's why he did it. And it's so frustrating. So frustrating that people are like pushing me and Graham Platner in the same position. Hustle, thank you, Platner. Hustle, thank you, Platner. You know what I mean? Does my frustration make sense? Does it make sense why I'm frustrated in this moment? In the way that Graham Platner is being positioned? I still can't afford college. I still can't go to college. I'm going back to college in August and I still can't afford it. And do you know what doesn't cross my mind? Joining Blackwater. Graham Platner knew that it was wrong. Graham Platner knew that it was bad. I don't think anybody's putting you and Platner in the same book. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. They're saying Platner is the victim of the poverty drought. They're saying that Platner is a small whittle bean. And that's frustrating.
Oh, he could be like another John Fetterman.
Right? It's frustrating that everybody who has a criticism of Graham Platner is put into this box of like, oh, you don't think people can change. Or, and what frustrated me the most is when Hassan said that like, oh, just because you were born a socialist, just because you were born a Marxist ultra doesn't mean everybody else was. And it's so frustrating because it doesn't account for everybody else and the other people in my position. I wasn't either. And it's frustrating. Because he doesn't even have to answer for it. He doesn't even have to engage with it. Literally asking Graham Platner to just engage with like the topic of discussion is reduced down to just being like a part of the Zionist smear or whatever.
The reality is it's the social conditions that absolutely motivate people into making these terrible decisions. Okay? You can't make a comparison between someone who's living in the imperial core versus someone who is a victim of imperialist wars.
Who has said she opposes
there is
all
definitely a different morality there.
U.S. military aid to Israel, including for the quote-unquote defensive Iron Dome.
He literally joined because he wanted to venture. Yeah, and that's an important part. And again, you can still change from that. That's why I'm frustrated, right? You can still change from that. You are allowed to still change from that. You were allowed to be like, I joined for an adventure and realize something is wrong. You were allowed to join being like, I want to kill people and realize something was wrong. But why are we lying about this? Why are we letting him lie about how we got here in the first place? Why is he able to position himself as like, or he's being positioned as like being a part of like the poverty draft? That's what's so frustrating to me, is that there's a level of dishonesty around Graham Platner, and it makes everything about it, his apology, everything about it, it makes it feel so much more dishonest. It makes it feel so much more dishonest. I think he could change. I think he can change. Has he changed? I don't know. In my opinion, he hasn't demonstrated it. Yeah, I want to read this. My freshman year, I roomed with one of my best friends in high school who's in ROTC, and realized this whole door with ROTC, most of these kids were just misinformed and propagandized with military families, which has been drilled into them since day one, and that it's going to be their path. Again, and this is also a problem, is that like even like my conversation is that like, what about the people who don't join? Like, that can be the case, right? That can be the case. They can be propagandized. It does not eliminate the harm that they've caused. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like,
big part of the reason why a lot of people also can't come to terms with who this guy is. Okay? That's what it is. A lot of people have been so conditioned into hearing perfectly crafted, focus group tested messaging that when they hear someone just go, yeah, it's a fucking genocide. Yeah, I was in Blackwater, whatever, all this shit. When they hear that, it's just like the Blackwater stuff, they don't even give a fuck about. The people I'm talking about are just like, yeah, I said some really fucked up things on Reddit. It's not who I am now. They go, whoa, what the fuck? Those people, for the most part, don't care that he was a fucking machine gunner or even joined Blackwater. I'm talking about rad libs in general. They care about like the way he talks and the way he presents himself.
He's not anti-imperialist. This is why I disagree with Hassan on, like specifically, like I don't think he's anti-imperialist, right? Does he believe what he believed when he joined the military? Maybe not. I don't know. I don't think he's anti-imperialist. Like, he wants to fund the military. He wants to build more navies.
Tier 1 sub to Buold. They have given 14 gift subs in the channel.
Like, for me, being able to explain my positions is relatively easy. I feel like I've got.
I think people are giving him an alarming amount of credit because of what he stands for.
I know why I believe it, and it's easy for me to talk about it because this is stuff that I believe. It's not. I don't have these like pre-memorized. Focus
against apartheid. What about colonialism? What about military invention? Yeah. What about the West Bank settlements? You know what I mean? What about the dissolution of the Israeli apartheid state? Stuff like that. You know.
And what I have found is that when you run on your politics,
I think they like that he's a vet, a political tool to them. Yeah, but like that comes with harm and stuff. And like you could have that, but like you gotta address the harm that has created as well.
When you do that. And you talk about what you believe, why you believe it, and what policies you want to enact to make those.
I'm not gonna stop. I thought about this for a second. I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna be fervently anti-Platner. I'm sorry. It's just I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna stop. Not on this. I'm not conceding this one. I'm not conceding this. I concede a lot. I concede a lot. I'm not conceding this one. I'm not conceding this one. I'm not. This is what I'm going to be stubborn on. I'm going to be stubborn on this one. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. I just Googled and yes, Platner radicalized after 2019 at the end of Blackwater. But I think the same why a lie about everything. These points are diametrically opposed positions. To you from above. Tony's asked us on why Grand Platner supports Australian and other military AC sub-building projects subcontracted to international companies that are disallowing unions and other leftist movements.
Launched another candidacy against the fucking Democrat, and virtually all of the top level Democratic Party.
That's Matt Iglesias. I'm not gonna care about Matt Iglesias. No more people.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shanks. I live as a capitalist.
I don't agree with this. Because there are people who are in the military who have
Scott with 6,390 just subscribed. SDAB
There's a
approved.
video that came out about Platner struggling in college. Like, just like not doing well in college. Oh, and struggling to adjust in college. Not sure if he's anti-interventionalist or anti-imperialist, but he did say in the interview that Israeli settlements need to be rolled back. What does he mean by that? You know, I won't take the uncharitable approach. Maybe he meant like dissolved. Like I'll take the charitable approach and say that he thinks that they shouldn't exist. There's enough already that I can criticize him for. No need to add another one, you know? Man, my left ear loves this, bro.
There's a fair amount of anxiety that comes with being a university freshman. All new friends, dorm living, college-level classes. But after you've seen battle in Fallujah, an uptight professor isn't nearly as intimidating.
Trust me, writing papers still sucks, even after 4 years of the Marines.
There are an estimated 297,000 veterans of the global war on terror now combating the domestic perils of college life.
When you came to GW, has it been easy for you to make friends? Has it been easy for you to integrate? Honestly.
No.
What makes it difficult?
I don't feel as though I have that much.
Mr. Noob gifted
I also
tier
missed a
1
bunch of
sub
subs.
to Captain
Mr.
Julia
Noobs
B.
give her the
They have
gifted
given
subs. Scott
44
Ward, thank you
gift
for the
subs
4
in the
months.
channel.
Jen Splaining, thank you for the gifted sub. XGU Awesome, thank you for the 11 months. Working Press, thank you for the gifted sub as well.
The fellow students.
They're thinking, oh my God, I have to write this huge paper, and they're freaking out about it. And I'm like, well, okay, so I'm gonna have to stay up and write a paper. It's not the end of the world. I've dealt with so much more than this before.
To help address the specific concerns of being former military and a student, Graham and his peers started George Washington University Veterans, an organization hoping to foster communication between the former enlisted men and their civilian classmates.
I was wondering, how has it been adjusting back to life now that you guys have been back?
3 years ago to now, all of life looks different. The color of these lights, the smiles on you guys' faces,
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
JMINTB just subscribed.
Etc. Absolutely, everything revolves around that radicalization.
I found it was so interesting how
It's a
they
little loud. I mean, they're probably loud because everything else is quiet because of this freaking gosh darn.
what they're knowing to like modern day times and stuff, and like you learn about stuff in class, but they have actually been there.
These are the pamphlets from the memorial services that we had after both deployments. We lost all these guys on one day.
While we often hear students talk about the stresses put on them by their parents and their professors, the veterans studying at universities across the US speak of an added pressure.
I want to be successful so I can change things. I want to be successful so they can say, you know, look at this guy, look at what he, I don't want the war to define me.
I can't screw this up.
I was about to go get that penny.
And there's an awesome responsibility resting on my shoulders while I'm here, because not a lot of guys have the opportunity to come do this. For me to come here, mess around and screw that up would be, I'd be disrespecting myself, but I'd also be.
Did he end up graduating? Like this isn't like a beef on Grant Platner or whatever, but he said he left college. So like, did he end up leaving? Was it before after tattoo? This was after. He has tattoo now. Dropped out? Okay, so he ended up dropped out.
Myself, but I'd also be disrespecting all the guys who didn't have this chance.
Dang. He did respect the guys. Okay. I'm not sure what Platner is needed for politically, but as a personality, I'm not ready for him. I don't know. I would literally, I'll say this at the end, I would literally never talk about Grant Platner again if he just, one, stopped lying about his past, and then two, apologize for it. I don't know why people act like I'm trying to ask them to move mountains or something. Like, you cannot sit there and tell me that he's changed his mind if he's lying about working for Blackwater. I don't care if he's genuinely lying about it or if he's like doing it for political reasons or whatever. Problem is that he won't do that and they'd rather lose you than him. That's fine. Genuinely, that's fine. I'm gonna go out swinging. I'm fine with going out swinging. I'm leaving anyway. Come August, like I'm gone. Like I'm going back to school. I will die on this hill. If this is the last thing that I do before I leave streaming, this is what it will be. So, year to November to get 3 birthday cards. Nah, I stand on this. I stand on this one. I stand on this one. I'm not moving on this one. Far Princess, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Let's go, Howard. If they give me my email. If Graham wins, does it mean you might see him? Maybe. I will ask him about Blackwater if I see him in person. If we're both at an event in DC, still no email? No, still no email. It's Howard, bro. They said they were going to sit on a form. Be like, let me know if you haven't got your email yet. No form, no email. I don't know what I expected. Yep, nope. Anyway, that's the Platner stuff.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
You go to Howard?
Iraqimo just
I don't have
subscribed.
stupid social.
W Iraq.
Can you get me up on Twitter? They're blocking you as a streamer, maybe. Maybe they suddenly let me know that I got rescinded. They said rescinded my offer. They're like, you're not pro Graham Platner enough. Iraqimo, thank you for the 7 months. Much appreciated. Yes. Are you in the grad school perchance? Do you know the grad school group chat? Can you let me in the grad school group chat? Gosh darn it. They have given me no information. I don't even have my email yet. I think I said the most about Platner is that the whole tours that he requested to go on makes being a vet his whole identity. We're not understanding that you can't be a leftist in the military period. Military equals authoritarian. The left is the opposite of authoritarianism. I think you can be a leftist and have been in the military, but you have to recognize that like, you know, being a part of the military industrial complex was a bad thing. Like that is a core part of it. Like, you have to like person that. You know what I mean? It's kind of hard to do that if you're like, hoorah, I love my military service. You know, that's where it gets kind of weird. That's where it gets a little bit like, you know, interesting. You know, no one in this community has a smoke for Marcus. Yeah. Like Chelsea Manning, yeah. But like Grant Platner is like, I was in Blackwater and I like it. He doesn't say that. Okay, I'll be fair. He doesn't say that. But like you got the vibe. They were talking about this being an engineering student made me feel incredibly jaded. Quite a lot of people around me. I even stopped attending NSBE at my college because of certain companies that just gross me out so much. I can see that. Recognizing it's bad and acknowledging you were complicit in the system. Yeah, like that's like a core part of it, right? And I think I'm very, very, very stubborn. You know, I just really haven't seen a change of heart on the other side of the military that Hassan's talked about. None of his interviews I've seen convey this, even when he sort of hand-fed the perspective by general interviewers. Yeah. Can't DM right now for some reason. Oh, are you not verified? Send me an email instead. It's just my Twitch name at gmail.com. That'll probably be better. But yeah, that's where I am. It's just like, I think we're kind of preempting this growth. Like, I don't think he's anti-imperialist. I don't think he's even positioned as anti-imperialist. He's going to fund the military. He's going to fund, maybe not like fund war with Iran. He's not going to vote for war with Iran. He's not going to vote for giving money to Israel. And that's all good. But he's not going to vote to take away military funding. He's not going to vote to decrease the military budget. He's not going to vote to reallocate funds away from the military into other sectors. He's not going to do these things. I don't know why we're pretending he's going to do these things. He's not going to do these things. You know? And I genuinely, if we were honest about who he was, he's a military rat who loves the military, but he's like populist in certain aspects. I'd be like, whatever. Right? Still probably wouldn't support him, but I would literally be like, whatever. Right? But everybody's lying to me. I'm being gaslit. I'm being literally gaslit right now about this guy. He's literally lying about being a part of Blackwater. And everybody else is like, that's okay. I'm gonna go crazy. 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 Literally don't have to lie about it. That's where I would respect him so much more if he was like, yeah, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. That was a bad decision. Because this is my problem. He says we shouldn't have been there instead of I shouldn't have joined. That's my biggest issue about his military service specifically, but about this entire conversation, right? It's always about like, we shouldn't have been there. He has no regrets about joining the military, right? If he was stationed in like Germany, it would have been fine. He's assumedly no problems about the hundreds of military bases overseas, right? If he was stationed in like, I don't know, Hawaii or Korea or something, it would have been chill for him. But his real beef is that we shouldn't have been directly in Iraq and Afghanistan for the war on terror. He ever left in Zoran in what way? Is he? Is it just that he's more working class? Is that why? I don't. I think I'm muted at that point. I don't know. I didn't get that part. That was confusing to me. He's even working class. Yeah, he's petit bourgeois. I don't know. I was gonna say how he praises the armed forces for getting him his college education by saying young Americans should have great access to education. I don't know. I really think people are gaslighting as electoral strategy. They're more worried about him losing, and they are wanting to control the narrative. I think if he does win, there'll suddenly be more anti-Platner voices. I honestly disagree. I think if he wins, it will be a referendum on why you should never apologize for anything ever in your life. If he's anti-Israel but not anti-imperialist, who's to say he won't do genocide elsewhere or an apartheid for that matter? But here's the thing. He's not anti-Israel. He's anti the genocide in Gaza, which is good, but not the same thing. Very different things. Very different things. I think Hassan meant foreign policy, specifically Zoran's moderated his language and policy on Israel a lot with Platner. And so technically Platner has more radical language about the military. We don't know if he intends to act on it or not. In some ways, I guess. I don't think he's mostly anti-Israel as much as elected officials are, to be honest. Well, yeah, if we add that qualifier that like in a meaningless way, then sure. He's anti-Israel in a way that means literally nothing. Then yeah, I guess technically then you're not wrong. I remember that he did say that he was anti-IDF. Again, in a way that means literally nothing. Yeah, I agree with the AOC as well. Yeah, I just you know, I just think that means literally nothing. I am anti the Waffen SS. Like, but not like anti-Nazi Germany, you know? You don't call for the dissolution of like Nazi Germany. You just don't. You're like, I'm just against Auschwitz. And you're like, yeah, that's good, but like, Nazi Germany is a lot of things. There's a lot of facets of it that it's more than just this one specific death camp. You know, like, but they're acting like this. What his one position of being against the genocide in Gaza, which again I have to reiterate and qualify, is good, is like indicative of him going to call for the dissolution of the state of Israel. He's not going to do that. He has not done that. He's not even alluded to doing that. You know what I mean? Who in the Senate would be more anti-Israel than Platner, though? I don't freaking know. Honestly, maybe Abdul Saeed. But even then, low bars. I think it's a low bar comparing him to the current government. Ilhan or Rashida or Abdul. Ilhan Omar and Rashida are not running for Senate. They're in the Congress, or in the House. So, that chatter had a very specific question. But yeah. I think apologizing is weak and the real cowardice is ducking accountability. Yeah. I love Abdul, but he said he doesn't call himself an anti-Zionist. Yeah, neither does Graham Platner, though. So, like... I don't think Graham Platner calls himself an anti-Zionist either. But I think Abdul is at least more willing to be, like, outspoken on, like, more than just, like, you know, nebulous, you know, Israel bad kind of things. The most recent quote on Israel, I think. You just sent me, like, a very general link. There's a lot of stuff on here. That's not a... Yeah, you might have to send the link again. This link does not really work very well. Supposed to go to a paragraph? Oh, maybe it's because I have an ad block on. Hold on. Nope. It's just, that's weird. Don't be wrong. It was amazing to see the U.S. stop sending weapons to Israel. I just don't see the revolutionary aspect of Platner specifically. That's where I am. That's where I am. Nope, it's... What? It still doesn't work. I think my computer's just broken. Anyway, it's fine. I just put it out. Though it'd be so sympathetic if he acknowledged that he was used by Empire and not just that... but that's not how he spends it. Yeah. I don't know. And people act like I'm crazy for that take. People act like I'm crazy for that take. I still stand by that. I'm in the position where I think everybody else is wrong. Everybody else is wrong, and I'm right on this specifically. I stand on that. Probably generate user for users login. Oh, then maybe that's it. Send me the FD video. We'll end with that. Well, how long is it? I was going to get pointlessly in a sunshine earlier. No, you're right. Right, and I have a disagreement with Hassan, and I have a beef with the chat specifically. I think Hassan is incorrect on this, but the chat is just like, oh, you hate Grant Platner? You should die or something. Like, I'll give Hassan respect. At least he acknowledges that there are at least some people who don't like Grant Platner for reasonable reasons. You know what I mean? There is a reasonable reason for you to not like Grant Platner. They'll come around and claim they got. No, they won't. No, they won't. When Grant Platner votes to increase military funding, they'll be like, "Oh man, no one could have seen this coming." Exactly. And he's talking about leftist again. Here we go. Yeah.
Why are we talking about Grant Platner? Because I've been hearing about this motherfucker for a year now, and I have paid it mostly no mind because I tend not to care or think too much about electoralism. I get frustrated with how we engage around elections, unless it's like a Mamdani situation where there's the opportunity for like cultural shifts. There's like a big story or narrative behind it. But I've been hearing about Platner for a minute, and I've been thinking about this because I saw a thread.
Unk, you gotta change that mic. Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Unk, you gotta change that mic.
And the thread pointed something out that I was like, I wanna dig into that feeling. Because if I'm not mistaken, Grant Platner's a bit of a problem. Grant Platner is a bit of a problem, greatly due to his past.
You know what? I'll say this too. I will say this here right now. If anybody wants to talk to me about Grant Platner, I'll talk to them. I will explain my position on Grant Platner and why I have my issues. Grant Platner's son or Tabitha Speaks' daughter? Grant Platner's son. Because I would feel okay whipping my son if it's Grant Platner's son. Okay, I'm sorry, that was a joke. Obviously, child abuse is bad. And you should not whip your children because that is bad and wrong. You should not do that. I was obviously joking. You should not do that. It is bad for the child's development. Black parents, please listen to me. Stop whipping your children.
And he's running for Senate in Maine? So the Nazi tattoo, the military shit. And I'm like, okay, what I'm interested in is like why he became such a story. Like, what is it about him that made it?
I can tell you why. I got an answer for you.
So he became.
I think it's this.
A contentious figure in leftist politics, aside from being white, which, you know, always helps. So I haven't actually watched, I literally don't even know what his voice sounds like. So let's see.
As a good son of Maine, one of my heroes is a kind of daughter of Maine, Frances Perkins. Her family had been in Maine for generations. Her parents were both born and raised here, and she did her best thinking at the family homestead on the Damariscotta River.
On Reddit. Yeah, but he's apologized for that more than he's apologized for literally anything else. And genuinely, that is kind of funny. I will say, apologizing for calling yourself a socialist more than you apologize for joining Blackwater, having a Nazi tattoo, being anti-black racist, and being misogynistic is genuinely hilarious.
It was that politics that built the New Deal programs, that pulled this nation out of the Depression, and built society that won the Second World War.
I promise you I didn't play.
Graham Platner is to me what the New Deal is to FD. If you don't know if you don't know if you don't know the inside baseball, don't get this man started talking about the New Deal.
For all of its faults in the 50s and 60s, had these small...
God damn it! I just talked about this. God damn, I just talked about this. So just from watching that, I see why he's percolating in a certain white American leftist conscious, why he might be very popular. Somebody said he sounds like Kratos' little brother. He looks the part. He's got his trucker hat. He's got tattoos. More on those later. I'm sure it's pretty effective in Maine because Maine is like 99.999% white. And so I wasn't expecting to get the FDR New Deal I won't call it propaganda. Am I too small on the screen? I feel too small. Let me do that. All right, I feel more comfortable. You got to see my big ass forehead. I was just pointing out that while the New Deal was a valuable works program for the country, it's important to point out that the New Deal was designed to exclude as many black people as possible. FDR would not have been able to pass the New Deal had that not been the case. Years later, when black people started agitating for more access to New Deal style programs, that's when those types of programs became less popular nationally. You can't just say socialism is going to fix racism or we can fix racism through socialism, because socialism can easily happen within the framework of racism. And I would argue, and I think Platner illustrates this, in my opinion, that there are plenty of progressives, leftists, whatever terms you want to call them, even socialists, of people that at least abide by that ideology and rhetoric that would be open to throwing black people under the bus if it meant getting a more socialist American framework. So it makes sense.
They'll never say it. They'll never say it. But it's true. It's true. And historically speaking, it's been proven correct time and time again.
To me, that Platner would be popular among the white left. They wouldn't want to hear about non-white people's suspicions over...
Not particularly.
War crimes and...
I was trying to say, upset Platner was a white man who was going to do well in the election, but they are also voting for him. Because it's a bit loud compared to your levels. I can turn myself up. Hold on. There we go. How do I sound now? I can't see my... Okay, how is that? I turned the little knob. That's what she said. Okay.
Nazi tattoos, right? So let me make sure, let me get my fact, because I've only heard about this. This is Graham Platner.
If you believe in transformational politics, which I do, you need to believe in the ability for people to change.
Please, Graham Platner, talk to a black person one time. Will I see this man talk to a single black person? There has to be one he speaks to.
For people to grow. People grow all the time. For me, this, as uncomfortable as it is, and personally unenjoyable to have to talk about stupid things I said on the internet 13 years ago, it also allows me to publicly model something I think is really important, which is that a lot of us go through transitions in life. A lot of us change our minds, have new experiences, meet new people, are informed by those experiences and come to different conclusions. Our politics change. Again, while it's not fun to do this, it also really gives me the opportunity to very publicly show that you can believe things once, and then you can, over time, believe other things. You can change your language, change the way you think about stuff.
Keep in mind that like there's a good chance that when he was saying this, after he said this, he dropped the R slur. But just put it out there. And yeah, this is all fine, well, good and dandy. I'm not saying this is bad. This is not a bad thing. This is a good thing. I'm just saying that like he said this in 2012 too. And then he joined Blackwater. That's my beef. You know what I mean? He had this same awakening. This exact same awakening. And then he joined Blackwater. That is worthy of a slightly deeper, slightly deeper pull of like, how did that happen? Right? Because the awakening he's having now is good. Who's to say that he won't join Blackwater when he's in the Senate? You know, whether that's like voting to increase military funding, whether that's, voting for draconian border policies, even if it's not specifically ICE related. You know what I mean? If he was able to have this awakening and have this understanding and then join Blackwater, who's to say that he won't then join Blackwater again after this awakening? And I think, personally, that is a fair question to ask. I think, given his history, it is fair to ask that question. Are there any actual choices in Maine besides a chud or misconcerned? No. Good luck, Mainers. I'm glad I don't have to vote there. Good luck to you.
Here's my question. I've resigned myself to the fact that there's no white person I'm going to be in community with. Very, very few. 1 to 5% of white people.
Might, but Collins has joined Blackwater without a doubt. Good luck, Mainers. Oh, for sure. This is not a defense of Susan Collins. Like, Susan Collins has joined Blackwater consistently. She voted for Blackwater when she was voting for the war on terror. Like, I will be fair and genuine on that. Yes, that is a true, realistic thing. And if you vote based on lesser evil dynamics, right? I think it's very clear who you're going to vote for. I'm not in Maine, and I don't vote necessarily on the lines of lesser evil dynamics. So, I get to do this criticism of Grant Platner. I get to do this because I don't have to worry about that dynamic.
Well, I'm going to be in community with are not going to have some transgressive, problematic things in their past. It's just the reality of the situation. And I generally don't even care that much because that's just the nature of whiteness in this country.
This whole thing is that people making your criticism of Grant Platner as a support of Mills and Collins. Yeah, but I am not those people. So, checkmate.
And really worldwide. There is no escaping anti-blackness in America, period, regardless of what your skin color is.
What FB says in this video or in general? I keep pausing it because y'all keep talking to me. Sorry. That was mean. I don't know what's going on. It's late. I don't usually stream this long. Okay.
About stuff.
Here's my question. I've resigned myself to the fact that there's no white person I'm going to be in community with. Very, very few. 1 to 5% of white people I'm going to be in community with are not going to have some transgressive, problematic things in their past.
True.
It's just the reality of the situation. And I generally don't even care that much because that's just the nature of white.
I think so in general, yeah. We agree on a lot. We don't agree on everything. We agree on a lot.
In this country and really worldwide. There is no escaping anti-blackness in America, period, regardless of what your skin color is. And so how that anti-blackness manifests for white people is going to be in the types of tweets and whatever else that Platner seemed to have. What I really want to hone in on is it don't feel like he quite get it. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing. I just said this to Omeezy last night on a whole different vibration. It's like I would rather often be surrounded by racist Southerners than Northern liberal whites, because
I mean, that's just the Malcolm X quote, you know. I really appreciate your perspective as a white person. Doesn't immediately get these dynamics. I appreciate your voice. Thank you. Enjoy it while you can hear it, because you ain't gonna hear it forever.
Because the racist Southerners know they're racist, and they've accepted that about themselves. And because they've accepted that about themselves and have no interest in changing it, it makes maneuvering them in their spaces so much simpler and easier. But like Northern liberals don't think they're racist. They know racism is wrong. Well, somebody said this perfectly. Oh man, I wish I had the words. They know it's wrong to be seen as racist, but they don't know why racism is wrong. Did Cat Black say that? A liberal racist is a debate lord, and the Southern racist is just a MAGA that you don't have to deal with, and they're gonna be polite when you run into them. You know what I'm saying? When I drive out to the middle of nowhere, Georgia, for my son's soccer games, and I see a bunch of MAGA signs on the way there, which I haven't. That's something I put on Blue Sky. I've driven like to the middle of nowhere, Georgia for years now for soccer games. And this past couple of weeks is the first time I've done that and not seen any Trump signs. But when I get there for the soccer game, these clear fit the description, what's the phrase, thumbs, they're polite. We play soccer. My son might knock somebody over. Nobody gets offended. I don't hear any slurs. You know, they wait till they get in their car. I go home back to my liberal bubble in the city. What? So let me watch this.
How would you describe the U.S. relationship with Israel?
Shameful. What has happened in Gaza, it's the moral question of our time, and we failed it.
Platner, who formerly served with the Marines and the Army with deployment in Iraq.
And so here, before we get started, therein lies the major issue and flaw with electoral politics. Is that the choices between Platner and Susan Collins, and my understanding is that Susan Collins is your classic corporate blue MAGA AIPAC shield. Is that what I'm hearing? Is that accurate? Oh no, Susan Collins is the current Republican senator. Even worse. White mom Republican, that sounds dangerous. But like, I wanna endorse Butch Ware for governor of California. I've talked to Butch a couple times, and the nature
Butch doesn't talk to me. Al. I lived in California too, Al. I don't endorse Butch Ware, because he didn't even decide, he didn't even reach out.
Political situation puts us in a position where we have to go with either giant douche or turd sandwich. We got to go with Graham Platner or Susan Collins. And in California, if I'm not mistaken, one of the governor candidates just had to drop out because he's a sex pest. And when you look at Butch, right? Butch's Green Party, I've had my critiques of Green Party. I talked to him about that when we did our podcast a couple of months back. But at a certain point, we're talking about injecting, even if it's not your favorite flavor or Pokemon of leftist ideology, if we're not injecting that directly into the political reality, if we're not like confronting the duopoly with candidates that can make some noise, then we're gonna consistently end up with the Graham Platner. XOS prompt, it's
true, correct. But on the Butch Ware thing, my take on the Green Party has been very specific. They need to start lower. They need more local seats before they even attempt to run for governor. That's my take. I'm not saying that they can't do it. They can do whatever they want to. But I don't think it's going to work to win power, right? It's more of a play to garner noise, but like noise to what end if you're not winning seats? They got to win local seats. If they actually want to win those governor seats, you got to win local seats. You got to win the county commissioner seats. You got to win the general assembly seats. You got to win the city council seats. You got to win a mayoral seat somewhere. You know, you got to do that. You got to hold seats, right? And then demonstrate that your policies are good for people, and then people are going to love you. That's my take. Sorry.
It's not that I don't know his policy positions, right? But I don't believe in like normative policy. Like he's not going to have any position that I really like. He's not going to be able to actually do under the duopoly. Does that make sense? Even if I completely believed in his sincerity for whatever policy he's promoting. I'm not saying more parties is the move. I don't know. I don't feel intellectually strong enough to say yes to that. I would like ranked choice voting as a starter point. I think that might be useful. DeMitten says Green, even on his best day, i.e. Ralph Nader, can only get 3 to 5%, 3 to 6% of the vote. America isn't it won't ever get a third party off the ground unless it's a popular politician like Bernie who would do a dirty break and take half the party with him.
I disagree with this person. You got to build from the ground up. Even if Bernie did a dirty break to half the party with him, they would still lose. You need bottom up support. You can't build from top down. Sorry, that's not the point. What's the Graham Platner? Where's the Graham Platner talk?
Flawed figure that has inherited Bernie's very flawed legacy, like Zoran Mamdani, and then I look at again a Butch Ware who's completely outside of the duopoly, and how they're able to make it. So obviously Mamdani literally won in a landslide, most powerful mayor in the country, and ran on the Working Families Party ticket. Now the Working Families Party is
the Democratic Party,
arguably a subsidiary of the Democratic Party, but it's one that is working to break it. Like its intended focus is grabbing power out of the corporate Democrat machine. And then you have Ware, who is polling relatively significantly for a Green Party candidate in the state of California. I don't know if the attitude is,
Mills, but Platner's campaign is not without controversy. He joins me now to unpack it all. Welcome to Mayor the Unfiltered, Graham Platner.
Thank you very much, buddy. It's a pleasure to be here.
Graham, one of the central debates around your candidacy...
I'm sorry, so immediately, John Fetterman vibes. It just hit me. Immediately, John Fetterman vibes. Damn, I know that seems quick because he just said, I'm happy to be here. But it just hit me that he's wearing the same hat and a hoodie.
And you've heard it a lot, especially from the media. Electability. The establishment view is that you are not electable. You are someone who...
I don't give a lot of credence to the John Fetterman thing, except when I realized that he had these same positions and his same awakening, which is why he left the military and then he went back, you know? That's just, that's the thing I need an answer for. I need an answer for. I need an answer for it. Like, if I get an answer to that and it's a good answer, I'd consider being chill with Graham Platner. Not being like chill as in like we're chill together, but like it's like fine. CTE? Well then if he has CTE, he shouldn't be running for office. Like people like say that all the time. And you're probably joking, but like people like genuinely is like, he's probably just dumb. He's like, you like the guy. You're pro Graham Platner. That's your defense. That's a terrible defense. Like, that's really bad. Except that's not having good options. And I agree with being honest about him. Yeah. Well, I get to do what I do here because I'm not in Maine. Right? I'm one, not in Maine, and two, he's gonna win. So I get to say whatever I want, and I don't feel bad about it at all. But yeah, 100% sure that he's not a CIA plant or something. I don't think he's a CIA plant. I just think that he's a dude who's dumb. Like, I think he's dumb, but like that's why I don't really like him as a candidate for elected office. You know, you have a criticism if you had no problem starting off with optics only. To be fair, when I first saw Graham Platner, I also started off with optics only. Because I started off with this campaign video, and I said, I don't really like him using his like military service as a sticking point before anything else came out, Chad. 8 months ago, before anything else came out, I said, I don't really like him using his military service as like a main sticking point in his campaign. You know, like him saying he knows how to identify the enemies, him being like, oh, I was a Marine. You know, I was like, I don't really like that. But I'm like, we'll see. And then the more that came out, I was like, I don't know. And he just reads as disingenuous. Not in what he believes, but in like how he handles criticism. Right? And so if he does something wrong and we were like, hey, you shouldn't have done that, he's like, I don't think he'll take criticism from the left well. I think he'll do stuff that he believes in, like funding the military. But if the left is like, hey, you shouldn't have done that, he'll be like, I don't care. That kind of thing, you know? That's AOC's problem too. Yeah, but at the very least, AOC is like a part of the DSA. And she kind of wants to be liked a little bit. He's not. Right, so it's slightly different. He has criticism worse than AOC. That is a terrible thing to say about a person. Who's this guy? Oh, where's a Jacobin? He did not lie. You don't understand what you're mad about. He did 6 months or so of diplomat security, referring to his as his time at Blackwater is either purposely deceptive or fundamental confusing with the facts. Okay. Come on, y'all. Come on. Come on. Y'all can't be serious. Y'all can't be serious. Don't worry, guys. He only worked at the Gestapo for 6 months. Did you mute Platner? I did mute Platner. But Chatter sent this to me, so it got passed. Platner is muted. Anyway, let's just continue. I'm already getting tired.
Who is unorthodox, you have no experience, you have a lot of baggage, and that Janet Mills, the governor, who people know, she's the safe bet. What's your take on electability?
Well, I think that is a take that comes from people who are really trying to protect their
this. I'm going to skip to
the poll and governor in this country. Don't really know.
That is a very fair point about the polls. Your critic.
I don't have a lot to respond to there, but it's seeding something I'm going to get at maybe by the end. Because I'll be forgetting I want to say shit. Just in the chat, somebody remind me to talk about the precarity of populism and how like populism as a political strategy is incredibly dangerous in my opinion. So just want to make sure I come back to that.
I would say, well, look, we have a Republican president who was elected in 2016 with zero executive or legislative experience. He didn't know anything about government. He'd never been in public life.
And also, we do have to also understand that Mehdi is cute as a left-wing interlocutor in mainstream media.
Thank you, Trenrec.
But Mehdi is not a leftist.
Doing that too, though. So
Mehdi. Yeah, Mehdi has a lot of problems himself. So this is a layup.
Crazy. I feel like people are handing Platner his platform, dictating them to him rather than letting him present his beliefs himself. Is that mass projection or what? No, you're right. You're correct. It happened. It happens a lot, but it's like mostly because like they know what they want to say, right? It's like, you know, you're somebody who's anti-genocide. How do you write people who say you're not anti-genocide? Here you go. You know what I mean? And he's like, obviously I'm anti-genocide. You just served him the answer on a silver platter, and you didn't let him speak for himself on his own beliefs.
You know, on a lot of levels, it is deeper than that. But I don't know all the details, and I don't want to get into it.
He was a guy from reality TV and Home Alone 2. Why should Democrats follow that path? You are an oyster fisherman, a Marine vet, which is great, but what do you know about legislating? What do you know about foreign policy, they might say?
Well, I would say one.
Wait. So he has no legislative background? This is crazy.
Because I have an immense amount of experience dealing with American foreign policy firsthand.
Yes.
I have an immense amount of experience with the challenges of returning home from the failures of that foreign policy. I think that one of our problems is we have a lot of people who think that experience comes from being part of the political system that has brought us to this moment. But that politics that brought us here, that's the problem. Having experience in building a system that allows billionaires to consolidate the wealth they've consolidated, that's allowed for a system that has created essentially unlivable conditions for a lot of working people in this country, where things like housing and healthcare and general affordability of goods and services goes through the roof. I have experience with that, I don't have experience with that. I have experience with the outcomes of that kind of politics. And I think what we really need are people from the normal world who understand that policy begets real material things for people. And that is an experience that we have lost in many places in the halls of power. And I think it's one of the reasons why this campaign is so successful, is many Americans, certainly many Mainers, believe that that's exactly the kind of experience that's going to get us into a better future.
That's undeniably true that politics and Congress does not reflect the
I
real
want to
world.
believe him so badly. Every time he speaks, I'm trying. I'm like, believe him. Believe him. He's saying the words. But it's so hard to believe him when just like Fetterman, there are signs of inconsistency in his you know what I mean? Let's go to Sun stream where they're watching the Mehdi video. They're still watching the Mehdi video? No, they're not. They're something else. I was like, okay. I was like, what? That would be crazy. But like, there's still signs of inconsistency there, right? And again, I would be fine with that if other leftists weren't gaslighting me like I was crazy for seeing that, right? It's like, I understand why you see the inconsistency. I get it, right? But I believe in him. And I'll be like, I don't believe in him, but whatever. You know what I mean? And then we can settle it there. But they say, I believe in him. I'm like, I don't believe in him. They're like, you're wrong. You're wrong and incorrect. And I'm like, but like, there's these signs here. You're wrong. And I'm like, what?
Or real people.
So how, aside from what I think is the obvious, and I'm not going to say it as to not get complaints from the id poll police that will pop up on my page. Why did he become popular? What was the inception for this? He came out strong against Israel, dark woke, but I guess I need to go.
He didn't even come out that strong against Israel. Like in like the context of like, between him, Janet Mills, and Susan Collins, yeah, he did. But like, not like in the way the current society was. 8 months ago, Israel was monumentally unpopular. Israel was unpopular in November of 2024. Did we forget Kamala Harris lost an election primarily due to that? So him coming out in like August or September of 2025 saying, we're killing too many people in Gaza, and we're acting like that's like radical. It again, I have to say, good, not radical. Problem is that Maine has a seat where Dems can flip a critical Senate seat. Then say that, right? This is where the gaslighting comes in. Say that. Say that. But they're not saying that. Someone just said that Platner cannot apologize for his service because his campaign would be over. I disagree. He's 22 points ahead, basically. Like, he can say whatever he wants to, he'll be fine. People in Maine do not care about how he feels about his service. They don't care. They don't care. They care about being able to afford their groceries. I'm just confused. I'm just confused because leftists all the time love to talk about material analysis. Just address people's material conditions and they don't care about anything else, you know? Just talk about their healthcare and it doesn't matter what else you say. But when it comes to Grant Platner, now he can't talk about his military service that he regrets it, which he doesn't, right? Let's be entirely real. He doesn't. But he can't say it because it would make him unpopular. No, he's not saying it because he doesn't believe it. He's not saying it because he doesn't believe it. He's not saying it because he doesn't believe it. Is everything that simple? I don't know, man. I think it depends. He's like 20 points ahead in the poll. It's very simple. The Democratic establishment is super unpopular. The Republicans are super unpopular. He's 20 points ahead in the poll. He's running the gamut in Maine right now. He can literally say whatever he wants to and he will win the election. That's not what I meant. What do you mean? I think too many leftists, I'm not arguing with you. All I'm getting is snippets of messages. I think too many leftists get confused on something being revolutionary versus the revolution, opposing Israel in an environment where it's supposedly maybe revolutionary, but it's not the revolution. Platner will not save us. No one will. He could say he regrets his service because he served in an unjust war and just expand on that. Yeah, but he doesn't believe that. That's the problem. He doesn't believe it. It's not a. I mean, okay, we're not gonna do this telephone game, bro.
That's number one. And number two, I'm thinking about the overall social conditioning that leads people into taking decisions like this growing up in the United States of America. I'm almost certain that you, at some point in time, would not have looked at a candidate like Graham Platner's service, even in fucking Blackwater, and have thought twice about it. You probably would have been like, yeah, no, that's awesome. But after being a 19-month subscriber in this community, a lot of your worldview has probably shifted radically. So now you're thinking with today's terms. What I urge you to always do is think with yesterday's terms to try to develop a better understanding of what leads people to make certain decisions, like joining the fucking military. And then have that experience be so normalized in your life that you go, all right, fuck it, this is my only viable option for a job. It's not about the morality of it. I'm not endorsing it, okay? I'm saying that it is an immoral act in general from my calculations, but I can also understand how someone would make those decisions. Okay?
My beef is just that, like, I agree with Hassan on that, but there's still harm there that requires accountability. That's my take. That's all well and good.
What matters to you is not what matters
but there's
to the
still
voters.
harm there that requires accountability. Am I wrong on that? What? Am I incorrect on that, chat?
The reason why I'm saying that is because he's running right now to become the next senator and flip a red seat.
Being too kind of Hassan on this. No, I think, like, I do agree that, like,
that with our values, okay? This is what matters. His campaign has...
No, I do agree with the concept of, like, people's social conditioning leads them to make decisions. But those decisions have consequences, and those decisions harm people, and that harm does not mean anything. Like, yeah. Ooh, that's a good example. That's a good example. Obama. People calling Obama Obama. You know what I mean? Obama as a black man in the presidency being conditioned into doing this, into being the president and committing war crimes and acts of violence is not seen as the, oh, well, he was just conditioned into doing so, right? It was a decision that he made that was bad that we can contextualize by the position that he held, but we understand that it still had harm that it caused that need to be rectified. You know what I mean?
Hey, see, this is actually a great fucking example of what I'm talking about. Toxic masculinity, black and white thinking. Anyway, let's get to the Supreme Court striking down Louisiana's congressional map, weakening voting.
Pick up seats. So let's go through this.
Anyway. I think Obama's fully aware anyway, but it's a good argument. Yeah, it's the same with that. So was Graham. And we know that Graham was fully aware when he joined Blackwater because Graham said he was fully aware when he joined Blackwater. His Reddit post said that he was fully aware when he joined Blackwater. So it's, like, honestly, we have more clear, cut and dry evidence. I think Graham was actually older than Obama. You know, maybe not. They're like the same age. Also, no, Graham wasn't even 28. He was like 34, 35, 36 when he joined Blackwater. He was 28 when he got out of the military. 6 years later is when he joined Blackwater. He was 3014. Platner is a lying right winger who's been taken who's taken a human life, and this is all a grift. I mean, it depends how you define grift. I don't think he's grifting as in he's saying stuff he doesn't believe now. I think he's lying because he thinks that it will help him win. Because he thinks that winning would be the best for what he wants to happen. I mean, you can call that grifting if you want to. I can see how that's being called grifting, but I don't know why he can't just say that he had a crisis or needed the money or something. Why can't he just admit that admit it instead of avoiding? He said he did it because he was bored. He said, I didn't really have anything else going on. My friend called me. He was like, you want to join? And I was like, sure. You can't know for sure if he's a Fetterman until he's actually elected. Yeah, but you can make conclusions based on his actions previously. In the same way that Fetterman had a history of like being inconsistent, so does Graham Platner. Graham Platner has a history of having inconsistent politics, as in believing one thing and then acting completely contrary to it. Right? Whether that means he's going to be a Fetterman in office or not, that remains to be seen. We don't know. We will find out because he will win. Right? But the Fetterman comparison is not baseless. I hate people acting like the comparison to Fetterman is baseless. It's not baseless. Graham Platner has inconsistency in his politics. He does. Right? He said we shouldn't be here, we shouldn't be overseas, and then he went and joined Blackwaters after the fact. Fetterman's always been pro-Israel, to be fair, but he's conceded on a lot more right-wing framing since being elected. Yeah, and that's what people are afraid of when it came to Graham Platner, right? People are projecting Graham Platner being anti-imperialist, and I think they're going to be disappointed when he starts voting for increasing the military spending. You know? That's where the Fetterman comparisons come from. They're not saying he's Fetterman as in he's going to be as fanatically pro-Israel as Fetterman's going to be. But I think that's a straw man, right? They're saying he's Fetterman in that he's going to act inconsistently from what he's portraying now, right? And I'm saying that, like, I don't know if that's going to happen. I'm saying that that's not baseless. Does that make sense? There is some basis to that being the case. He has a history of acting inconsistently and incoherently from what his beliefs actually are. He wrote Free Palestine in his yearbook and then joined the military. He got out of the military saying we shouldn't be overseas, the American military is bad. And then 6 years later, he went and then joined Blackwater. And now he's getting out again saying we shouldn't have been there anyway. You see how that's inconsistent. There's inconsistencies there, right? And now he's on interviews lying like I was never a part of Blackwater. I didn't do it. I was never a part of Blackwater. Didn't happen. You're all wrong or whatever. Inconsistencies. It's not baseless. And it's hard for me specifically to trust that he will act in the way that he's saying now because of those inconsistencies. That's my take. The shit of lying is very concerning. That's my take. That's it. And I feel like when I explain this, people understand it, right? When I explain it in the way that I do, even people who are like pro Graham Platner, right? They're like, I can see how you got there, right? I can see where that comes from. The problem is that a lot of people don't want to hear it and they're not listening because they just like Graham Platner. So they'll close their ears to it. You're saying he's not going to put heavy pressure on Israel? That is not at all what I said. Not in the slightest. I said that he has a history of inconsistencies. And so I don't know what he's going to be inconsistent on. Right? I don't even know if he's going to be inconsistent. But I'm saying that he may be inconsistent because he has a history of having incoherent politics and being inconsistent. Right? I don't personally, even my personal opinion, what's up, Miles? Even my personal opinion, I don't think he's going to renege on Israel. I don't think he's going to let up pressure on Israel specifically. But when it comes to like, if somebody puts on the floor, do you vote to like dissolve the apartheid state of Israel? This won't happen. But if somebody's put a bill on the floor, vote to acknowledge Palestine as an entity and dissolve the state of Israel, I don't think he'd vote for that. You know what I mean? If it comes to like, if a bill came on his on the floor, it was like, we're going to increase military funding to build more Navy ships, I think he would vote for that. And then people who are anti-imperialists are going to be like, what? Why is he voting to increase the military budget? You know what I mean? Because like, he said that he would wants to build more ships. Right? And so I won't be surprised by that because I see what he said on the campaign trail. But I think leftists will be surprised by that, and they're going to be like, what? Why is he doing these things? And then they're going to pretend like they never supported him, like Fetterman. Soviet Cranberry, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I feel like he will hold most of the same beliefs, but will be more buddy-buddy with Democratic establishment when elected and would vote along party lines most of the time. Yeah, that's a very likely scenario. We'll see. I'm calling now. There's going to be a ex-IOF killer run for higher office and say all the right things. The leftists will eat it up. Maybe in a few years. I don't see that happening recently. So my friend says no more pointless wars. I might be over the negative, but pointless is doing a lot of light work there. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see. Like if there's a vote to like stop weapons being sent to Israel, I think he would vote for that. Right? I don't think he's gonna like walk back his support of Israel. I don't think he's gonna heel turn on Israel. Right? That's not what I mean when I say that, you know, he may be a Fetterman. Right? What I mean is that I don't think he'll heel turn on anything. I think leftists who are projecting onto him will be surprised when he votes exactly like he said he would vote. Right? When he says no more pointless wars, if there's a war that he views as valid, I think he would vote for it. And people will be like, why are you voting for this war? You know, and they'll be surprised by it, but it's because he'll vote for the war because it's not pointless in his mind. It'll be something like that. Right? It'll be them ignoring very clear and obvious, not even warning signs. They're ignoring his policies that he's saying right now. He wants to expand the Navy and expand shipbuilding for the Navy, right? The military. He wants to, he was for no pointless wars, right? He's not like for the dissolution of the state of Israel. He's not for a one-state solution. And so if these things ever come up, they're going to be surprised why he's not voting like they expect him to vote. You know? I don't think he's going to vote for like war with Israel. I don't think he's going to vote for war with Iran. I don't think he's going to vote for war with Cuba, right? And this all is stuff that is good. This is all stuff that will make him makes him better than Susan Collins. And so I can understand why people are supporting him. I'm not coming at people for supporting Graham Platner. At no point have I ever gave people any flack for supporting Graham Platner, right? My critique specifically comes from Graham Platner lying about his history and people defending his dishonesty in that regard. Feels like he say, well, better for the U.S. to have military dominance instead of Russia or China kind of guy. He's not posturing against China, right? He has a decent video on his take on China, but I can see that changing. I haven't seen his take on Russia. I think people might be surprised how poorly he does on the leftist spreadsheet, but I hope I'm wrong. They call for cooperation with China. Yeah, I think his take on China is better than Kat's take, to be entirely fair. But I can see that changing. If he felt like tariffs on China would like help Maine specifically, then I think I could see him voting for it. You know what I mean? I don't see him being like, we need to arm Taiwan or anything like that. But like, he's a politician for the Democratic Party. Like, he's not like a socialist or a communist. Right? And it just feels like we're not being honest about what he stands for and what he believes. Is it Rocky gonna drop my Prime? I'm gonna be real. I forgot about YouTube chat. I didn't know I still had it open. Ocean, YT, thank you for the Prime. So, chat's full of criminals and miscreants. True. What is all the drama even about you? You aren't even publicly saying anything bad about Platner or saying people shouldn't support. You're saying you're just talking about some of his shortcomings and candidates, why people are so heated. Is there drama? Like genuine drama? I think my take very, very clear and known. I just summed it up specifically. Right, and I'll say it again. I said this as well. I will talk to anybody who wants to talk to me about Grant Platner, and I will say the exact same thing to them as well. I think he should, one, stop lying about his past and his history. I think that's a bad thing. It's not good. It's harmful. He should stop doing that. Two, he should acknowledge that he caused harm when he was a part of Blackwater and when he was a part of the American military. But he caused harm there. Right? And then number three, he should apologize for that harm. But him being cagey about that, him not apologizing for it, him not acknowledging that it was bad, him not regretting it, all flies in the face of what people are telling me about Grant Platner. You know the concept in writing show don't tell? How like writing a character doing something is more effective to the audience than saying they did something? I'm getting a lot of tell about Grant Platner, you know? I'm getting a lot of people describing Grant Platner as changing. Saying he's changed. He's different now. He's changed. I'm not getting a lot of show. His actions fly in the face of that. He would not do any of that most likely. Then I'm completely justified in everything I said about him. If he does not do any of that, I am completely justified in every single thing that I've said about him. I still would be even if he did, but I'm still completely justified. And this is one thing that I refuse to be gaslit on. Refuse to be gaslit on. This man thinks his campaign is fragile and can't stand up to criticism. But they're also flexing how well he's doing in the polls. Grant Platner is flexing how well Grant Platner is doing in the polls. You know what I mean? Again, he can take 2 seconds to be like, I shouldn't have been in part of Blackwater. Right? He could take 2 seconds to say that if it comes up. You know? He could say, if he did, that he regrets his service. He doesn't, but he could. He won't because he doesn't, but he could. What if he did in my head? Of course he can. It's weird his fans don't think so. Because they are gaslighting. Me specifically. Let's finish this video off so I can end stream.
Go and do more research because I'm so confused as to like how, but there's a lot of the things y'all are saying, I feel like probably describe a lot of people nationwide. Who's his opponent? You said Janet Mills. This is who he's running against?
People and working people. And clearly you've been popular because of that.
Not anymore.
I'm not going to pretend I don't share your politics. I do. Everyone knows that. When I watch your race, though, forgive me, I cannot forget the John Fetterman race. John Fetterman was someone I supported in his primary. I supported him in the general. When he was being attacked by Republicans after his health issues, after his stroke, I defended him. And now you look at John Fetterman, and he is a genocidal, warmongering, Trump-loving Senate Democrat, refuses to go against the filibuster, and all sorts of other things he promised to be a vote on.
Much of the story around John Fetterman was a big
I
story.
have to come up, shouldn't it be his obligation to do so? I would think it would, but like, if it does come up, don't lie about it. Like he did here. Not here, sorry. Here, no. Sorry, here, no. Here, no. Here, yeah.
Written, same facility. It was the company that we all know is. I never worked for Blackwater.
Like that. Don't do that. That's bad. I cannot support you if you work for Blackwater and you say you didn't work for Blackwater. Like, what are we talking about here? I don't care what you believe. You know what I mean? it's kind of like why I feel like he's really anti-billionaire, not really anti-capitalist, because it's bad. It's because he's harming Americans. I don't know. I used to meet people like this. Their politics center around Americans being the best. If capitalism stands in the way of what's best for Americans, then it goes. Then it goes. If it's other countries, they go. Yes, but I can see how that's useful to a interim certain extent.
He had been trying to get into politics for quite some time.
Yes.
I really was just an oyster farmer, and the extent of my political ambitions was being the harbor master in my town of 1,000 people. The reason I'm doing this is I do have a theory of power in which the U.S. Senate has an extremely important function. I think because it's a uniquely...
I think that's what it's about. I believe that he did war crimes. Let's assume that he committed atrocities in Blackwater, which generated the radicalization. If it is a crime, he wouldn't be talking about talking any more about losing. He'd be talking about jail. No, you have a skewed perspective of what happened to Blackwater mercenaries, Cheddar. As I would say, the Blackwater connoisseur, they don't go to jail. None of them go to jail.
It was built.
Cheddar who thinks everyone does it gets jail time. They don't even get held accountable, bro. They get shuffled out to a different district. Anyway, I use bathroom real quick. Hold on.
Place of power for elites to hold back working class power, but that actually makes it a unique target to build working class power because the bang for your buck with Senate seats is pretty spectacular.
So when did he start listening to Chapo Trap House? Because he's using a lot of the slang terminology. He's using a lot of the key words. And so, like, at what point did that happen? Majority Report. And this is no shade, because the same thing happened to me in the last, 10 years, right? It's 2026. In 2016 was when Obama left office. So I went through a political awakening of sorts process. But I also don't have a Nazi tattoo. So I need to understand that transition. He said, prove it. I have one tattoo, and it says Illmatic. And Illmatic is Swahili for kill Whitey.
What do you make of the comparisons between you and Zoran Mamdani?
I think the comparisons are at this point primarily just because anybody who's doing something outside of the normal realm of politics with any kind of populist message for working class people, we're all going to get lumped together. I think the mayor and I's backgrounds are intensely different.
Yes.
Assume that my gun safe looks a little bit different than his. And there are elements, I think, of where we come from in our worlds and our politics that are different. One thing that I think you can absolutely make a comparison about is our focus on organizing as a political tool.
Let's talk about Israel and the war. You are a military veteran. You spent the better part of a decade in the military. You served in Iraq, Afghanistan. Is that what made you anti-war?
It's part of it. Even when I enlisted, I was skeptical of American foreign policy. I think the mayor and I's backgrounds are intensely different.
He said, I went through a political awakening of sorts. Same thing happened to me in the last, 10 years, right? It's 2026. In 2016 was when Obama left office. So I went through a political awakening of sorts process. But I also don't have a Nazi tattoo.
True.
So I need to understand that.
Unironically, white leftists would be like, well, that's because you're black. That's because you're black. Obviously. He's the white. So like that, that's because you're black. Do I go further into the Chapo comment? Okay.
Against?
I do, everyone knows. By Republican warmonger.
Around John Fetterman and the power. Target. Because the bang for your buck with Senate seats is pretty spectacular.
So when did he start listening to Chapo Trap House? Because he's using a lot of the slang terminology. He's using a lot of the key words. And so, like, at what point did that happen? Majority Report. And this is no shade, because the same thing happened to me in the last, 10 years, right? It's 2026. In 2016 was when Obama left office. So I went through a political awakening of sorts process.
Yeah, to answer the question, it was actually pre-Blackwater, weirdly enough. I don't know, you wouldn't expect it.
Also don't have a Nazi tattoo.
It was post-Nazi tattoo, pre-Blackwater.
Understand that transition. He said, prove it. I have one tattoo, and it says Illmatic. And Illmatic is Swahili for kill Whitey.
What do you make of the comparisons between you and Zoran Mamdani?
I think the comparisons are at this point primarily just because anybody who's doing something outside of the normal realm of politics with any kind of populist message for working class people, we're all going to get lumped together. I think the mayor and I's backgrounds are intensely different.
Yes.
Assume that my gun safe looks a little bit different than his. And there are elements, I think, of where we come from in our worlds and our politics that are different. One thing that I
still think that comment's an eye squint of mine. Not necessarily a head tilt, but an eye squint. I'm like,
absolutely make a comparison about is our focus on organizing as a political tool.
Let's talk about Israel and the war. You are a military veteran. You spent the better part of a decade in the military. You served in Iraq, Afghanistan. Is that what made you anti-war?
It's part of it. I mean, even when I enlisted, I was skeptical of American foreign policy. I will say once I got in it and it became my profession, and it became very much part of who I was and what I was doing, I then kind of threw myself into the work. When I left after my 4th deployment, that was when I really began to look back and recognize that everything, and it was on my 4th deployment to Afghanistan, there was a moment where I was like, we are not.
Again, does it make sense why this is a little bit weird? He started out high school. I don't know about American Empire, but joined the military. He got in there. He was like, I'm in the American Empire. And then at the end of the 4th deployment, he was like, I don't know about the American Empire. So he got out and then chilled for 6 years. And then he was like, I'm bored now. And then he joined the American Empire again, but like the worst version. And it was there for 6 months. Then he was like, I don't like the American Empire. And then he got out. And then decided to run for office. Like, does this flip-flopping, like, it's weird. I think it's worthy of an eye squint and a head tilt or two. You know? So, for instance, interrupted an A flotilla in international waters, CNN 10 hours ago. There was another one going. We'll cover it tomorrow. It adds every 10 minutes, no lie. Wait, did I forget to turn them back down? I think I actually might have turned them all the way up. Hold on. Wait. No, you get one every 21 minutes, actually. So joke's on you. Or just go to YouTube, chat.
Doing what we...
But let me understand. After his 4th deployment, he then also went back to be a Blackwater mercenary. Because that's the thing. Yeah, I don't get that. I don't like harping on soldiers too tough. I may hit up Westside Tyler about that, but I've heard Westside Tyler explain his transition, but I don't think...
Okay, don't hit up Westside Tyler. That's an L. No. Westside Tyler is worse than Graham Platner. By the way, I won't make it to the G-Eazy and Logic concert you invited me to. Thanks, though. No problem. You didn't want to hear Logic say, I got the blood of the slave and the master.
Westside Tyler was ever a mercenary, though. Like,
yeah, but Westside Tyler was like, I killed brown people and I loved it. Like, is that a real bar? Is it? I'm sorry.
Okay, I was gone for.
Subscribed. SDAB.
Okay, I was in the seat of vision they feed us, and I wish I could erase that face facts. Everybody people, everybody bleed, everybody needs some, everybody love.
Just Clown Biz, thank you for the 3 months.
Know how it go. Everybody people.
Hold on. YouTube chat.
Down like a Jehovah Witness, God is my witness, I'm witness, but on the real, I think I need another witness. If it was 17, black dad and white mama wouldn't change a thing. Light-skinned motherfucker certified as a house nigga. Well, I be goddamn, go figure. In my blood is the slave and the master. It's like the devil playing space with the pastor. But he was born with the white privilege.
I didn't make it up. I didn't make it up. That was a thing that Logic wrote in his own song. Anyway, back on this.
I may hit up Westside Tyler about that, though. Like, it feels like a significant line. I'm gonna have to do a lot more. His transition, but I don't think Westside Tyler was ever a mercenary, though. Like, it feels like a significant line.
It is.
I'm gonna have to do a lot more. I gotta do some independent research on this first. Let me see.
We're not going to win this war. I don't even know what winning this war looks like. I don't think anybody knows that's running this war.
It's crazy how like it's not a diss at FD, but it's crazy how little people know about Blackwater and how absolutely insane it was. To be fair, I knew very little about it too until I did my own specific research on it, and I kind of fell into doing research on it. But like, it's really bad. It's really bad. Like, what the IDF does, it consistently has done for decades. Right? It's also what like Blackwater was also doing, right? Like simultaneously. I mean, they intentionally made it hard to research. Yeah, which is why you should watch my video. I have an entire video on it. It's called Into the Blackwater: How Corporations Escape Accountability. It's an hour long. It's not as well produced as I would like it to be, but so to recap this whole crazy mess. But I think it's a good little video. You should take a little peeksies, little look-sies.
And at that point, I began to wonder, if we're not doing the thing that we claim we're doing, if we're not bringing democracy, if we're not trying to make the world safer, what are we doing? And when I began to look closer, I really began to fully buy into the fact that these wars just make people wealthy. And these wars are good for people in political power. They use them
and that's why I went back to Blackwater.
Tools. They use them in ways to display like their quote unquote strength as leaders. And none of them take into account the human cost. And for me, the human cost is not a theory.
It's why you guys the guys vote for the other person. I feel like Grandpa hasn't talked about it ad infinitum. No. One, because I'm not in Maine, so I can't vote for Maine. But two, I will always talk about people who've caused harm to marginalized people and haven't apologized for it. I'm not in Maine, so I don't have to worry about that. And he's going to win, number two. And number three, I can talk about whatever I want to talk about. So, suck my nuts and go cry somewhere else. Like we talked about Kamala being a cop and not this, which is way worse. That's an interesting question, actually. It's a great question. They'll say it's because Kamala has bad policies now and Grandpa Platner has good policies now. So that kind of justifies why you can talk about, like, her past, but you can't talk about his past, right?
Not something to be thought about in this sort of non-material way. The cost of war is something I have seen up front. I have seen friends die. I have seen what happens when high explosive interact with children.
I will not be talking about Grandpa Platner every day, by the way. This chatter sealed it for it. I will now be talking about Graham Platner every single day. Cap, try me. Try me. We're doing Graham Platner Power Hour.
It's an awful thing.
All right. Does he ask him about the tattoo?
And since you said you and I speaking about any of this, the biggest single controversy of your campaign, which is not going to go away if Susan Collins has her way, is a tattoo you got in 2007 that you since had covered up of a skull and crossbones that resembled a very infamous Nazi symbol. You said you had no idea about the connection, saying, quote, I absolutely would not have gone through life having this on my chest if I knew that. When exactly did you find out that the tattoo on your chest could be a Nazi tattoo or seen as one?
Don't worry, Mehdi. When he found out, he started saying slurs. Don't worry. When he found out, he started dropping slurs, so it's all good.
Here's the first question I need to know. Does he still have the tattoo? No, he got it covered. Okay. I just want to check. Because we can eliminate shit easy right there. He covered it up.
To be fair, and I have to add this in there, he did keep it uncovered for days so that he can get it covered up on camera as a PR move. If that changed anything for anybody. I think that's a little bit weird. Again, I don't really litigate the tattoo stuff. I don't personally believe him, but it's whatever. It is weird though, and I will call it out.
I got that tattoo with some other Marines when we were on shore leaving Croatia in 2007. And then I had it for 17 years. I went through 2 security clearances.
Keep in mind, at this point, he's already woke at this point. He'd already realized that he shouldn't have been there, and the American industrial complex, American imperialism is bad, and that they are committing the crimes overseas and stuff. He already had that awakening before he even went in the first place, right? He was so skeptical, but he was still like, well, once I was there, might as well go all the way. Might as well go all the way, you know what I mean? Don't worry, chat. When I joined the Waffen SS, I joined just for the money, and I was just a cook. But I was like, when I got there, I was like, I really had to throw myself into my work, right? I couldn't have just been the cook for the clan. I had to make sure I was the person tying the ropes. I was tying the knots, right? I was procuring the victims. I had to make sure that I had to throw myself into the work and do all of it.
In the United States Army, got screened for gang and hate
I was shaking my head the entire time. No, that's actually not what he was doing though. He was like, I actually wasn't shaking my head because I had to really get into it, There was no time for head shaking.
The State Department on the ambassador.
That should tell you something.
screen for gang and hate tattoos, and then I went to work for the State Department on the ambassador's.
That should tell you something. I joined the American military, and they didn't seem to have any issue with my Nazi tattoo. What do you make of that?
So I got a top secret clearance, and also that screen never came up.
That's why it's so funny that leftists take that as a serious excuse. You know what I mean? That's what it's just like. You know what I mean? It's like that's a little bit silly. Like yeah, they didn't because it's the American military. They're like, hey, I got one of those too, right there. That's mine. And he's like, bro, why do people keep doing this weird salute at me when they see my tattoo? I don't. I don't really get it. Like, people just keep doing this weird salute at me when they see my tattoo. I'm like, all right, sure.
My extended Jewish family the entire time. I would not have done that if I thought I had some obviously recognizable white supremacist or Nazi symbol.
Perfectly reasonable, especially the security checks. So why then did a former top official on your campaign, Genevieve McDonald, your former political director, tell The Guardian last year, while he may not have known what his tattoo meant when he selected the image, it's not plausible he remained ignorant of its meaning all these years?
I don't know why she said that. She was only on the campaign for a little over a month and would not have known anything about things I would have known.
You talked to him about your tattaoo resembling a Nazi symbol.
They actually reported
this
investigation, which had spoken to one anonymous person who, when they claimed they knew me, it was years.
Again, I don't really care for the tattoo stuff, honestly. I don't really believe him, but it's more funny. Are we going to go over the fact that fascists literally historically prey on people's ignorances? Yes.
From when I worked at a bar, from years I didn't even work at that bar.
Okay. And so you're denying that allegation, just to be clear.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It also came out after the story broke, so you know, it's
just on the bigger picture. I can understand what you're saying, and I'm hearing your denials and the point about your extended Jewish family. It makes sense, and you're a progressive, so people are giving you a lot of leeway because they like your policy platform. But surely you would admit, if you were a Republican who had been found with that tattoo on your chest, people, progressives, Democrats, would be losing their minds, wouldn't they not?
Well, I think if I had that tattoo,
not the skull. You're asking the right questions.
And had displayed at any point in my life any affinity.
I can imagine a world where this 20-something-year-old, assumedly, 2008, he left in 2012. He was in for, I don't know how many years. I can't do the math. How old was he? I don't know. He's like probably he's some age years old. He was 28 when he got out. So he got out in 2012. So 8 years prior to 2012. No. 2006? I have no idea. I would say he's 20-something years old. I can imagine he just didn't know, right? That's fine. I'm not expecting you to know literally every Nazi symbol, especially not like one of the top 3 ones or whatever. But like, I don't know. It's interesting judgment calls all around.
For fascism or bigotry or racism, then that would absolutely be something to connect. Thing is, in all of my Reddit posts, if you read through them, they've been out there since October, every single one of them. It's fairly clear that I have been long an opponent of fascism, bigotry, and racism. Sometimes with language.
Not enough to not join Blackwater though, but
that people say is too
extreme. And I will acknowledge, I'm being petty. But that's because people are being mean to me about this, and I will double down.
Even though I don't know, fighting fascism seems like something we should all be dedicated to.
So 6 Mil says his Reddit stuff is multiple years old. Where it's fully judgmental stuff he claims to have reformed from. I'm gonna try to give the most dispassionate, non-kayfabe take here, because I'm anti-kayfabe in the online left these days. I'm anti-kayfabe. At best, he would be Manchin, Cinema, or Tulsi Gabbard. So maybe he'll be better than that. Maybe he'll be better than Fetterman, Gabbard, Manchin, Cinema, etc. But like me naming those names shows that we've done this before. Now, the political moment is different, right? I guarantee you all of those figures I just named are probably pro-Israel. More likely to be Bernie or AOC.
That's funny.
I don't know. I do not know. right? And I'm not gonna say I do not care. What I am gonna say is, would it be better for the country to have one less Republican senator? Yes. I'm not gonna act like that's not true. Now, if they run one way and then govern another way like a Fetterman, that's kind of a different topic. But the thing that really bothers me and that I want to engage with is, what is it about Platner that has made him so popular and viable with the online left?
Mm-hmm. And that's the conversation that nobody really wants to engage with. It's very easy to put everybody in the box of a Janet Mills supporter than to have this very real conversation. Which is why I'm not going to stop. This will be my last hurrah. And I am fine with that being the case.
That is the thing that bothers me. I'm a pragmatist. I don't care about none of these motherfuckers. I don't care about none of these electoral figures. I don't care about none of these politicians.
That's simple? No. I don't think it's that particularly. Right? Because the Democrats have hated people who are winning before, but they're posting Graham Platner. The Democratic Party posting Graham Platner. The DNC supported Andrew Cuomo over running as an independent over Zoran Mamdani, who won the Democratic primary. He was winning. He was popular. Democrats hated him. Love Graham Platner. Love Graham Platner. Whiteness plays a role here. And leftists don't want to see it because they have blinders on for white supremacy. Then they try to smear him, though. Smear who? Graham Platner? I mean, honestly, barely. Zoran Mamdani was an angel compared to Graham Platner. And he got monumentally more coverage. Monumentally more coverage. Abdul Saeed, angel compared to Graham Platner. He got monumentally more coverage, negative press, than Graham Platner has. Abdul Saeed doesn't get a nice graphic. You know? Maybe they will. Maybe once the primary is over and Abdul wins the primary, then they'll give Abdul his own little graphic. He's white. Whiteness plays a role. And nobody wants to have a real conversation of how much of a role does it play. It does play a role. Is your electability argument? Not particularly. Electability was that he's successful in winning the election because he's white. I don't think that's the case. Right? All right, stop going back and forth with this person on freaking Twitter. This person's stupid. I know this is you. What was I saying? I forgot. I lost my train of thought. Doesn't matter.
Every one of them is an op as soon as they run for office, in my opinion. They may have good policies, they may govern well, they may be good for their city, but the way I feel, they're all ops as soon as they run for office until proven otherwise. And so I will show up and I will vote for whoever I think best serves my interests and the interests of the people I care about. I will show up and I will vote, but I will never stand, I will never promote, and I will never endorse unless it's Butch Rare for California, governor of California. And that's
kind of where I am. I mean, I told y'all before, I don't do endorsements. So if you are asking me for an endorsement, I don't do endorsements. However, if you only do good things and only have good policies, I will only talk about you positively. And if you only do bad things, I will only talk about you negatively. And if the ratio is whatever the ratio is, that's what the ratio is, you know? But you're not going to see me like standing a politician. You're not going to see me being like, I throw my weight behind this politician. right? I will also consider myself like a pragmatist. I'm pragmatic in that way, right? I'm not in Maine. I can't vote in Maine, right? Graham Platner is going to win, so I can say whatever I want to say about him, you know? I can say whatever I want to say about this man. And I will. I will continue to do so. I think it's strange that people are unwilling to say really anything critical about him. He's going to win. It's popular. He's going to win. You don't lose anything by doing a little bit of critique. So it's weird to me. It's weird. I don't like it. Very strange. No reason to get mad at people bringing up Blackwater. It is weird, isn't it? I don't know. In my opinion, especially for leftists, we should never get completely behind any politician. They should always fear losing your vote. Otherwise, they will capitulate to the right. Yeah. There's designers running as a socialist in LA mayoral race against legitimate socialists, and none of these people are talking about it. It's driving me crazy. Yeah. Oh, I got an invite by, you know Nira, the lady on Twitter? She invited me to this DC center-left event. Hold on, I have to find it now. It was so funny. I'm like, lady. Oh, yeah. Please join us for a 2026 CAP Ideas Conference. 2026 Center for American Progress Ideas Conference. Brings American thinkers of the broad center-left... brings together the broad center-left leaders, thinkers, and doers, no commas, by the way, to share their ideas and economic policy, national security, and political civil liberties and the future of democracy. Featuring Gavin Newsom, Wes Moore, Abigail Spanberger, Hakeem Jeffries, Elizabeth Warren, Ruben Glago, Andy Kim, Ezra Klein, Jacob Frey, Robert Garcia, Mickey Sherrill, and more. Secure my spot now. So you're saying all the goats. Is Dean going to be there? Honestly, maybe. As I said, it's a matter of time. It's a matter of making a judgment call rather than who I'd wait. It's a matter of making a judgment call of who I'd rather to organize with, under/against. Yeah, I disagree with Ole on that though. So. That's just me though.
Because the politics in play, whether it's a Platner or Janet Mills, the politics that are actually in play are all far away from the politics I desire. And so I am not going to engage with sincerity and fanfare around any of these politicians. And that's what bothers me, really. It's not that a candidate with all these red flags and all these background check problems and these clear deficiencies that we've seen before is running. It's that there's arguments amongst the left as to whether we should support him. It's that he is using the same playbook to galvanize certain folks that has been used on them before, so they still don't know the play. I don't like the idea of white populists gaining power solely off populists. I know people like to disabuse the idea that there were Trump voters who were once Bernie Sanders voters, but that was a thing. Outside of the obvious Medicare for all, and the biggest reason he popped off was how aggressively he stood against both Israel and the general militarization of American foreign policy. And that's a big reason.
That's wrong. He did not stand against the general militarization of Israel. General militarization of America. What's the difference? He does not. It's incorrect. He's pro-militarization of America. He stands against the usage of the military in ways that he deems incorrect and unnecessary. That's it. That's what's frustrating about it. The shipbuilding is on his website. We read it from his website. I don't think these people read his website. That's my beef. I literally were talking to people who haven't even done the research. They haven't done the homework. He popped off in Maine because of the battles we're having over healthcare and hospital closures. Yeah, he won because he's winning because one, he's anti-establishment and the establishment is unpopular, and he runs on a certain material like policy, like healthcare. That is good and it is working, right? That is positive, and he's so far ahead that he literally loses nothing by throwing the left a bone by acknowledging that being a part of Blackwater was no good. You haven't seen the website they invented for him in their own heads. Yeah. Because they just hear people talk about him like he's Jesus. It's literally word of mouth. This person heard somebody else, hears somebody else, hears somebody else say that he's anti-imperialist and was like, oh, he must be anti-imperialist. But nobody actually listens to the policies that he actually has on his website that he talks about. Again, I don't think Graham Platner is bad, or you know what I mean? Like, as a politician. I think he's getting away with a lot right now because nobody's holding his feet to the fire, and that's going to lead us astray later on, right? It's kind of exactly like what happened with Obama and Joe Biden and every other politician that ever existed ever. When you don't put on the pressure because you assume that somebody's the perfect politician, they don't do anything.
Continued to back him, and Hassan backed them because he was really one of the first to do it, and that includes current elected people. Ah, okay.
That's also incorrect. He was not one of the first people to call out Israel. He was pretty far down the list, actually. I would say he was probably one of the first, maybe in the people running for office, technically speaking. But like, he got beat out by Bernie. Like, Bernie was calling it a genocide by that point. To show you how late it was. Right? To show you how late it was in the game. Bernie was calling it a genocide by the time Graham Platner was calling out Israel, right? So again, it's still good. It's still positive. But I just do not like the way he's positioned. Do you think these contradictions could be a part of the process of getting what we need? Maybe if you acknowledge that they're contradictions, actually. But people don't. People are like, these contradictions don't exist, actually. He won't betray us. It would never happen. That's where we are, right? If people were like actually pragmatic, which was like, listen, we don't have a lot of good options. And I'm aware of how we've been burned before. We're gonna be wary of this person, but we're gonna give him a chance. If that's how he was positioned, I think he would get a lot less hate from at least me. But it's not. I love this Graham Platner guy. He's our guy. Graham, he's our man. If he can't do it, no one can. And if you disregard him, if you criticize him, you're not a part of this movement. You suck. He's up there cracking Zionist skulls. Like, that's how he's being like positioned. Now you are gaslighting. How am I gaslighting? That's what people are doing. That's how people are doing. That's what people are doing right now. People have been doing it today in this chat currently. That is what people have been doing. You want to try to do Reddit? There are some Hassan Piger are rational on Reddit for once. It's, well, disarming. In his interview on Zateo, Graham Platner during his high school was voted most likely to start a revolution. If you haven't watched it, I think it's a great interview. Maybe he did a great job pressing him on controversies. Getting out in the open, and Platner came off as, to me, as very forthright about everything. He also explained his past with Blackwater well. No, he didn't. Okay. We saw this video 3 separate times. He did not mention Blackwater in this video. Do you know what I mean when I say I'm in gaslight right now? Because do you remember when we looked up the transcript and we typed in Blackwater in the transcript and we were like, huh, they didn't talk about Blackwater at all. And then we watched the entire video and then they didn't talk about Blackwater at all. There was no Blackwater here. But then this person's like, he addressed his controversy with Blackwater very well. Did we watch this? Am I in a parallel timeline? Do you see where my confusion is coming from? Crazy how much of a catch-22 it is. If he says that he was woke super early, that means he should have known better that much more. But he did say that, and that is true and correct. He put himself in that hole because people are using him saying that as proof of like his change. I'm crashing out. I'm crashing out. They see what they want to see. They're desperate to want a chud white man to look up to and convince their chud white friends to be socialists. I don't disagree. I'm crashing out. 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 What if that's his new Reddit account? You mean Black Excellence 19? Bro, you could have told me this was my account and I would have believed you by the name, dog. Like... Blackwater, not Blackwatch. They didn't even get the name right. They didn't even get the name right. Oh my goodness, I'm crashing out. I'm gonna crash out. What was his explanation for Blackwater? It still doesn't make any sense for me that somebody could vehemently protest the Iraq War and then enlist for an adventure of it all, let alone be a guard at Abu Ghraib. And just to be clear, people make mistakes, especially when they're young. Redemption is possible if you put in the work and you change your ways. It's fucking weird that be against the Iraq War and then play soldier for fun, even though it goes against your personal values. I hope for the sake of the country that Platner is earning his progressive views. Thank you. Thank you. Exactly. 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 It doesn't make sense. Any person that says it makes sense is a liar. It doesn't make sense. It does not make any sense. It doesn't make sense. It would not shock me if he was really politically astute in high school. Was probably aware at the time how much vets were still viewed as the ultimate clout background to have in politics, especially around 9/11, which he really did scramble the average American's brain in a way I don't think people that weren't in their teens or early 20s quite appreciate. I know he apparently protested in high school, which I am not sure. Wait, what that fully entailed. He supposedly signed up in 2003 right after high school, so May, early June 2023, or 2003. Can't read. If his bio is correct, he basically signed up for the Marines during a honeymoon period of Iraq. Basically, right after the shock and awe, toppling of Saddam, and the de-Baathification and the military disbandment that really set up the anti-occupation movement and eventually civil war. I don't live in Maine, so it doesn't affect me. I tend to err on the side that he's mostly genuine. Okay, this person did not engage with this at all, just because of the position he's staked out are entirely unnecessary to any Dem strategist, but advise at a Manchurian Dem in Maine, Labor Act for all, trans rights, anti-Israel to an extent. Billionaire tax easily could have just fettermaned his populism with vague progressivism and kept Dem donors from getting spooked. This is so stupid. This is so dumb. These are popular positions. This is so stupid. These are popular positions. Have I been talking to a different left for the last 5 years of my life? Like, people who are like, oh, just speak to their material conditions, address their material conditions, do universality. It's popular with people. Everybody has a job. Everybody needs to pay for their rent. Just talk to those things. Those things are popular. And when he does those things, people are like, well, those things are actually not popular. Why is he doing those things? I feel like I need a break. I need a break. But let's continue. I just need to. The thing is, he explained that he considered the military as part of his career and committed to it as such, but eventually became disillusioned towards the end of his military career. He said it to himself, I thought I could do some good and wanted to play soldier. I never started the military, but I feel like what brings to people in the military is a chance for upward mobility, as well the idea. He was a petite bourgeois. His parents owned a business. He had a GI Bill. He could have went to college for free. He had upward mobility. He was upper middle class. He literally had the upper mobility. Like he had it. He did go to college for free. Don't even remind me, bro. Don't even remind me. Yeah, I'm not stopping this, bro. Just because I'm petty. That's the point. He's running a popular policy position. The left demanding politicians to run on, and Democrats refuse to run on. The left is supporting him because he's doing what the politicians want to do. No, that's not the. I don't have a problem with the left supporting him. You fucking moron. The problem is people literally letting him get away with being a part of a harmful system and being like, that doesn't actually matter. Actually, that's the problem. Him joining Blackwater requires condemnation. Does it not? Yes or no, Chatter? He liked being in the military. That's what no one wants to accept. Yeah. They're secretly like, well, he's secretly like, I regret it. But he can't say it secretly. There's support and then there's sweeping under the rug valid concerns. Exactly. There's like a dim time in the military and Blackwater. Now what? Okay, so you understand why people are upset about it. I don't understand what your point is. That's what we're criticizing. He hasn't condemned it as the politician. So if you condemn it and you realize that it's bad, you would think the person who actually did it, the harmfulness, would also condemn it, but he has not. And so we agree, and I am trying to get him to understand that it should be condemned. I don't understand what the problem is. He has not done the accountability and apology part. I don't understand. So that's the last thing Graham should do at this point. I think Hassan is wrong and incorrect. I think that is the first thing Graham should do. I think of it like reparations, right? I don't care how it affects his campaign. I don't give two flying flips how it affects his campaign. An apology is required when you commit harm. I don't care how disadvantageous it is to his polling. I don't think it will hurt his polling. I don't even care if it does. When you commit harm, you do your apology. He should have done his apology when he first left in the first place, right? He could have done his apology at the very beginning of his campaign. When you commit harm, if you cared about that harm, you apologize and take accountability. That is a fundamental principle that I stand on. And I will not ever in my life change that. Nobody has yet given me a good reason why I should change that. I stand on that fundamentally. If you commit harm, you have to apologize for that harm. You have to take accountability for that harm. He committed harm. He wanted to go play soldier, knowing it was bad. He left and then went to play soldier again, knowing that it was even worse. He has to answer for that. He does. And if he doesn't, that's fine. He'll win his election. That's cool. I'm gonna be right here doing this exact thing consistently. This doesn't stop if it's somebody like Ethan Klein. It doesn't stop if it's somebody who's saying slurs, who's said slurs. This is a core principle that I believe. If you commit harm toward marginalized people, right? You have to acknowledge that harm, apologize, and then commit to move forward. He has not done any of that. And I stand on that. The first time was because he was poor, Sean Kwan. Second and third time it was for adventurism. The fourth time he realized this was for Blackwater, bro. Apologizing is literally the easiest thing someone could do, the bare minimum. Yeah. I always come back to bite them in the end. It does. If they just apologize originally, none of this would be a problem. I don't know why people are acting like I'm asking him to move a mountain. I'm not asking him to solve calculus, which, honestly, maybe I don't think he can do, bro. He's a Marine. But like, I'm not asking him to, sorry, he's a Marine. I'm not asking him to solve basic algebra, okay? I'm not asking this of him. I'm asking him to say, I'm sorry, acknowledging the harm that he's caused, and then moving on. 1 crayon plus 2 crayon equals. This is a fundamental principle of what I believe. Fundamental principle of what I believe. And I think a lot of people who don't have to worry about like the intricacies of being the recipient of these harm don't have to worry about that. Right? But this is what I would expect for somebody who was anti-black. Genuinely. I would expect someone to do this for me if somebody was like a part of the Klan. I would expect them to have this much energy for that person on my behalf. You know? But for some reason, some people on the left think that's negotiable. Right? That's non-negotiable for me. Like reparations, it's step number 1. It's what's owed. This is not negotiable. I'm not moving on this. But it's someone who actually held themselves accountable and reformed, they shouldn't attempt to gain a position of power. Well, he hasn't done that, Chatter. So that's part of the problem. If he did that, then maybe. Maybe I would believe that like he should have a position of power if he actually held himself accountable and reformed. He has not demonstrated that. Wait till a former black Israelite to run for office. Listen, they ain't running for office. Oh, Chatter said shouldn't. Okay, my bad. Not to come for you, Chatter. I misread your message. Y'all need me to run. Anyway, propaganda is strong for sure. The military does prey on poor people and promise them free college, healthcare, etc. I can understand being young and naive and thinking you can positive force in an ostensibly evil organization. I mean, hell, the company I work for does a lot of business for Walmart. Nobody's going to have clean hands. It's good that he seemingly owns up to it. He doesn't. Where do people get this from? I hate this so much. All right. We've been here for 8 hours. I've said my piece. There's no more say in my piece. There's no what else do you want me to say? What else do you want me to say? Okay. I said my piece. I'll catch you on the flip side or another time or something. I don't freaking know. Catch you tomorrow for more Grand Platner Hour where I can see this conversation about being mad about how people are so stupid. Eddie being up there for the 21 months. And Biff is for the 36 months. Oh. Jeez, the freaking ways. Also, wait, this person says, why do you think he wants to make military more efficient and build more warships? And has he said anything towards the Iraqis and the countrymen he's killed while they were trying to liberate a torture camp? That's an interesting question. That's the last one. It's the last one. All right. Bye, YouTube chat. Thank you for watching. I'm tired.